I had a gallon. I got almost 2 gallons. Yeah, I got 2 gallons. More gallons of fresh water. I don't trust anything that's out of a store. I want I'll take the
Well,
public and I make it the
I bet
purest
you don't.
of water it can be.
I bet you don't trust anybody.
No, I've learned I can trust some people. Nothing's black and white, man.
Well, no smoking here.
And
What other stupid stuff can you say?
but well, is that guy still saying stupid
Oh, I
stuff?
can say lots of stupid stuff for a long time. It just depends how long I can say it for.
Okay, well, what else do you got? You got anything other than what we've heard from you so far?
No, I'm not beyond myself to think that you guys haven't heard it all before. I'm not gonna come here with some magical thing
Well, you got
and
that
say, "Oh,
right.
look at guys, like holy shit, Rob fucking Noxious, he did it." No, it's never gonna happen.
No, you're just regurgitating. It's like you've been fed like a baby chicklet.
No, I'm only here in the hopes that I'll be the voice, maybe one day in the back of your head that just rings for some reason. It might be me. It could be someone else. You never know. I gotta play my part.
You're representing the globe. Is that what you said?
No, represent the social integrity and honesty and responsibility of the human race that we have for each other and the people that are coming after us. You guys think this is a fucking? You guys think this is a fucking game? Like you're a fucking bunch of kids playing PlayStation 5. This is ridiculous, dude.
What are you talking about, man?
For one thing, you have no idea
Nothing,
what
man.
we think.
All
You're
right, I
trying to
know.
mind read
Mhm.
here and
I know.
crystal ball
Trying to mind
reading.
read.
So we don't go with fairy tales like
Why?
that. So
How do you know? How do you know I
imagine-
can't? How do you know I can't? How do you know I don't have special powers, man? How do you know that? You telling me I don't have
because
special
believe
powers
me,
now?
if anyone knows, I know you can't. So
Oh,
there's
you
that
know. See,
part.
exactly. See, here we go. I can play you guys like
I
a
know
fiddle.
you
You know, right? Because you have special powers.
No,
right?
I've listened to your rubbish for a number of hours
know.
here already.
Oh, a couple of hours now. I've been out for like 25 minutes, but now it's been hours. I love it too. Oh, that's just too easy, man. Too easy.
Really.
You really think you live on a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness? That's a cool story, bro.
Yeah, I know. It sounds fancy, bro. I know the TikTok thing sounds fancy, dude. I mean, come on, dude. It's like the same shit you repeat over and over. Ugh.
What a fucking degenerate.
I don't know what you mean by TikTok. I would not use TikTok because it's a Chinese spy app, but
Yeah.
you know.
You didn't think of that yourself, dude. You guys all repeat that. So don't act like you thought of that phrase yourself. You came up with it.
I actually don't know anyone that says it like I do, but okay.
I know.
This guy is acting like a lunatic. I'm sorry. It's
But-
still kind of a descending full moon.
But isn't it weird how he feels uncomfortable with me actually saying his model? You know, living on a spinning, wobbling tilted spaceboat flying from every spinning void of darkness. That's just what you need to believe, man. Why you feel so
Pretty
uncomfortable
telling.
about it? Embrace it. A speck of dust in everlasting universe, ever expanding universe.
You should be like cheerleading with pom poms about that.
Yeah, isn't that great? So special, man. The only thing that
No, it's
your
not,
model
though.
tells
Everybody
you.
is doing it.
The only
Everything
thing
else is doing it, so no one's special about it. Nothing special about it.
Yeah. The only thing that your model is telling you that that you're not special. That you're just a coincidence.
Yeah, see, that means you're special, dude.
No, that's just
I mean, no one knows about what special is when you've never been somewhere that you don't know. There could be other people living around all around the universe. We wouldn't know. It's so far away. How do you get there?
You know what's special? knowing that there's a heaven above, that the creator has a foot, that the
Oh
earth
Jesus,
is
here
a
we go.
foot.
Here comes religion. Bring in religion.
No, that's just special, man. Knowing that you're made fearfully and wonderful in his image, that is something to
Yeah,
know.
I'm sorry. I don't
Someone,
follow religion, bro. I don't follow
well,
religion. It's not real. It's not real to me. No. It isn't.
Someone who knows that they've been fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of their creator would never jump from
Oh,
a building and kill
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah, cool. Well, you go tell the religious you go tell all the religious nuts to kill themselves then, dude. What are you talking about, dude? Religious people kill themselves all the time in this country and everywhere in the world.
Someone who's aware.
Yeah. Go talk to the Muslim guy who just blew himself up because he fucking wanted to go to fucking utopia. What are you talking about, dude? People kill
Okay,
themselves all the
let's
time.
not go there, bro. Just chill for a second.
Well,
Why
this
don't you
guy brings
back
it up.
off?
This guy brings it up,
got an
dude.
Shut up for a second. You have an impulse control problem, and someone
Yes.
needs to control it. Yeah, because you don't seem to be able to. So you'll be moderated if you
You
don't
need
cut
to
it
chill,
out.
man.
What? This is hilarious. Are you guys seriously turning turns on me? This guy started talking about something. I had a conversation with him.
Yeah,
so now
but
I
you
get in trouble?
made it weird, you know. You made it weird for your
I made it reality. You guys don't want to. You guys don't want to live in reality. You guys want to live in some fantasy world where you create.
You're
Just chill,
incoherent.
man.
It doesn't
I'm
connect.
incoherent. If I'm
You're
incoherent, then how do you know what I'm
incoherent,
saying?
buddy.
If I'm incoherent, then how do you know what I'm saying?
I
just
never
need
said
to
I
calm
didn't know what
down,
you were
man.
saying. It didn't make any sense to me for about the last half hour.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
that
it didn't
doesn't
make
mean
any
he's
sense.
incoherent. That just means you don't understand it because you're dumb.
You
If it
just
doesn't
need
make
to
any
calm
sense to you,
down and
if it doesn't make
understand
any
that the
sense
earth
to
is
you,
not
then
a
why?
spinning
How do you know what
ball.
I'm saying is bad?
He doesn't even understand the words that are coming out of his own mouth.
All right, so
Oh,
somebody's
yeah.
upset here. Sounds like he must be a glober.
Got him.
Is it
Somebody's upset.
Orthodox guy
Actually,
a
these
guy
guys are
who
the upset ones. These guys are the upset ones. That's
Okay, take a seat for now. Okay, so upset guy, do you have any globe proof?
I guess that
the last time he came in, he had his camera open and he made like this weird demonic stare in the camera and freaked completely out
Who?
and screamed
Who did?
something. You, exactly you,
Me?
man.
What are you? Why are you
Yeah,
talking about me? What
you
the fuck's your
acted.
problem?
Psychopathic,
Patrick
like
profile
literally
picture.
You
Do you believe in
act.
globe or flat Earth?
You acted very
Hello. Do you believe
possessed,
in globe or
man.
flat Earth?
You
Can
act
you answer
like-
the question?
You act like you're having a globe exorcism being done to
Yeah,
you.
this
or
guy's
something.
having a globercism or something. Hey, are you a globe or a flat Earth? Dude?
This man has a severe mental problem. I've seen his last,
You're a
rage
retard,
with his
dude.
camera. Yeah, I
That's
can
not an
still
argument.
remember what
Like,
you.
okay,
I still
okay,
remember.
if
I
I
still
do,
rem-
that doesn't matter. Okay, I'm asking you a question, dude. Can you answer the question or no?
I'm gonna mute everybody. I really want to talk to Orthodoxy Pill, or one person talk to Orthodoxy Pill. We don't need 5. So Orthodoxy Pill. Now I'm gonna unmute you. Please bring evidence that the Earth is a globe. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead and do so, please. State your evidence. Thank you.
I don't believe the Earth is anything. I don't have any evidence.
Okay, well then you don't have an argument, sir. Please skip along to another chat room. You're done here. Bye. I'm gonna mute you now, Clay. I just wanted to know where he stood.
I was
Yeah, you're
just
done.
trying.
Orthodoxy. Yeah, you don't have to clear anything up, Clay. We want to know from his mouth what he knows, if he does know anything. So you don't need to like rehash anything that he came here to do. We can clearly hear him with his own words.
Okay, man.
Yep. Just that simple. You can skip along, Orthodoxy Pill. You're done.
Yeah, go believe in the globe, retard.
Yeah, you're done. I unmuted you, Rob.
What's up, Alpha? I just seen that. What's up, man?
What's up? Nothing much.
Mhm.
Just hanging out, waiting for the weather. I'm I mean, really, there isn't that much good conversations these days anymore. We just got obfuscators that come into the chat, but nobody else wants to. Okay, so remember, like, you always wanted to start up a challenge, like to have like a flat Earth and globe Earth debate and get the guys from the other server to come here, like
Yeah,
that
hell
that
yeah.
that whole scene. We did 5-on-5, 3-on-3s. Like you missed that. Like I would say by 3 years, dude. Like we were heavy into that, like big time. We were doing
I know
all of that.
everybody. Even Jem tells me all the time. He's like, "You're late,
Yeah.
dude." He's like, "We did all that shit. That's why you guys are all both sides are just like tethered out, man. What do you call it? They don't want to do it no more."
Yeah, you know, even
That's why.
Panda and all them guys. Yeah, they're just there. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck
they don't
that.
want to do it no more either. Yeah, they have no willingness to do it either. They stay in their room. You stay in your room. Whoever comes over, and you play your games. But see, I'm kind of new, so to me, I still want to fight.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
know. I know. I get it, but well, shit. What about modern day debate? Go set something up with those guys. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy to accommodate you. There's always somebody wanting to go over there.
Yeah. I gotta get a computer set up first before I start going to do legit debates. I can't do that shit on my phone.
Well, yeah. Well, fucking shit's pretty cheap on Black Friday, man. Just go snag something.
Oh no, I got plans for it. It's not in the works right this minute, but I got plans for it. I'm gonna do like a studio and shit and do my little thing.
Well, yeah.
I mostly go on live streams. I do the Discords on the live streams on YouTube ain't going on, but I hang out on a lot of live streams. Actually, I don't even bother you guys the most. I bother these other people who believe in some other crazy stuff. Way more than I bother you guys.
Yeah,
I just
know.
think the other stuff, this stuff is cool because it's just I like the characters that are involved in it. On some servers you get some cool characters, man, that are interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure you got some fun drunks in here, right?
Well, we used to. Well, no, take that back. We used to, but then we do kind of get some that straggle on in. So, whatever.
I really do live under a delusion, though. I was told from many people, even from my side, don't ever think that you're gonna win or convince anything. It just isn't about that. But for some reason, I wake up every day. I just think if I, you just gotta one person at a time, man.
You got to ask yourself, why do you care that someone disagrees with you, while also not being able to present anything for them to agree or disagree with?
Shit, Crit. Ask my buddy that question. He'd probably laugh at you, dude. I've always argued. I've always been that way, dude. I gotta be right, man. If I ain't right, I ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm thinking about probably I've done what I could here at the politics. I'm probably gonna hang my hat up here at politics. You guys can keep on trucking here. I'm gonna go back to the server 24/7. I'll be hanging out over there making content.
Hey, get me on banned from there, dude.
I'll see what I can do. I don't know if what were you
It should be
hard banned
Rob
by someone?
Noxious. I was banned by Oakley himself.
Oakley.
That's the wrong server.
That's not the
dude.
wrong. That's not the server I'm talking about.
Oh, which one you going to?
24/7. 24/7.
And it's the Rumble.
Shit, I think you're on there.
No.
He's
No.
not. Yeah, there's a lot of mods in here anyway. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, they don't let me get away with much, dude. I'm about to take off anyways, dude. I don't like to bother you guys too long because then I'll get kicked permanently. I don't want that to happen. I just like to come in, stir you guys up a little bit. I know you guys get all crazy. It's like the other channel, right, where we're at. Fucking Flatty comes in and we salivate. Everybody goes at him. So I know you guys enjoy it, even though you don't say you do. Get him,
That's
guys.
cool.
All right, 24/7. Until the next time, keep it real.
See ya, man.
Take it easy on the Globers, guys.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I'll just sit in the 24/7, man. Kind of show that channel some love. There's nothing doing over there, but I'll see what happens.
Why they tell me shut the fuck up? See,
I don't know, bro.
That's my standpoint.
That's
in
just
life.
yeah, bro. That's messed up.
It's not messed up. It's just I have no idea. Like, what am I gonna do, man? Just
Hey, why is everybody not talking in this
Bruh,
one?
I was doing my biology homework. I just gave up.
You gave up?
Yes.
Why did you give up?
I don't fucking know.
Bro. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, they on the flat earth. I think they're like connecting telepathically. That's why they're not talking. I don't know why they're not
Yeah,
talking.
yeah, we probably are, and yeah, we see right through you already. But go ahead with your globe proof.
With my what? What are you talking about, bro?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Don't kick us out yet. I'm intrigued. So this is a flat earth chat, and I'm trying to understand what does the flat earth have to do with me
shit,
not
it's,
doing
yo,
my
open up,
homework?
open it up, open it up.
Uh-oh.
Hey, JJ, you have water in your I love summer.
Hey, excuse me. Do you guys provide therapy? Listen.
No, they don't listen.
Yes,
bro.
they do.
They're not talking right now.
I think they care.
No.
Need water, nigga.
Then, bro, I don't have.
So you know how like some people need therapy before they die?
Bro, you got your ass exposed,
You know how some people don't take the therapy lessons and then they end up dead?
Nigga, what?
So there's this guy and like he was basically
Bro, I gotta switch this voice channel because they're not.
Yeah, you guys still being cowards in here, believing in globe Earth?
Not really.
Okay, good. I don't believe in neither globe or flat. I believe in another model. And so apparently that means I have no argument, apparently, from some retard that muted me instantly. Didn't let me speak. And then let another retard yell over me. What a bunch of fucking faggots.
Okay, I have to mute you for that because that's a TOS problem. Yeah, I'd rather have just talked to you, but
So it sounds to me like maybe he was thinking of like donut shape or cube shape, you know, and he expected to be taken seriously. Okay.
we couldn't even get that far. He TOS'd himself.
What's the argument?
No argument yet. Although I have a couple arguments.
What's the argument?
Well, it has nothing to do with Earth, but it's just a geometric argument. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Or all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yeah, what's the argument that all?
That's the argument. That
Yeah,
all
what's the argument for the
horizontals.
statement all?
You mean all
Yeah,
horizontals.
what's the argument for that?
If, okay, all horizontals.
I'm asking for the argument for the premise, right? You're making a valid argument. I'm asking for the soundness of it.
If all horizontals are
I'm asking
parallel.
for the justification for the premise.
The definition of horizontal. How about that?
Okay. What's the argument?
Let me say it again.
Yeah.
If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
So are you just giving me a tautology?
All horizontals
If
are
you're saying,
parallel to the
yeah,
plane
that's
of the
just a,
horizon.
well, that's just a tautology then.
Good.
Yeah. So you're just giving me a non-informative statement.
Is there a problem?
You're giving me a non-informative statement.
Do you have a problem with the
There's
argument?
nothing to engage with.
Good day, sir.
Yeah, you're done. You got
Kalam Sagan is back. He had a fun time last night.
What's happened since I left and came back on a glorious bike ride once again? No changes, huh? I see.
Hey guys, so I know this is an unpopular topic, but I had to put in my 2 cents. I is asking, why are you an atheist? What drove you from religion? And I'm just like, I'm gonna put in my 2 cents because I have a nice story to go with it. I was Christian at one point, grew up Catholic, went Christian. Absolutely nothing happened with both of them. You know, the gooey feeling that people say they feel in their chest and their stomach, and the warmness of love and all that stuff. No, I didn't feel any of that. So I'm like, you know what, maybe I'm practicing the wrong religion. So I started exploring different religions, and eventually I came across Wicca, paganism, witchcraft, etc. I was just like, you know what, I'm going to give that a shot, because they say, no, we don't think we're the only religion. Only every other religion says that. We think everybody's right. We think the opposite way of everybody. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I gave it a shot for 2 years because every one of them will tell you it's a practice makes perfect kind of religion. And, you may not see results right away, but, eventually you will. So I gave it a shot for 2 years. Nothing. I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to test if there's anything outside of the physical world, anything outside of the physical realm, so to speak. So, because, witchcraft is all about spiritualism. And I didn't feel anything. I didn't see anything. Nothing happened. So here's what I did. I did the one thing that every religion will tell you not to do. I got a Ouija board. And not just one, I got 2. One of them fresh, brand new from Walmart, and one of them from this old lady who died, and they had a house sale, and she was a practicing spiritualist of some sorts. So I'm just like, well, either a brand spanking new one or a dead old lady who used to practice that stuff. One of those has to work, right? And I'm not joking when I say I've tried them at least 500 times. I looked up better ways to do it, more important ways to do it. I had candles. My room looked like a friggin' bonfire. I had so many candles. And I didn't care if demons came out. I didn't care if evil spirits came out or not. I wanted some sort of proof, some sort of vindication that there was something outside of the physical world. Anything to give me proof. So I know I'm not being stupid when I'm practicing this spirituality shit and nothing's happening. Nothing happened. 500 times, abso-freaking-lutely nothing happened. I looked up better ways to ask them, nothing. And then I started thinking about it sooner. Have you noticed every time people tell ghost stories, like, oh yeah, I have my house is haunted, things go flying off the shelves all the time. If you're a skeptic, you notice that you're the only one who never experiences such things. It's always other people saying, oh yeah, it's true, I've seen it. Well, I haven't.
Hear ye, bring out the globe proof, we demand it now. If thou hast the positive claim, thou best bring their freaking proof, sees.
Just checking for globe proof. Let me know if you found any.
I guess there's no Globers left. Otherwise, they would have brought something by now. I mean, even just today, they would have brought something by now. If it were available to be brought, but it's not, so they have not.
It's weird how they can listen to all the stuff that we say and still think it's a globe. Bronson, do you have any proof that the Earth is a ball? Oh, he just left. I mean, water is flat, horizontal at rest, right? Everybody knows that. What is the problem? Watch too many space movies? It's not that big of a deal. It's just your whole paradigm being shattered. Happens to the best of us. Happened to me.
Gentlemen.
But for the whole thing, central is this though, that like for something to be shattered, it have to have existed in the first place. That's where they have a problem.
Well, it just existed in our minds.
Only in our minds. Yeah, exactly.
Interpretation? Interesting.
No wonder they don't have a measurement because it's only in their mind. How do you measure that?
All that's really being shattered is an idea. That's okay. We can let those go and reformulate.
Interpretate? I like it.
Globe's never done anything for you anyway. Just let it go. All it's done is actually get in your way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. You said let it go. It sounded like a Frozen Disney. I thought you were gonna finish the song.
I'm actually writing songs at the moment, so I'm kind of in a lyrical headspace.
All right, let's do it. Okay, what you got?
Something
I can help you.
totally off topic.
You got a beat?
Yes. Got a
Yeah.
track. Yeah,
Okay.
working on
Like guitar, drums. What do you like? Piano?
got a whole
Here.
production going here.
All right, let's do it.
I don't think I'll play it because I'll be doxing myself basically.
Oh shit! You're good. You're good. I'm out.
I do want to release it, so I'll probably just keep it separate from my flat Earth activities. I mean, you know, you got to have some marketing sense. Plus, you'll just steal my lyrics anyway, so I'm gonna hoard them.
Right.
Just crushing a few cans and trying to crank out some words, hopefully just listening in for some globe proof. They just kind of come in here and play games with us too, like that goon guy who was in here like half an hour ago. Like, justify that premise. All horizontals are parallel. Yeah, justify that. It's just like, I don't know. They just start questioning really obvious, simple shit. And just throwing everything in the question. Solipsism. Like, you wouldn't have to do that if you could just say, look, we measured it. That ocean is certainly dropping away from you. Look, there it is. You know, it would just be one and done, just like that. But of course, I preach to the choir just to fill air. Just a bunch of flat aware folks in here right now. Is this what it's come to? No Globers left. I mean, we got Eggshells, but I mean, he basically knows. He can LARP as good as an actual flat earther. Actually, that would be some good listening. Let's have Eggshells with his flat earth act up against the next Glober. That's always a blast.
Isn't that previously known as Sisyphus?
No, that's rolling my boulder.
Rolling Boulder. Sorry, forgive me for mistaking you there.
Shells is like an Aussie.
I know. I've spoken to Eggshells before. Actually, we've had some long discussions. Going years back. Right, Eggshells? I think he plays guitar too. He got drunk one night. Are you there, Eggshells? Or flat?
Or was that Zanuck? Or is it both of them?
An Aussie.
Shells is, Zanuck is not.
Yeah, I know. Eggshells is a set as an Aussie. I know. That's what I thought. From the Lizard of Oz.
Yeah, the Lizard of Oz.
No, it's the Lizard of Oz. I just copyrighted it, so there's that.
I can't even steal it anymore.
I'll let you borrow it though for a small fee. You can lease a piece of it from me.
Oh, thanks.
That sounded like a sales pitch if I ever heard it rhymed and everything. Okay, Sonny. Sonny's on a roll. No, maybe not. I'm getting a little tired. It's nearing my bedtime quite fast. That means it's past freaking 8 o'clock. Just now.
It's that West Coast for you.
I'm having eggnog with some pumpkin spice on it.
Nice.
Pumpkin pie spice is the best because it has a bunch of different, it has like clove and cinnamon, maybe ginger.
Did you add any rum?
No, I don't drink.
Oh. I thought you were having wine one time when we were in chill chat.
No, I used to drink beer.
Okay.
I was drinking beer then. I don't drink anymore. I quit. I'm abstinent from beer, any alcohol or drugs other than the greenery.
Fair.
That's it. So it's a minimizing. It's a harm reduction.
Yeah. That's probably for the best. Sounds like a good road to take.
Yeah,
Me, I'm having a couple cans at the moment.
Well, look, I did that for many, many years, and look, if it just doesn't work anymore, then it just doesn't work anymore. So that's the whole ticket. If it's still working, then I have no problems. Like 80% of the population doesn't have a problem. Only 20% or less. It's probably less. Probably not like 1 out of 10 people have a problem with it, like alcohol, and 2 out of 10 have alcohol and or drug addiction. So only 2 out of 10 have some kind of addiction problem. The rest of the 80% don't.
I think that people get used to using it as a coping mechanism. A crutch. Then addiction sets in.
Well, you're absolutely right, and there's a lot of studies that are being done on the social aspect and the family heredity, and also trauma like PTSD, how linked closely that is to alcoholism or drug addiction, or both. Traumas, multiple traumas, like people that are in the battleground, like me and others that were actually like overseas.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I can see turning to the bottle after that for sure.
Well, I was in a battleground on the streets. I grew up in St. Louis in the
That'll
70s.
do it too.
The wild, wild Midwest, literally. You could expect to get shot, stabbed, or run over by a hot rod at any moment, literally. Shit, you not. It's not like your usual place in like suburbia San Diego, that's for damn sure.
Well,
Even
that's it. I've been convinced to drink my horrors away.
Well, that'll work as long as it works. If it continues working, then my hat's off to you, sir.
Yeah, it works.
Well, it used to work for me, like I said, for a very long time. until it didn't work anymore. And I first got sober when I was 36 after 23 years of nonstop drinking, hardly a sober breath during any of that 23 years. I literally have years that I don't remember. Years in the 70s where there's only glimpses of that entire year. The rest is just blacked out.
Yeah, and also that was the 70s, so that was like a pretty common thing.
Exactly. So it's just the way it was. Not that way anymore. But I don't care. I'm healthier than I've been almost in my entire life, and I plan to get even healthier. I bet I could ride 200 miles in the shape I'm in right now. I probably need to rest a couple of times through, but I could ride 200 miles if my charge held up. My bike will probably do 80 miles on one charge.
Yeah, you always got to balance it with staying active.
Absolutely. If I'm going to live 3 or 4 more decades, look, I'm only 65. That's middle age, folks.
We got to get
Only
those
5
biblical
years.
lifespans back, god damn it.
Well, I'm gonna live to 95 at least, so maybe 115 if I can make it that far. But we're guaranteed 120, so I don't see why I wouldn't be able to go till I was 120.
Just give me a cool 300. Just 300, how about?
I don't
That's
see
all the
anybody-
time I need.
I don't think anybody's going to have that anytime in the near future.
No, I know.
Yeah, maybe when you cross over to the other side, whatever that might mean. But the earth is a spiritual thing where that's where the Glovers got it wrong. They think it's about religion, but people come to the creator because they discover earth is what it is. I came to a different conception of the creator, and now I don't have to believe. It's told that it is the way it is, and that's the way it is when I experience it. Yeah, including the gas pressure. It tells how that was created. So it's not religion, it's a spiritual reckoning, a spiritual consciousness that occurs when you start trying to only find the truth no matter what it costs you. And that could be figuratively or literally what it costs you. If you're only interested in the truth, you will sacrifice whatever you have to find the truth. If not, you're just a parrot for something. Parrot for already designated paradigm that's been planted in your mind by all the medias you've ever seen, and that's not your intelligence. So yeah, they've come up with all sorts of things. That's what was brought up a couple days ago here, I think, or yesterday when I came on. Might have been the day before. I was up like a really long time, but anyway, yeah, they would create all kinds of things, including the aliens, to divert your attention away from what's really going on, and that think about it. That's all that is. It goes right along with the fake moon landings and all that other crap. It's just the earlier version were aliens, and then all this other weird crap started coming out later, much, much later.
Just more lore to reinforce the sci-fi paradigm people think they're in.
Yeah, it is sci-fi. It totally is sci-fi. The whole thing. The alien lore, that's the next wave. That's what's happening now. People are just infatuated by it. They think there's actual aliens coming from these so-called planets, which are just lights in the sky. And no one has ever been there to measure them if it's terra firma or not. But I doubt it. What kind of terra firma exhibits like flashing lights and undulating light patterns as if they're under a pool? right?
You know what's a fun question to ask now is when they bring their spectroscopy arguments, if you just ask them if they accounted for the container when they're looking at the spectra, they get really mad.
Well, their spectroscopy unit is in a container. It's like a contained unit, and it's inside of a laboratory. And it's like, from what I understand, it's all really as closely monitored and controlled as far as the environment.
Well, I mean, they're assuming a vacuum of outer space, right? But of course, as we know, there's got to be some containment for the gas pressure. So whatever that container is, if those things are all beyond it, it would have to be affecting the spectra. So you just ask them, did you factor that in any way? And then it's going to go straight to the third question.
I know. They skip outside. That's what they do with gravity. Then they skip outside the realm of existence into some other
Because
place.
whatever the container is would be contaminating all of that, wouldn't it?
Well, just the existence of the container means their system they're talking about is clearly out of the realm of this realm.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and only in the realm of someone's imagination, like we keep saying, a mental abstract conceptualization. Like they always talking about formulas, looking up at the sky and then imagining all these things, then insert a formula here, boom. Then imagine more things, then insert some more data, boom. They just re-support what they've already said to themselves.
Made up crap in, made up crap out.
Exactly. So they're fact checking their own facts based upon the ones they made before. What kind of fact checking is that? That's ridiculous. What a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah, but I need a citation for horizontals being parallel to one another. I can believe all this other stuff, all these other leaps of logic, but all these things in the sky can't verify. But as soon as you say something like horizontals are parallel, I need that validated.
How about, every elevation, the horizontal is the same based on sea level. Your water level is mimicking and parallel to all the sea levels of any shoreline, which all have the same horizontal and all have the same perpendicular or zenith. It's the same direction. Out at the horizontal, it never goes below zero or the horizon itself, which you can barely resolve anything at that, like at any certain distance, even with magnification with the human eye. Just don't have a long enough focal point. You would have to have a huge lens, like AI was always saying before. Probably still is. So there's no way. It's just they're by leaps and bounds, they're totally off, like they're off the reservation with all of their crap. They really are. Think about what they're looking at and saying that's billions of light years. Like, how are they measuring the first light year or the first mile? Why don't they just go work on that? Because you can't even see an aircraft at 5 miles out. So they're just deceived on all fronts.
What explanatory power does the flat Earth model have?
It explains why the horizon is too far for the ocean to be curved.
Yeah, that comports with the round Earth model.
In what way?
I'm
So
sorry.
the ocean being too far, given the claims that the so-called round Earth model comports with the so-called round Earth model?
Yeah, you're just mistaken of what the round Earth model is.
Would you be able to explain?
Oh yeah, yeah, I can. Horizons. Oh, did you want me to answer, or did you want to continue preaching? I can mute myself if you want to continue preaching.
Yeah, just explain.
Oh no, no worries, no worries. Do you want to keep on preaching? It's all good. All right, I'll be right back.
Preach it, brother. You're the one preaching. So we're listening to your lore. We don't have one. You're trying to force us into a model right away. So then you want to blast right past that.
Yeah. Just explain how the geometry of the globe not being observed comports with the globe. Go ahead.
All right, I'm back. You guys done preaching, or are you ready?
No,
to
just asking you a question. That's all.
Oh, you're still preaching. All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Be right back.
Yeah, so just go ahead and explain how the geometry of the globe not being observed is something that comports with the globe. That's all I need to hear. You can preach it. Go on. Take it. Take the stand. Oh, he's scared now. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just go back to talking.
Scaredy pants. Yeah, so anyway, no proof of the globe in any situation. Like no technology uses it at all anywhere that we can see of anyone. Like even all their authorities that they're praying to on this altar of scientism.
You know that the globe is like a mental construct, right, Ham? It's not something outside that you live on. It's not tangible. It's in your head, not outside. That's why when we look for one of those curved oceans, you have to give us a fish story about refraction.
Exactly. Which is just giving away your geometric.
All right, I'm back. You guys ready to have a conversation, or you still want to preach?
Well, we asked you some questions. You didn't want to answer, so.
Okay, go ahead. Ask the question.
Well, we already did. How many times do you want me to ask it?
Oh yeah, I just forgot because after you preach,
Oh, goldfish memory span. Yeah, you're probably not the one.
No worries. So what was the question?
You don't know after it was said to you like 3 times?
No, after you guys start preaching, I just
you're not really the one then. You don't seem very competent. That's okay.
No worries. So
Yeah.
so what explanatory power does the flat Earth model have?
Well, it explains why the horizon is further than it would be if the ocean was curving.
Oh well, that comports with the round Earth model.
Oh, so the ocean,
Do you guys
so the
understand
horizon
how
being
light-
further than it would be if the ocean is curving comports with a curving ocean.
Yeah, so it actually does curve in line with the round Earth model. Do you guys know why
So that's a
lights work?
claim. Well, that's a claim.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Oh, I just know that. How do planes?
Wait, you just
how
know
do
that?
planes work?
You can't whistle past that. So,
Oh, I just did.
so the
Tell us how
horizon
you
then,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, what's the question?
Well, the horizon then would have to be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? On the ball that we're said to be living on, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the Earth curvature calculator, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so what if it's way further than that?
It doesn't matter.
Why not?
Why doesn't it matter?
That's just what's the word? Not a prediction. That's an estimate. I don't really care about that.
No, why
How do
don't you
planes
tell us
work under
why?
your view?
Why don't you tell us exactly why it doesn't matter?
Oh, I
You
just
didn't-
I just told you it's an estimate. So how do planes work under your view?
An estimate of what?
An estimate of the curvature of the Earth. How do planes
That
work
was
under your
never
view?
measured. How was it observed?
Oh, it's observed by being predicted. How do planes work under
That's
your
not
view?
an observation. Making a prediction, though.
Predicted by a calculation?
Yeah. How do planes work under your view?
Yeah, it's not going to work, Cam. We're not going to let your red herring away. So you've said that there is a geometric horizon, that oceans are curved. Now we want proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that occurs. Oh, well, you can go
Yeah,
outside
no,
right now.
well, actually, it doesn't occur. Let me show you 1 sec.
Yeah, you're gonna do the one white image with the boats.
If it did
right?
occur, you would show us where. You would show us
Yeah.
where.
So
it
how do
occurred.
planes? So how do
You would
planes
show
work
us
under your
if
view?
it did occur. You would show us where it occurred and how it occurred, and exactly the ifs, ands, buts, and the cause. Like
Oh, I
how
just
it
did. You can go outside right now. I just went to.
No. You show us where
I
it's
just did.
been cited that it's been observed.
Oh
in the
yeah,
way that
sure.
you're saying. Yeah.
Oh,
show
sorry.
us
Did
that.
you want an answer, or did you want to continue
No,
preaching?
I want a citation.
Did you want an answer, or did you want to continue preaching?
I don't want to answer. I said a citation.
Oh, you do. So you do want an answer. Okay, so
No,
you
I want a
should stop cutting me
citation. I
off.
want you to post it in the text
Hello,
chat. I don't want you babbling.
Can you hear
I don't
me?
want you
Wait, am
babbling
I
pie
testing
hole.
1 2 3?
No, I
Testing 1
can't
2
hear
3.
you. No,
Oh,
sorry.
heretic,
can't
can you hear me? Heretic, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I guess I'm muted. Hold on, I'll go in and out.
You're
That's
not.
the only reason why you'd be over talking me. So I'll go in and out 1 second.
You hear your blabbermouth. But you're not saying anything worthwhile or anything that with validity.
So I should be stopped. I should not be overtalked again since my mic is working now. Sorry for that, guys.
You could be
Anyway,
overtalked. As long as
so
you're
what was
being
the
a
question?
dimwit, you can be overtalked. So you're being.
Oh wait.
Oh,
Oh, did you want to continue preaching? Okay, I'll be right back then. All right.
this could go on all night. This is pretty fun. It's like
Well-
It's like babbling.
Just mute
freaking
him as soon as he
over.
comes back, man.
Yeah, do that.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the ocean here. He says that we do see what's predicted. That would be a 2.3 mile horizon in this case. We got mile markers, the furthest one being at 11.2 miles. We see the horizon further than that. So, I mean, all that shit that he said is out the window. So I don't know what you're going to do about this, Ham. It looks like a big problem for your paradigm.
And he says it's just an estimate, the size we use to launch rockets into space and all the other stuff.
Just an
Yeah, just
estimate.
an estimate. You know, if this is a geometric horizon that we're looking at, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves, this would be an apparent radius of something like 90,000 miles. It's a bit far out from what's been claimed.
More like 264,000.
That's the Black Swan. I gave him the Rampion one. I think that's like around 90.
Yeah,
I'll double check. I'll do it later.
90,000 feet. That's 100,000 feet.
I know it's a way off from what they're saying it is. It doesn't comport at all. He just said it did, and then he wanted to talk about planes because, you know, it's not going to work out if he stays there on the geometry question.
Yeah, they refuse to look at the floor. Like they refuse.
They fly right past that point. They jump past it.
Oh yeah, it comports perfectly. Well, what do you mean? You need a ball that's like.
All right, I'm back. It looks like the other guy muted himself, so I shouldn't be overtalked anymore. Heretic, what citation do you have to suggest that anything within that image is true? Literally a single word.
Okay, that's from John D. So I'll give you the video.
John D.
That all
Is that a
comes from.
scientific researcher?
Yeah, he's a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he did all this. So
Oh,
I'll give
what
you.
relevance
I'll
does
give you
that have
I'll
to
give you the
whether or not-
original source. All right. Just one
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, no
I'm
worries.
giving you- yeah,
Well,
that's fine.
my mic is faulty, so I know that's why you're talking still.
I don't really care.
But
though. I don't.
yeah,
really
no worries. My mic should work now. I
Shut your
fixed it.
mouth, you silly
No
bitch.
worries. I
Fuck.
fixed it.
It's not going to work for long because
Oh,
I'm going to be
I
muting it
fixed
in a
my
second.
mic. Oh, did I not fix it? Hold on, let me unmute.
Yeah, I'm
and
going
then
to be muting it in a second, so it's
There you
not
go.
going to work.
Oh,
for too
okay,
much
well, it's
longer.
working. So what scientific qualifications does he have?
I already told you he's a PhD.
What relevance does that
Spectrophotometry.
have to whether?
Sorry?
Sorry, what relevance does that have to whether or not?
Well, because he does laser tests and stuff like that. His specialty is light, right? Spectrophotometry. So, I mean, I gave you the citation, the source from, the video that observation is from, the argument, everything, all the details you could want about it are there. So go ahead, take a look, or don't. You probably just want to ignore it instead. So, anyway, what do you have to say about what I showed you?
Oh, my mic is working again. Awesome. Yeah. So is this peer reviewed? Is this YouTube video peer reviewed?
No, I don't think so. Probably not.
Is it in a journal? Can his
I don't know.
observations be
Probably
replicated?
not. Probably
Can his
not. I just love the
his
YouTube video.
observations can't be replicated?
What
Yeah,
journal?
we could replicate them. We could give you another
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry. Can you show me a paper where they replicate?
No. So just answer to what we've given you here.
Yeah, why don't you do your own research, bro?
Yeah. So it sounds to me that you don't have any scientific basis to what you're saying.
Well, it's not a science question. Science is about cause and effect. This is just geometry. So why would there be scientific so-called basis?
Geometry. That's all. Just geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you saying?
Yeah, Ham, you're in a category error. You realize that, right?
Yeah. The next time you mute, I'll just leave. But
I don't really care. You're not
yeah, no
not really that valuable to this forum, so just go ahead. All right.
Bye.
Yeah. What was there someone on there a minute ago? I don't remember. Not very memorable, whatever it was. A dime a dozen Glover, that's all that was. Too funny though. All right. Any other Glovers want to step right up? You're next. Please do.
See, this is what I was saying before he came here. All they do is play games. Stupid games. Just throw everything into question.
It's always word games and gymnastics, man.
Yeah.
I know. He's
Where's
like,
the peer review?
am I still muted? Oh.
Why don't you be a peer and go out to the ocean and see for yourself if it does what we're showing you here? Like, do you, like
Yeah, he didn't say he did that. Did he say that?
you think these are fabricated images? I mean, everything in here, it's verifiable. You can check the coordinates of the wind turbines and the coordinate of the guy taking the video and everything. Like, what do you want?
What's wrong with these people?
No, and then they just start straight up lying, right? Like their brain just fucking throws a block right into it.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to throw reality out. Like, okay, all right, you can throw everything that we just showed you into doubt, but it's something that you could easily replicate on your own. You could go to a lake or an ocean. You could try all of this for yourself. Bodies of water are available for you to look at. I mean, if you're going to have that level of skepticism where now you can't even trust a video by a guy at a beach, something not really extraordinary to claim.
There's so many things you can look at to see perspective.
I know. Like, this is testable by you. I mean, we're being generous by even providing them with an argument, to be honest, because they have the claim that goes against our axioms.
Well, so far the only thing I've heard is refraction, and that's about the only answer they got for that.
Which is an excuse for why reality doesn't look the way they say it is.
I agree.
But, I mean, we can all just... When they say refraction, they're agreeing with you that it looks flat, basically, is what they're doing. They're conceding that, yeah, we don't see the world as I say it is.
Yep.
So, there it is. That's the axiom that we all know. The Earth seems flat, seems motionless. You say it's not. Okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah.
How did you
Discworld.
prove that it's not what it seems to be?
Everybody's figured out it's Discworld by now. I like how this channel's finally dying now that we can figure out Discworld rather than, oh, it's only flat. Oh, it's only globe. It's like,
You wish it was dying. Wishful thinking.
well, I'm not saying it's dying. I might have said dying. I meant, you know, it's been going pretty strong. It's a little shorter now, so the list of people in here, this topic
At this moment.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's the
come on.
lowest I've ever seen it in probably 6 months, which is that's impressive as hell. That is,
People
that is
get
so
stuck
impressive.
here, dude, just like yourself, man. You just keep coming back, right?
Savor this. Savor this moment,
Well,
Clover.
Like, how many
think
times
about-
have you been in here, bro? I've seen you in here a whole bunch, man.
Oh yeah, well I'm everywhere,
What?
but
Yeah, you come in here quite a bit, man. And so does everybody else that fucking wants to fucking spout off about how they know what the fuck it is.
I'm chrono present on a lot of parts of this server. But
I
yeah,
get it, but I see you in here, man, quite a bit.
yeah, absolutely, because I love solving problems. I love games. I love riddles. I love.
So why do
solving
you think we can see too
I
far?
love eureka moments. Why do I think we can see too what?
Too far.
Too far, like in the sky?
Yeah, in the distance, man.
That's a really good question.
Yeah,
I haven't heard that brought up. That's a really good one, actually.
Oh, you've had a eureka moment in your entire life.
So
would
from
say-
the math, brother, they say we should see like 3 to 5 miles max, and then it should be just we're looking in the air, right? Because the curve would be dropping off.
Right. Well, I would say that whatever we could see would. All right. I'll just say I'll give it the foam foundation because I've been reading a lot about this stuff, and I'll just say I'm gonna go with foam here, and I'm gonna say that it's conical invertations.
Like we have
That-
cameras that you can zoom 50 miles across a distance right now, bro. So you can see 50 miles. You know how much curve that is?
That's a good. Well, It
50
depends,
miles we
right?
can see, bro.
Well,
And
see,
you can see the bottom right to the bottom of the picture, right? Like nothing's cut off.
well, I think the bigger question is water, right? Truly, like, what does it mean to be sea level? Truly, right? I don't think that's. I think it might be
I think the big question is
fake
it a ball or
news.
isn't it, right? Like if it is a ball and it is the size that they say it is, which it needs to be for orbital mechanics and gravity and everything else, then it's a lie, dude.
Yeah.
Sea level is a point.
No, I
It's
mean,
not a surface.
Like we got 70% water making a ball in a vacuum of space, man. Like what the fuck?
vacuum of space.
Yeah,
How
we're in
could
the
you?
vacuum.
You know what's even stranger is that we can trust our eyes when we see a vacuum, right? Like, oh, the things we see, like I would say all the stars in the sky would more likely not be their own entities, but reflections of our own cities and metropolises that we have
Who
here.
knows what they are, right?
Well,
We don't know. I guarantee that, man.
uh, no, we are the stars, though. Like, that's the fact
Are
that we
we?
can observe them. Well, it's the classic God is one problem, right? It's like you've got
And then
if
there's the whole
you
motion thing, right, bro? We're moving in 4 different vectors at once right now, man, and we don't feel a fucking thing. You can say that we've been living with this and
I'll
we're
do you one
used to it,
better.
but
You know, this I do like I really appreciate this channel because I thought the other day I was able to imagine what it would be like if gravity is actually inverted, if actually I am not being pulled down, but rather I am being pushed. Right? Like actually like so I'm
Wouldn't be
gravity
either.
works completely different than what we would think it is. We've been
Well,
completely the reason why we don't get gravity is because it's different than what we really think it
in
is.
the ball paradigm, it shouldn't be a push or a pull because according to Einstein, it's a pseudo force, right? The curvature of space time, nothing is actually being pushed or pulled on.
Nothing is
No,
still pushed
it's the
or
underlying
pulled.
fabric of space time that causes the effect. There's
No,
no actual force.
Einstein was like Hitler's pseudonym or some shit. Like that guy.
And I'm
He's
not saying that I'm not a proponent of Einstein myself. I'm just saying that if you're a religious, globe guy, then that's what you should go with.
a religious globe guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's what that one dude, that creationist dude. Oh, that fuck! Ah, god damn it! I knew there was something I wanted to ask. It was the fuck. Damn it! Oh, I kept thinking Dave Smith. Fucking 5G bullshit. Fucking suppression. I finally get it in there. Damn it! Oh, that burns my boots. What the fuck is that guy? Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta get Zerka to fight that guy. I gotta get Zerka to like debate him. Oh, that would have been so good. Oh, that's such. I gotta remember that one. It's interesting because he's a creationist, right? And he thinks the world is only 6,000 years old.
Yeah, but he thinks it's a ball in space too.
Right? Yeah. So that's the guy that you're the
It's kind
the
of silly.
the
They really
Jesus
need the
figure.
timescales for the ball, don't
The-
they? Like, how do they justify 6,000 years if it's a ball in space?
The J sphere, the sphere. Yeah, French is weird. Fuck French, man. Yeah. But yeah, because you got to think about how all of our history has been a series of give and takes, and our languages have too, and also our science and our religion, right? We can say that there were proto-religions, proto-sciences. Religion was a proto-science. Understandings of things change over time. And that includes the very essence of reality. So right now, I would rather try to think of something that hasn't been thought before, right? Really delve in that unknown, rather than try to think about something worse.
Yeah, since nobody's talking, I'd figure I'd go ahead and mic up. And, the guy said that the channel's slow right now. And, figured this would be a good time for me to say something. Man, if I would have found this place in like 2012, I would have been like coming in here like every day and clowning on these flat earthers, because if the earth is a globe, right? If the earth is actually a globe, man, it would be so easy to clown on these flat earthers. Like, it would be 24/7 clown on flat earthers. But you know what? As soon as I had to start invoking like dark matter, black holes, dark energy, dark gravity, refraction, and then one of my favorites, gruffraction, I think that I would like realize that you can't really clown on flat earthers, because unfortunately the earth doesn't present itself as a globe, and that's why they say refraction so often. That sounds like an excuse to me as to why the earth looks flat but is somehow actually a globe. So I guess with all the funding in the world, the biggest, most powerful country in the world couldn't fund a lie long enough to make everyone in the world believe it. And it reminds me of a Buddhist quote: 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Thanks.
That's pretty good. Yeah. The moon, it allows us to kind of really feel like the negative, the inverted sun, right? That inverted light, that refracted light.
You can feel moonlight?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
With your feelers?
I'm a very sensitive person. I'm incredibly, Westworld, they got the character stats, that tablet, like I got sensitivity turned way up. Savoir faire too, so if you want to play some Rocket League. That's why I like this channel. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Well, I like to just try to keep taking it further, right? So, okay, let's go unknown. I like to think about the like say Minecraft versus Dyson Sphere program or Kerbal Space Program, right? They call them programs, right? But you've got 2 general mathematical engines, foundations, houses, so to speak, programs, obviously, that simulate both, right? Both a flat reality and a globular reality, so to speak. And it's interesting that they work, right? Like both work very well. There's no, or else they wouldn't play them, right? If the simulations were failures, then we wouldn't know about them. We wouldn't play them, right? So then how could it be both, truly, right?
Well, it can't be both. It has to be one or the other. It's a true dichotomy. If the earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
No, and then when you get into the space shit, like all of it's CGI, man. Like you want to see real space stuff, it's impossible.
Well, it's not like we can go there. See, the thing with flat earthers, even though we don't have like this massive budget, what does NASA budget, like 60-70 million dollars a day or something crazy like that? And it's not enough, apparently. Flat earthers, we don't have like any funding. But you can go out to the ocean and check it yourself.
NASA is derivative of Nazi, right? Like rocketry and testing the very curves and edges of our space, right? Like I think everybody can agree, like we've all seen planes, right? Like they don't not exist. If you've ever seen a highway, you can be like, oh yeah, right? So humans can go this fast, right? 2,000 years ago, the only way you could only hit terminal velocity. That was it, right? In which case you would bounce. You'd be you'd become like a rubber ball of paste. Interesting.
But it's almost like a joke. Like, you just see the India moon landing? It was like a fucking Atari game, dude.
Yeah, you'd think they could have made it look better, right? Like, I don't know. I've seen some really good.
Like, what the fuck?
I've seen
We
some really
can't have
good
no
AI.
video, dude.
I've seen better AI of fake moon landings than I have of their claim to be actual moon landings. It was the same thing with that the alien reveal, the tiny aliens, the tiny
Well, wait a
dusty
minute, I gotta
ass
call you out
aliens
there. I
in
disagree.
Mexico.
Like, how do you tell if a $100 bill is a fake? Right?
It doesn't matter.
No, it matters. You can
No, it
tell
doesn't.
if a $100 bill is fake if you have an authentic $100 bill, and you compare it to this, suspected counterfeit $100 bill, and then you can tell. Well, with the moon landing, you've never been there. Nobody has, except for a handful of people that are in their 60s and 70s now. And these people have allegedly seen the authentic moon landing, but none of us ever have. We've seen it on some like really shoddy recordings, right? And the deal is that with a $100 bill, you can spot a counterfeit easily, but if you've never seen the actual moon up close, what does an authentic moon landing actually look like?
I don't know. I'm really into AI, so I like to think that okay. So if we can simulate such things and physically simulate rocketry, like I think people understand that moving very fast is achievable now. So flat or round, what does this prove? Right? Well, machines and gears and exponential gears and explosive fuel that can run at that can blast ass so fast and hard, right?
238,000 miles in 3 days. So in 72 hours, 238,000 miles. How did they slow down? They got brakes? They got air brakes?
Oh, and that's the thing, dude. Like 2-3 days and we're to the moon, and it's what, like 50 years later?
Well, so to take foam into account, right? Because that's I gotta settle on foam. I hate that it's SpongeBob, but it's just true. But foam is most likely. Like think about it. Think about it in say you're playing World of Warcraft, right? Or GTA, and you're in your crew. You're on that open world map, or Minecraft even. There becomes a time where you can't see them anymore, right? They do disappear at some point. They can no longer be rendered effectively. So, if you're no longer rendered, are you really there? Now,
Yeah, no, I'm not into this stuff, dude.
well, right. So let's say, because that's what the Soviets said. You remember the original findings of blasting off into space, at least what we were told, what the Soviets have said, and what they also claim, obviously. But we do. It is interesting that America, who was fighting them pretty hard, we had our own rockets, right? And lasers,
When were we
It's
fighting
like-
the Soviets?
Well, no, this is space race shit. So you really think space race, right? So Yuri and all those guys, they hit space. They didn't they didn't fare too well. They didn't come back. What I mean? Those monkeys, those animals we send, like, and if they did, obviously they didn't go fast enough. But if they left, then I think we have predictions of where they could be, right? But when you look up in the sky, they're clearly no longer rendered. You cannot see them. They are too far gone, right? So either you are well into the firmament, right? Which you could say is just the le void of space.
How could you
right?
say that without a container? How do you have a
Uh,
void? How do you create a vacuum without a container?
so containers are specific to time. Time.
What?
Once you've left time, right? So containers and time are very, very close knit.
This
I hate it
guy's
when
living in
people-
the moment here, man.
I hate it when people bring up time. Time is the most convoluted thing that you could possibly imagine. And there's no way to like pinpoint about this concept what it really is, what it isn't. It's something that we could argue about till we're blue in the face until the end of time. It's like, what is a point? Point out a point to me. Show me a point. It's just a concept.
End of time.
What does
How-
that mean?
How
Have you ever experienced that? Describe it.
Well, death, when you die, that is the end
No,
of your
time
time.
keeps going.
That is the end of your time. When
Your
you
time is
die,
another
your
concept.
time is up. It
Where is
click
the time in
ding.
the soda can
Beep beep
container?
beep beep. You're beep 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 beep. That's it. Your time is up. Your time is now
Can we
up. You no longer exist.
Can we get back to the container? How do you have a vacuum or void, as you said, without a container? Talking about the void of space. Allegedly, deep space is, almost a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr. How would you accomplish that right next to a solar system with a giant ball of gas known as the sun made of helium and hydrogen, and atmospheres like the Earth, and not to mention Jupiter and the other gas giants? How would you have a vacuum anywhere near a gas giant? Lumpy gas in the middle of a vacuum, no container. Is this where you invoke the pseudo force
A
known as gravity?
a silicone foam. Something similar. It would have to be
Silicone.
I like Get
silicone.
Piet's one. Liquid
Dirt
fucking
foam.
helium.
Foam.
Are you talking about
Super
dirt
liquid
foam?
helium.
Yeah, super liquid helium, and then we could distill some dark matter and make a really potent drink. Talk about moonshine. Hell no. We're talking about starshine, baby.
What Jupiter's claimed to be, a large portion of it. Super
I want, give me that nuke juice.
Yeah, Jupiter's supposed to be a lumpy ball of gas. And we say, get this straight, flat earthers say that it's light in the sky. And they're the crazy ones.
Well, so let's do the math here, because I think everybody still kind of believes in math, right? There's not a lot of people who are like, actually 2 isn't dos. Or
doesn't
something.
believe in math,
right?
bro?
We all agree on that, right? Okay, so
Well, no, not exactly, because when they talk about singularities and black holes, they divide by 0. I want you to ask an astrophysicist with a straight face why they divide by 0.
that's the inverse canonical event. You're inverting a canonical event. So they're quite literally living in the dream world, right? That's what the math represents, wholly and
Oh, I agree.
like yeah,
I agree.
no. Which is impressive. That's cool. Go ahead, right? We'll see where it
Yeah,
goes.
my dreams, I can fly, literally, like
Yeah,
Neo.
right. Yeah.
Literally, seriously, I have incredibly lucid dreams. And, you can do the math. How much, force would it take for me to jump over a building with a single bound?
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with reality? Nobody can do that.
Yeah. Oh, I would just have to jump hard enough. If I just jumped hard enough, I got it. And sometimes I would get it, and it was great. But yeah, there was. But I think even the creationist, right, 6,000 years old planet. I think even then we can still kind of agree. We're like, all right, yeah, if enough people within 6,000 years all fart and shit, and all the animals that they eat all fart and shit so much, and it breaches, or so to speak, maybe creates a bifurcation in our so-called atmosphere or firmament, what have you, then yeah, maybe if to call Jupiter a gas giant, right? Well, why is it a gas giant? What is it? Why is it us? Why is it so massive? If it is all of our farts, right? Have our farts truly traveled that far, or is it something else entirely, right? Like, could the water of Neptune be like, oh, everybody's like, oh, Earth water, oh, it's so great. It's like, do we really even know? Like, okay, so you use spectrometer, right? Spectrometry, that Cosmos thing, because like the Cosmos show was really good for the time, but I tried rewatching Cosmos. I was like, damn, this kind of sucks. Like, they're straight up proselytizing science, right? Which is to me some kind of like, that is some satanic shit. I even feel that the word Satan like is very in line with science. Satan. Like, I feel that.
You're filibustering. Stop. You're kind of going a little everywhere. It's a bit of word salad. So let me
Yeah.
address the last thing you said, right?
Yeah,
Because
go
that
ahead.
was interesting. So you're talking about proselytizing, right? When people like spread their religion, like the Catholics call them like, what do they call them? Not agents, missionaries. Yeah, they're on a mission, right? Go out and convert everybody or kill who doesn't convert and get everybody to pay their tithe and their tax to Rome, right? Well, that's
Cancel them on
exactly what.
Facebook.
Hold on, let me finish. That's
Yeah, go ahead.
exactly what's going on today. Like, they want you to pay your, tithing and, basically give your belief system to these Jesuit colleges. And you used to could look it up, like how many colleges are Jesuit funded. And it was on Wikipedia, and it was a huge list, but they don't actually advertise that shit anymore. But it's basically a new day, right? There's still sun worshippers. There's still people that are pushing this Kabbalistic worldview that everything just sprang up out of the rocks millions of years ago, and all the life you see here, all the different organisms here on this plane, just happened to be lucky wind and magical time, and eventually it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and it washed down into the puddles and into the soup, and that's how we see life. And everything here just random happy little accident, and happy little trees sprouted out, but trees aren't really trees, they're actually grass, but they evolved, so they're evolved grass. And people aren't really man like the Bible says, mankind. They're actually humans, and humans have different rights than God-given rights, because human rights can be given and taken away. And God-given rights, well, I think people would actually fight for that if they were pushed far enough. So yeah, it is satanic. Yeah, it really
Oh
is.
yeah, yeah.
Totally satanic. The ball, this
Yeah, ball.
information war that we
Well,
find ourselves in.
think too, right? Like, imagine you're a premium autistic scientistico and you're trying to tell a tribal man about geometry, and it's a ball. Like the familial people, the people of the earth, of the land, of Gaia, of Eden, will just the ball. It's like, yeah, okay, it's a ball. Like, why go further,
Do you
right?
know why the natives danced in a circle around their fire, kicking up
Why?
dust?
Isn't that it felt good?
No, it's because it created a vortex, and the heat causes the dust particles to rise up into the atmosphere, and that's how we cloud seed today, except for we use planes. We don't
Yeah.
use vortex, fire, cloud seeding anymore. So I
Yeah.
think you misjudged the natives a little bit. They're far more
We got
in
hyper.
tune with nature
No.
and
That's
reality.
yeah, but that's modern native. I'm talking about ancient native.
Bro, ancient natives dance around the campfire.
Ancient
I can hear
native.
them now. Oh, right? All that stuff.
Ancient. They made the clouds.
Yeah, do you not know about static electricity?
Okay, but that's what I'm saying is.
Electrostatic forces?
Wait.
You know how we cloud seed today, right?
Okay.
We release particles into the sky, and you understand how everything is governed by electrostatic forces and not magnetism, right? I'm sorry,
Right.
electrostatic forces and not gravity, right?
Right.
So clouds are formed by static, and the static causes it to condense, and it causes it to rain. And you can tell that it's static by the lightning, right?
Oh fuck
So when you put a
me.
dust particle up there, it's going to have a really good charge, and it's going to attract all the, molecules of water, even though it's in gaseous state. Eventually it'll condense, and enough static force will create rain.
Damn.
So I think you might have underestimated our ancestors. You know, not all of our ancestors were swinging on trees like.
No, swinging on trees is. I dream of that. I love the entire idea of swinging around on trees and like doing incredible live or death gymnastics. That's like I fucking dream. Like that seriously would be so sick. Imagine like hear me out, right? Let's American Ninja Warrior, but it's like 1v1 or like 2v2, right? And like you got to jump around and crazy, but like you also got to kick your fucking enemy out of the fucking air and like jump off of them and shit and then land, right? And it's like, yeah, hell fucking right. Like that sounds badass. Like I feel that in my muscles, my bones, like my deep brain, you know? That's some real shit.
Do you ever
And it's
wonder how
like,
powerful you would be if you stopped playing video games and fasted and no-fapped and worked out, creating neurogenesis, a new immune system, and what's the other one?
yeah,
Growth hormones.
yeah.
Do you ever wonder what your potential self could be if you weren't so fucking domesticated?
Samira, absolutely.
I don't know what Samira is.
Oh, that's the oh shit. I meant fuck, I forgot it. That's the thing, I've been domesticated too long. They've deleted parts of my brain. What's the Samsara? Fuck. It's Indian.
What is that, like a
Nature.
god or something? Babylonian god or something?
No, it's Indian. Sanskritan.
Samsara? Like Hindu Indian?
Think about it. I'll remember it in a bit. But no, it's
So back to
basically to be a god in man's life, to experience truly everything, to sin and
apotheosis?
to pray, right? To sin and live or exist to the fullest in what I consider utopia, which I do believe this is. I believe we are in utopia. Yeah, absolutely. Of course I realize it. But the reason I've been realized it since birth, since everyone has told me my potential, I've known that it's a harvest it's a ultimate macro harvest of the one, of the next god, of the next I guess the bulwark of the next generation, right? Or figurehead or the stern, really, or keel.
Does
No, the
anybody
keel,
else know what this guy's talking about?
the keel of the next generation.
No.
No, you asked me about my
think he's
potential.
talking
No,
about
you just
Genesis.
asked my potential, right? Did you not?
Yeah, it's just trolling.
Okay, well, how? Okay, you just asked about my potential and truly
Are you pretending you're not trolling
becoming
right now?
undomesticated, right? What does it mean to become undomesticated in
trolling.
the digital age? Go ahead.
You're for real, are you?
It's been bullshitting for the last half hour.
Eat shit, Jerry.
But it sounds
No,
like
Larry. No, Larry. You
fooling
did you?
us.
Excuse me, Larry. Did you not just say that? Hello.
Yeah, I did say that, but I didn't understand what you were talking about, and I think there's a few other people in here that I would like to talk to. So
Siddhartha. I told you I'd get it. Siddhartha. That's the word I
Cool.
was looking for.
Could
Yeah,
you
so
put
none of
yourself on
you.
mute for a little while so I could talk to some other people that are in here? Because
No, absolutely. I just want you to remember one thing, and that's Siddhartha. Okay, that's your homework. All right. Talk to you later, my dude.
Thanks. Siddhartha. It sounds like it's Hindu. Indian novel. Yeah, it's Hindu. Buddhist. Self-discovery. Zijamins. Yeah, Siddhartha. So, who else is in here that I haven't seen in a while? Other Taylor, Sunny on the Plane, Truth Seeker. Who else do I recognize? Quiet Noobs.
I'm here listening. I'm just reading stuff right now.
That's cool.
There's something you wanted to ask me?
No, I'm just looking at all the people that are in here. A lot of people are being quiet, and I was trying to get the other guy to be quiet so I could say hi to the rest of you. But yeah, I guess I could ask you, how's it been going in here? I haven't been here very much in the past month and a half.
Oh, I only drop in from time to time, but yesterday I was told I sound like an asshole and was muted for that, so.
Well, that does happen. Especially if you sound like an asshole, but you sound okay to me so far.
Well, I was feeling a little under the weather, so I was probably going a little slower than normal, but apparently I sound like an asshole. I wasn't saying anything to anybody, I was just answering a question somebody asked me. But,
So you're a Glober then?
we've talked before, Larry. You know I am.
I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. I'm looking for you right now. What's your name?
It's the other Taylor. You specifically call me out.
Yeah. I was saying I recognized you. Yeah, the other Taylor. Yeah, you're actually not the Tool Man Taylor. You're actually the nice Taylor.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's one of the guys that was around in like 2015, 2016. Mark Taylor. I think his name was Mark.
I think I've heard that name, but I have no idea who it is.
Yeah, so why do we live on a globe, do you think? Maybe I've phrased it wrong. Why do you think we live on a globe?
Okay, I was going to say that first question is kind of a bigger question. Phrasing important.
It has a simple answer for you, right? Gravity. But the second question is the one I meant to ask.
Well, I mean, it's that which I understand about physics all leads to that conclusion.
Physics. It's an interesting thing, physics, right? So, let me ask you a deeper question. Where is the line between science and pseudoscience? Like, cops can't just grab anybody they want and shove them into the curb and say, stop resisting, right? They have, like, rules that they go by, right? And cops are like some of the least educated, highest responsibility people in the world, right? So when it comes to a scientist who kind of doesn't have a license to kill, where is his boundary?
I say careful using the analogy with cops who are notorious for not following their own rules, but
Well, I'd say that scientists are doing the same thing. Some of them.
there's a large incentive in scientific communities to catch people who are not rigorous in their work and make mistakes, because catching someone else's mistake and correcting for it is a career maker, typically.
Apparently you've never seen Ben Steins Expelled or listened to George Carlin when he said, you don't need an official conspiracy. All these people have converging interests. They all went to the same schools. They all are part of the same clubs. And when you have converging interests, people will work in their best interest. That's just how it goes. That's a loose quote from George Carlin.
When he was talking about monetary policy and politics, and when you have wealthy politicians, they're going to select monetary policy that benefits them because they're wealthy. They don't have to conspire to do so. That was what Carlin's quote was about.
Right, because there's lobbyists, right?
Whereas what I'm saying is, if to succeed scientifically, finding and correcting the mistakes of the people who came before you is one of the best ways in which to succeed.
It would seem that way, right? But lobbyist is what corrupts politicians, right? Like if there's special interest groups, they could, donate certain large amounts of money with these PACs and super PACs, right? And it could actually, outdo the power of the vote with the power of the dollar, right? Because a lot of times in our system, we find that, it's not really the power of the ballot it's the power of the dollar. People that vote with their dollar, like Big Pharma, right? And we've all kind of been paying attention for the past couple of years, right? How's Big Pharma doing? They're doing pretty good.
I'm in medical devices, not pharma. I don't tend to track that.
Okay.
Well,
So-
both medical devices tend to be something of a different world.
Yeah, it's different.
We have very
So
different
what
requirements,
I'm
very
asking-
different funding, very different outcomes.
What I'm asking is what happens when the government lobbies, colleges with grants and, large amounts of money, and they tell the scientists like, hey, you need to find evidence for evolution. Like, what is that professor going to do?
So,
Is he-
scientifically speaking, there is no money in grants for going, oh, everything we know is fine. There's no changes here. You're never going to get granted money for that, ever.
Right. Bro, you realize that gravity doesn't work, and that's why they have MOND. Yeah, modified Newtonian dynamics. And
So,
if you ask your average person, like, what is the most verified, scientifically verified theory in like all of the world, they're either going to say what? Evolution or
most
gravity, right?
verified.
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
say
not sure
evo-
what has more
But it's
I
definitely going to make the top
papers
5,
behind
right?
it, but I would
Gravity.
say probably evolution, because gravity, the conception of gravity over the last several hundred years has changed pretty significantly. So while it has been well studied, like it's not. There have been developments on the understanding of that have been pretty significant.
But let me get back to the question. Where is the line that the scientists, because not everything is pseudoscience, right? Like, if I tell you that I have this math equation and I don't call it science, then it's not pseudoscience. But at the very moment that I turn this equation into a scientific theory without any experiment or any possible viable hypothesis, at that moment it becomes pseudoscience, because I'm telling you, check out my scientific theory. And you're like, wait a minute, this is like a thought experiment. You're not even like manipulating any variables. So where is that line between science and
An
pseudoscience?
unusable equation doesn't really mean anything in science. So I would say yes, if you develop an equation that has no backing in any sort of practical or experimental observation or experimentation, then no, it has no value. I mean, you talked about gravity. I mean, it's like the research into a different understanding of gravity would be that would had practical applications would be unbelievably valuable, right? Like what's one of the biggest expenditures of money we have in the world is moving goods from one place to another. So imagine if we were misunderstanding gravity this whole time, and there was a significantly easier and or cheaper way to move things with a new understanding of gravity. You'd change the entire world. It would be the most valuable discovery ever.
Did you know that I didn't graduate high school?
I didn't, but
did you know that?
Do you bring that up because you need me to restate or something, or?
No. Just listen. I was talking. I didn't graduate high school, but I can crack water on my kitchen table, and things that were once very heavy become a lot lighter once I contain the hydrogen. Right?
Sorry, what do you mean by cracking water?
Electrolysis.
Oh,
with
okay.
Water, with salt in it.
Sure. And so, wait. Okay, sorry. Keep saying what you're doing.
So I can crack water on my kitchen table with copper wire, or maybe like SOS pads, stainless steel. I think that's what they're called. So I can crack water and create pure hydrogen if you have a tube over one anode and a tube over the other cathode, and you only collect the hydrogen. Then I can take something that's really heavy, like the piece of train track I got over there, and I can make it neutral buoyant. and move it quite easy. But
to
you know, we're not.
lift a steel train rail with hydrogen gas that's going to take a lot of hydrogen gas.
But it can be done.
Sure, not cheaply though. It's a very expensive
Hypothetically,
process.
if I had enough balloons, hypothetically, or a big enough balloon, hypothetically, I could do it. And it's only big enough for me to use it as an anvil. So it's like 6 inches worth of train track.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about buoyancy. It's well understood, but like that's not cheap. That's a very expensive process to do something that you can do with wheels.
Cracking water is expensive.
To generate enough hydrogen for like heavy lift operations, yeah.
You do know about Zeppelins, right?
Yeah, and we stopped using them because they were both expensive and not that safe.
So cars full of batteries, which I don't know if you've ever seen a battery explode. That's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah,
Or
batteries can definitely burn. Just hydrogen is much more flammable than a battery that hasn't been ruptured.
Right. But, you know, if you don't rupture the hydrogen, then it doesn't catch on fire either.
Well, no, I mean the hydrogen will react with lots and lots of things where batteries are significantly safer to transport and store than hydrogen gas. They're also easier. Batteries don't tend to seep out through small cracks.
Well, in Texas, we have this exploding e-cig phenomenon during the summertime. So I would.
Sorry, exploding what phenomenon? I didn't hear you.
E-cigarette, like little batteries in the car.
E-cigarette. Sorry. I just didn't hear what you said at first.
That's all right. So
sure.
Yeah,
I mean, yes, batteries. Yes, it is possible for batteries to be flammable. I think in the large scale of things, though, I mean, I'm sure you have devices with batteries on your person all day, almost every day, and how often have they caught fire on you?
Right, because they're contained.
Yeah, they're pretty safe most of the time. Yes, there are problems in getting really cheap batteries, poorly massively produced. You increase the problem, put them in incredibly, hot climates. You're increasing your risk. Yeah, there's problems. It's not like batteries are perfectly safe. They're just a lot safer than running around with a bunch of tanks of hydrogen.
Well, I mean, we have fuel tankers going down the road with, 100 or thousands of gallons of diesel and gasoline, and nobody bats an eye. But
I mean, those are also dangerous to an extent, but they are more stable than hydrogen gas.
So what's so unstable about hydrogen gas? If I got a tank, right, and one is full of diesel, one is full of gasoline, and the other one's full of hydrogen, and all of them are closed, and they're in the back of my pickup truck, which one's going to be more dangerous during a car accident?
I mean, gosh, there's a lot of factors at play, but I'd say the hydrogen gas in a car accident is more likely to ignite than, what you diesel and what was the other?
Gasoline.
Hey.
Hang on a second, my wife's here.
I think the diesel. Actually, I don't know what has the lower ignition temperature, diesel or gasoline.
Hang on a second, my wife's talking to me.
Diesel takes longer. So it's gasoline has the.
I thought it had a lower ignition temperature, but I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, diesel's slightly lower ignition temperature. Actually, not slightly; it's quite a bit lower. But
it takes longer to burn. That's why.
Yeah, you get more energy out of it. You just need a lower temperature to begin it burning.
Oh, okay.
So if you're talking about stability, like the higher the ignition temperature, typically the more stable. It's not always true, but it's a good general rule. And of course, you know what you. I mean, not go too far into it. Larry till Jerry gets. Excuse me, till Larry gets back. But you know, you spill gas out on like hot pavement, it starts evaporating. You very quickly have a very different, much more dangerous situation. But
Yeah, it's a problem.
yeah, I mean, gases. Yeah, aerosolized gasoline is very, very much more dangerous than liquid form.
My wife said you got my name wrong.
Well, sorry, I think didn't Jerry chime in a second ago while you were gone? So that just my brain did a little
It's all
hiccup.
good.
Are you back now?
Yeah, so you're talking about the different
Yeah.
types
So I
of
think
burning.
it's in order of the things you listed. Hydrogen gas is going to be the most reactive and dangerous, followed by the diesel, followed by the gasoline.
Right. So if one of them goes off, all three of them go off, right?
Oh, I mean, if they all like hit each other, yeah, I think most hydrogen gas burns are going to then ignite the other ones, and their burning temperatures, like gasoline and diesel, would ignite each other while burning for sure. But if
Right,
you're
so
talking
they're
about
all-
like safety and stability, the likelihood of hydrogen gas igniting is incredibly high, whereas the likelihood of diesel or gasoline igniting is significantly lower.
Well, let's say the diesel caught on fire. Eventually, the temperature, because it's such a long, slow burning chemical, eventually the temperature will get hot enough and the gasoline will combust. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're mixing them in a situation that has already begun reacting, yeah, they're going to keep reacting. You've yes, they will continue to have a problem. But if you're like storing gasoline or storing hydrogen gas, the likelihood of a catastrophic accident in like a leak scenario is much higher with the hydrogen gas.
Oh, there's some clean ones on that table.
Thanks. She was right. Okay, so if the gasoline goes off, it's extremely explosive, and it would cause the diesel to go off. Right?
Again, yeah, if one starts reacting in the presence of the other, they're gonna set each other off. I think they're,
So it doesn't really
God, I
matter
don't know
which
all-
three of those fuels. Either one of them could go off at any time and start a chain reaction.
Okay, hold on. But when you're talking about like the safety of them, you're not talking about, oh, if one is already reacting and then I expose it to one of the others. That's not what you're worried about. What you're worried about is, what if I have one of these in isolation around other materials that are, just other normal materials? What is the likelihood they start reacting with that? And hydrogen gas will react with all sorts of stuff. It's notable for how reactive it is. We use it in all sorts of reactions because it's very, very reactive. Why we use gasoline or diesel in cars is because it releases a lot of energy when it's ignited, but it's not actually that reactive in its liquid state.
Somebody explain seasons to me in a flat Earth, or am I in the wrong thing?
Uni, you are incredibly quiet. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah, for some reason my microphone was on the floor and not on my desk.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I just want someone who's a flat earther to explain to me how seasons work in a flat Earth. I would find that interesting.
It's orange.
So the thing is that
The Earth is a
the
banana.
Can you shut up while I'm talking, please? So it's pretty easy to understand that the sun is
The Earth is an
causing.
elephant.
Dude, shut up! I'm talking. Don't be rude.
Put him in a gulag.
I mean, I don't want to. I'm hoping that he can govern himself so that he doesn't have to be governed from the outside. Because muting people isn't really my thing, but if he's going to act like a child, I will put him in timeout for the benefit of everyone else.
Fuck you.
What's the matter? You got like the Peter Pan syndrome? Are you a little boy? Can't control yourself? Did Daddy
Fucking
not
globers.
backhand you enough? Did Daddy not backhand you enough to be able to control yourself and to be quiet when the adults are talking? Let me guess. He went for milk and never came back?
That's everybody. That's
He went for the went. He walked off the edge of the earth. That's what.
Alright, so back to what I was saying. So obviously the proximity of the sun is what causes the climate to change, the weather to change, the sort of thing. So the closer the sun is to a certain area, somebody having technical issues, or is this just your way of pouting, little boy? So if the sun is closer,
Hey, it's the same guy you muted first. Protein Warlord dude.
what's his name?
Protein Warlord or something. He left now.
Okay, yeah, he threw a little temper tantrum, didn't he? I guess my guess was pretty close, hit a little close to home.
Yep.
He did throw me off my groove. I forgot what I was talking about.
Well, seasons, right?
Oh, seasons, proximity to the sun, right? So if the sun is moving over the earth and not the earth moving around the sun in an orbit, then you could technically have the same model, and the only difference of that model is you philosophically choosing to believe that the earth is moving and not the sun. But the models would be identical if they were mapped out in a computer program. And the only thing that would change, the only code in that entire program that would change is your relative viewing position. So you put the camera, attach it to the sun, that's the heliocentric model. You take the camera and you attach it to the earth and change nothing else, that would be the geocentric model. So how would I explain the seasons? Well, the sun gets further away, and just like a drone, the further away it gets from you, it tends to be closer to the horizon. So just like the sun, the further away it is from you, closer to the southern region, the lower in the sky it would appear to be. And if it's further away, it would get cold. And the southern part of the world would breathe in through spring, plant life, produce vegetables and fruit. And the northern hemisphere, so-called, would breathe out. And the cycle would continue like it has for thousands of years. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you muted the guy who asked it.
I didn't
It was
mute
the uni-
anybody.
Oh, the uni guy is muted.
He is
asked the
muted.
question, I think. Yeah.
All right, let me find them. Uni? Oh, down at the bottom where I can't touch that because of my phone. How come? Okay. I'll mute him if I can't touch him. Turn it sideways, maybe. There it goes. All right.
Oh, I'm
Uni.
unmuted. Why was I
Yeah.
muted in the first place? I'm so confused. I don't even.
I don't know. I'm confused too. I didn't mute you.
Alright, all good. I mean that doesn't really make sense to me, but it's fine.
It doesn't make sense to you that you would get colder the further you got away from a heat source?
Well, like, how is the so if the Earth isn't a globe, how is it moving?
The Earth wouldn't be moving if it's not a globe.
So the sun is moving? Is that the point?
Yeah, don't you witness that every day when you go outside, the sun moving?
Yeah. I was just like, but it's going back and forth instead of around.
Well, it makes a cycle roughly, exactly once every 24 hours.
Yeah, but like, what's it orbiting?
Well, the surface of the Earth.
But if the Earth is flat, I don't understand how that makes any sense. Like, if the
Does it-
Earth is like, it can't go around the Earth. If there's I think there was a delay there. I'm not trying to talk over you. You go.
Yeah, I'm not trying to talk over you either. I'm trying to be respectful. So yeah, if I have a circuit, electricity, let's say I got my computer plugged into itself, right, for some stupid reason, and I could put, the cord around my entire living room, and it would make a circuit right there on my flat living room. Couldn't the sun take a similar path over a flat stationary plane?
I guess what are the forces that are moving the sun?
You tell me, bud. I don't know. That's a good question, right?
Okay, that's fair enough.
Could be electromagnetic forces, because the sun is putting out a gamut of electromagnetic energy. So that would be a speculation on my part, obviously.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I think that electrostatic and electromagnetic forces are the ruling forces of this creation. Some people call it universe.
What are your thoughts on
I don't know what
gravity?
to do with that information.
No, I asked for it to
I
be
don't even know
fair.
what that
So like,
means for me. I know what it means for other people. Who are
bodied.
Yeah, I think the other guy was kind of butting in a little bit, because I was talking to the Australian, right? You're from Australia?
Yes, finally, someone who doesn't think I'm fucking British. Fuck me, cunt.
Yeah, that's cool. I just don't think I'm an American, okay?
Wait, what are you then? Canadian?
Texan, bro. Come on.
Oh fuck! That's funny as fuck. Nice. I want to
Yeah.
go to Texas one day.
I think you'd like it. We don't really identify as Americans. We all identify as Texans, right, Josh?
Yeah.
Texans, not Americans.
Fair enough. Don't you guys have like your own army?
We got the biggest base and a large amount of military here. But yeah, let's back to the topic of seasons. It's really interesting, seasons. I've been paying like close attention ever since almost dropped my phone. Ever since I was a small child, and seasons are really, really interesting because it's like the Earth is breathing in and out. I talked about that earlier, and when you think about it, it's like you have to breathe out in order to breathe in. What if like in some places in the world there are no seasons, right? Like I guess it would be like the tropics or maybe Ecuador. Like there's not a whole lot of seasonal change. Like it's just fucking hot all the time. And
Yeah, like near the equator. It's like it's a more temperate sort of season.
I mean, they still have seasons. They're just not
Yes.
like hot, cold defined seasons like
Right.
further away from the equator.
Right.
They do have weather differences in their seasons.
Well, of course, when it's like, smack dab July, it's going to be like a little cooler than it would be in like what, May, because the sun is like going past the equator during that time.
I mean, largely, they're it's like close to the equator. Countries have like really heavy rain seasons in their springs. Like their rainy seasons are like very distinct and much more intense than other places, but they don't get like freezes.
Yeah, so back to the seasons. What they tell us about the globe model, I'll just use heliocentric model. Of course, it's not heliocentric, but they say that the Earth is actually closer during the winter. Wait. Yeah. I think I'm saying it wrong. It's been a while since I thought about this.
Closer during Northern Hemisphere winter.
Yeah,
Closer
and for us,
during Northern Hemisphere winter. Yeah. You're
thank
right.
you, brother. And for us, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's kind of hard to fathom that, right? It's like, wait a minute, that's counterintuitive. But for you Australians, what do you guys think about that?
Well, I'm a globoid, so like, I guess I don't think too much about it. It makes sense. The Earth isn't like a perfect globe, so it would make sense that during one season, when the Earth is orbiting around the sun, it would make sense for that to be closer on one side than the other. Doesn't
It has
4
less to do with the
4
distance and
million.
more of the angle of incidence of the light.
Yeah, I get
That's,
that.
that is
4
the
million
explanation of the
miles.
heliocentric. The angle of incidence is far more significant than the distance.
Like a solar panel. I get it. Yeah. But I want to ask, do you know what anchor bias is? Australian guy?
Nope.
So anchor bias is like, I was raised a Christian, so it just makes sense that Jesus would raise from the dead. Whereas if you were raised Jewish or a Muslim or Hindu, you'd be like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense at all. Like, he was dead for 3 days and then he was alive again? And let's keep religion out of it. But you get what I'm saying with anchor bias.
Yeah.
It's like the bias that you have because that's how you were raised. If I lived in Saudi Arabia, I'd probably be like a Wahhabi Salafist. If I lived in Iran, I would probably be Shia, right?
Yeah.
So, do you think it's possible that it makes sense to you because that's just what you were taught in government school?
I didn't go to a government school, so.
Okay, my presumption is incorrect. I apologize. Where'd you go to school at?
Like a private Catholic college.
Ah.
La-dee-da.
I got expelled from it, so.
So you didn't make a good Jesuit, huh?
No, I didn't. I was never really gonna succeed in that sort of institution. Too much of a critical thinker.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've noticed that a lot of former Catholics are very agnostic in their way of believing, and they kind of believe that they don't have a religion. Do you have any religious beliefs at all?
Nah, not really. Not really beliefs. I have opinions and thoughts and theories, but I don't. There's nothing I'm sold on yet.
So you're skeptical?
Yeah, why not? I would say
What is it
critical
about-
more than skeptical, but
What is it about the acentric model, the standard model of cosmology, or the heliocentric model, or the globe Earth model that you're skeptical about?
I'm not really that skeptical about the globe. I'm pretty convinced on that one. I just I believe NASA. I believe that people went to the moon.
So skeptical, but not skeptical about everything you're told. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't believe in fake weather patterns or COVID conspiracies or any of that kind of stuff.
So you go along with whatever the TV tells you. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think that there's, on the balance of probabilities, I don't think that COVID was a deliberately released bioweapon and that the vaccine was used specifically in order to cull the populations. I don't believe that. Just because
I don't think we'll ever know that, but yeah.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
think we should talk about.
but
it
no
on
one's
here anyway. But
there's so many billions of people have taken the vaccine, and so many not maybe 10,000, 100,000 people, maybe 2,000 people died from taking it or whatever, and 100,000 people have had negative consequences as a result of taking it. But
you'll never know,
It's
man.
against the
You'll
Discord
never know.
server to talk about this stuff.
Okay, I didn't know that, so we
Yeah.
don't have to. But
We're going to have to go back to. But please, Australians,
It's a different
please
example.
continue.
yeah, I'm not too. What's another thing?
So-
Well, I mean, climate change, for
but
example,
when
right?
you say critical thinker, yeah, you say you're a critical thinker, but have you thought critically about the globe?
Yes.
In what way?
In the sense that I'm here right now, right? That's something. I've had conversations with lots of flat earthers. I find it very interesting.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the globe, though? When you
Listening
say
to people give their opinion. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right, man. It happens. We're on Discord. We can't see each other. But it's funny because critical thinking is when someone tells you something, you think critically about it, and you may go and look at it yourself. Now, have you done
And
anything
you
like
don't
that
need a
with the globe?
dichotomy.
Yeah.
Have I done any
You
what
don't
on
need
the
a
globe?
dichotomy. You don't need a
Have you
dichotomy
done-
to do that. Just
Yeah, I've done.
challenge what you've been told.
Anything, yeah.
Are you talking specifically, have I done that about the globe, or just like what issues have I done that on?
Yeah, yeah. Have you looked critically at the globe? And if you have, what in particular?
I think the biggest thing is things like satellites, or I think that
Not-
was like my
that's-
first thing looking at that,
That's
being
not
like
the
here,
globe.
but it's like like GPS systems rely on the fact that there's a globe for them to function.
No, they don't.
Well, you disagree, but like that's your
Critical
opinion.
thinking. That's confirmation bias. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Well, you don't.
No,
like,
you're right.
I
You know, you can have communication things that you call satellites. You know, you can have them, and they don't have to be in space.
Yeah, I know there's the balloon stuff. Like I've looked into all that. I'm pretty aware about that sort of thing where you can use like helium to keep things up for a long, long time. And
Yeah, they called it the gold standard too. They said it's the best use of technology for communication ever existed.
but just because one form of technology exists doesn't rule out others at all.
No.
It's
I'm
not
not
just
saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying when you say satellites, because you said satellites proves the globe, you know, or because GPS works in this way, but you know, you can have. It's not the only option. Things can be done in another way. Like you don't have to have satellites floating in outer space for you to have telecommunications.
Yeah, but
Correct?
in my opinion, we do though, right?
Yeah, but how are you going to prove that?
Well, I mean, it just depends what your burden of proof is. Like, I've
Well,
never
how
been to
about-
space, so
Go ahead, Larry.
How about the guy who had a broadcast signal line of sight from the UK to Australia, like back in the early 1900s?
which one?
He didn't have. Was it Marconi who did it? I'm not sure
Like
who
a
did it.
telegram line or
Yeah, I
something.
think it was Marconi. When
No,
they
it
were
was.
learning
It
about
wasn't a telegram line.
radio bounces.
Right, you guys.
Yeah, it was
This is
Marconi.
where Globers invoke the firmament, but they don't use that word. They call it the ionosphere.
Turns out electromagnetic radiation can interact with things that other objects do not interact with necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
So the, flat earthers, some of them are of the Abrahamic faith, and they believe that there is a firmament or some sort of container that contains the gas that we breathe, so-called atmosphere. And there's other flat earthers who are not Abrahamic, they're agnostic, and they also believe in some sort of container. But if I say firmament to a flat earther, especially if he's been around for a while, he knows what I'm talking about. And it's this belief that there's a vault in the sky, some sort of barrier that you can't get past. And you guys call it the ionosphere. And because the Earth can't be flat, obviously, so they're bouncing radio signals that are line of sight off of this so-called ionosphere, and that's how you can get radio signals on the other side of the world, past the curvature, without a dome. So it sounds like an excuse to me, but I'm a flat earther.
I've never really heard about this particular thing.
I only have a base level understanding of it, but I believe it has to do with ionization occurring due to very specific times of day that the ionosphere, its interaction with it's the sun, effectively.
Are you saying the sun is electromagnetic in nature?
The light hitting the Earth from the sun, as well as actually quite a bit of other electromagnetic radiation coming off of the sun, is in
You mean
fact
the Earth's magnetic fields?
No, the magnetic field is not the same as the electromagnetic radiation coming from the sun.
Yeah, I know that. When the sun interacts with the Earth's magnetic fields, that's the ionosphere, right?
No, I think it has to do with it's just rarefied atmosphere at that height. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
So where does the ions come from?
The individual elements in the ionosphere getting struck by high energy radiation ionizes them. Ionizing radiation. That's what ionizing radiation does.
And that only partially blocks radio signals because we did communicate with the moon during 1969 through 72, right?
Yeah, it will reflect some radio at certain angles of contact.
So it basically,
which is why it doesn't work all the time. Why the bounce to Australia was particularly notable, and it only worked during a very small window of the day.
So it basically refracts the invisible light. Refraction.
No, I think it's specifically a reflective phenomenon.
Well, if it was 100% reflection, we wouldn't be able to talk to the moon. So it would be refraction.
No, that's exactly what. That's first of all, it's not 100%. With radio waves, I mean, you blast them out in every direction from your radio transmitter. I mean, I guess you can have directional radio transmitters, but you're blasting them out like a whole lot of them, and you only need to receive some of them. And so, a reflective, if you're hitting it at an angle and it is reflecting, it will come off the reflective element at the the complementary angle, and continue.
Right. If you have an antique mirror made with silver, it's going to reflect 100% of the light. But if you have a modern mirror known as a two-way mirror, most police stations have them, then what you would see would be sort of refraction. The light would be partially bouncing back and partially going through, right?
Sure, that's a reasonable analogy of it, yes.
So that would be...
But also, it doesn't necessarily have to bounce back. It could bounce in the path. So it's like, have you ever looked at like a car window when the sun's kind of on it, but you're at an angle, and you can see a reflection of like something around a corner off the car window, but you can also see the person sitting in the driver's seat?
Around the corner? No, I've never seen...
So like, have you ever like, well, just think of like a perfectly reflective mirror, right? If you ever hold up a mirror at an angle and you can see like around a corner with that mirror?
Yeah, suppose if I were to bring it away from me.
Yeah, because you're looking at it at an angle, right? And you can see something not necessarily in your direct line of sight because it's reflecting.
So when Newton had his little pyramid of glass or crystal or whatever he had, isn't that refraction?
Sorry, Newton's glass pyramid?
Or was it crystal? I'm not sure.
I'm not familiar with this as stated. Could you maybe give me some additional details?
Okay, how about the guy who discovered infrared when he was taking the temperature of different refracted light wavelengths, and he had some thermometers that were just laying on the desk not being used during the experiment, and that's how he detected the infrared spectrum? That was refracted light, right?
I'd have to look up that
Look up the guy who
but
discovered infrared light.
you can, I mean, it might have been refracted. Oh, yeah, this is using a prism. Okay, so you're separating out wavelengths. Yes, that would be a refractive phenomenon. Yes.
Right. So when we talk about that radio signal Marconi sent, it was a really long ways from the UK to Australia. You guys have to invoke refraction and the dome to explain it, and all we have to say is no.
No, it's not. It my understanding of the Marconi is it is not a refractive, it is a reflective.
Yeah, why would it have to be refractive? I'm confused by that.
Because if it was 100% reflection, we wouldn't be able to talk to the people on the moon. It would have to be.
No, it's not 100%. And it was also at an angle. So it's not reflecting back to, directly backwards. It's reflecting, it's like the mirror that sees around a corner. It's hitting that mirror and then bouncing around the corner is effectively, but it is a reflective phenomenon, which is different.
Do any of you Globers, I hate to change the subject, and let me know if you're not finished, but do any of you Globers love thunderstorms? Do you go outside and listen to the thunder? And if you have, you ever heard the second echo of the thunder? You hear
when
it
I was in the
once.
South, I got that a couple times.
I'm a
What do you think what do you think the sound is reflecting off of?
Usually hard surfaces, rocky mountainsides. But you can even occasionally get that in like very slight amounts.
What happens here, and I live in
Other
flatland.
circumstances.
I live in Texas. Like, we're real close to the plains. So it's not perfectly flat, but it's pretty damn flat.
And I can't say for sure. I could see. I mean, you know, sound travels not. I mean, it's fast. It's really fast, but it's not like that fast as compared to like light. So I mean, you can be in an arena and hear the speakers right next to you go off, and then hear the like slight echoes of speakers on the other side of the arena. Like,
yeah, but that's because you're in an arena. When you're outside,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, just for the idea of the speed of sound. So I could foresee a situation where hitting a particularly hard like area of ground could create a sound reflection, but that emits in every direction, and you could get a slight echo off of. I don't know the fine details of that, but that wouldn't surprise me if that was possible.
Well, I just think it's bouncing off of something, and there's no mountains for what? Probably like 800 miles, I think. I'm not really sure where the mountains are in West Texas.
Damn, that's a lot of miles.
But they're, they're quite far away. Because I live in East Texas. There's a mountain range in like way, way out there. Maybe it's not 800 miles. Maybe less than that. I'm not real sure. But yeah, I've only seen mountains when I travel for hours and hours and hours. And finally it's like, oh shit, there's a mountain.
What I'm getting at is it could potentially be open areas of particularly rocky ground, not necessarily a mountainside. I think usually it's mountains because mountains tend to be a lot of exposed rock without a lot of like soil layer on top of it, which creates a like pretty significant sound damper.
Yeah, there ain't no exposed rock anywhere near me.
Well, yeah, I'd have to know a whole lot more about your area to have even a reasonable hypothesis about that.
Right, but I hear the echo of the thunder, because it's really interesting, because when the thunder hits, it's usually about once every 30 seconds a lightning strike, a really big one, right, a really loud one. And when it's close by, you can hear it, and then if you wait long enough, you'll hear that exact same sound again. And I love rain. Like, I love being outside. And, I laugh at people like Zanuck who said that, storm clouds and lightning strikes, it's the reason that all that forms is because of gravity. And I'm like, this guy's, he's on crack or something, because it's obviously electrostatic in nature. So, yeah, I think Zanuck's a smart guy, but he's an idiot on some things. I shouldn't talk about the guy. He's not here to defend himself, so I apologize for that. But yeah, it's obviously electrostatic in nature. And I think the Electric Universe, although their model is a bunch of shite, I think they are onto some shit when it comes to, the governing forces of this world that we live in. Because when you look at a thunderstorm, like, if you're thinking about gravity, like, I don't know how you could be. Like, what do you guys think about when you're looking at a thunderstorm? Do you guys think about globes and gravity and shit?
Why would I think about what is the thunderstorm got to do with gravity, I guess?
I know, right? Nothing, right?
Well, other than the fact that it wouldn't be raining if there wasn't gravity. I guess that's something.
Really? So when the phase change happens,
contrary,
evaporating the water into a gas, where does it go?
What do you
wouldn't
mean?
be raining if there was gravity.
No. When phase change happens, when the evaporation begins, where does the water gas go?
Wait, when you're talking about when water, like from the ocean, evaporates into the clouds?
Yeah, it goes up, right?
Yeah, it goes into the clouds.
So where'd you get gravity?
I'm so confused by your question.
You invoked gravity. You said it wouldn't happen if it was for gravity.
Yeah, rain
And I'm
wouldn't fall
asking,
down
the rain
if
cycle
it wasn't gravity.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The phase change happens. It goes from being a liquid to a gas, and that makes it extremely buoyant, because water is dense in liquid form, but it's extremely buoyant compared to the rest of the atmosphere when it's in gaseous form.
It's also
So it goes
particularly
up.
high energy at the
Hold on,
point
let
at
me
which it
finish.
evaporates.
Hold on, let me finish. So when this happens, it goes up, and apparently water likes water because they start hanging around each other for no apparent reason other than electrostatic forces. And then eventually it condenses and phase changes back into liquid, and then it goes down. Where is gravity involved? All I see is density and buoyancy. And specific gravity, maybe, but not bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass.
I don't
Buoyancy-
really see where it's related.
Buoyancy
I don't
is the
either.
phenomenon
Contrary.
directionally determined by gravity.
Prove it.
Wouldn't get rain if there was gravity.
Well, the quickest way to prove it is centrifuging liquids to separate them by density layers.
Well, all you're doing when you have a centrifuge is you're creating an artificial pull due to the centrifugal force, which is a real force, by the way. And of course, the same phenomenon is going to happen, just at a different direction.
You're introducing forces to the system to change the direction at which the density separation is occurring. You're changing the direction of forces in order to make buoyancy separate in layers in the direction of your choice.
Right. So when you introduce the centrifuge, you create a force that's stronger than the electrostatic force, which is holding us down, right, to the ground. Ground meaning electrical ground. And because this force is stronger, because you're spinning it quite fast in a centrifuge, then this is going to create a stronger force that's going to go against the static force that was pulling you down before.
Well, if it were an electrostatic force creating this, then I could put a density tower inside of, say, a Faraday cage, and it would lose coherence.
I don't think so, because how do you remove the electrons, neutrons, protons from atoms?
The existence of charged ions is not inherently creating directional electrical forces.
Okay, well, all you have to do is remove those from the atom and prove it.
You remove the components of an atom from an atom, all of them, and then that proves no, that doesn't. That you know that's a statement that doesn't make sense.
Right, and you said it, because that's how you'd have to test it, right?
No, so you're implying there's these electrostatic forces that induce directionality, just by existing. But if we put a system isolating it from all external electrical influence, the directionality remains.
See, this is the line that I was talking about earlier between science and pseudoscience. I can demonstrate what I'm talking about with a balloon and a 3-year-old and a little bit of friction and a window, but you can't remove the Earth's, electrostatic forces and the, electrical components of the atom, right? But you think that you're still right.
But what I could do is I could isolate into a system inside of, say, a Faraday cage, and just for the reasons of removing any gas transference from the inside of the cage to the outside of the cage, I could then enclose that Faraday cage in a sealed container, so we have no mass transfer between the inside and the outside of the container. And then I could rotate that container around as much as you want to lose any coherence the inside of that container has with the outside of the container, and the Faraday cage existing to isolate any electrical influence the inside of the container has with the outside of the container. And then when I allow that system to stabilize, the directionality will still be the same. It will still separate. The down will not be lost. The down will remain inside of that isolated system I created.
So basically what we're talking about is why is down, down, right? And you think that you can experimentally prove that it's gravity, right?
Yeah, and I can experimentally disprove it from being an electrostatic force.
Okay, but can we prove that it's gravity? Can you manipulate gravity and make things go up or down, or prove why down is down? Because I can manipulate only the density and buoyancy of a system, an object in that system, and make things go up and down. Can you demonstrate gravity doing the same thing without manipulating buoyancy or density?
I mean, sorry, say that one more time.
I can manipulate only buoyancy and density within a system and an object in that system, the specific gravity. I'm not talking about bending or warping of space-time or mass attracting mass. I'm specifically talking about specific gravity, also known as relative density. I can manipulate that system or the object or the buoyancy or the volume of that object in that system and make it go up or down. Can you do the same thing by manipulating space-time or mass attracting mass and not invoke or manipulate buoyancy or density?
So I have one question, and then I think I have an answer. What are you doing to manipulate buoyancy?
You just put some helium in a balloon, and that object will go to the ceiling, and then if you pop the balloon, the object will go down. Or you can throw a football in the pool.
So
Manipulate the density of water and put an egg in it.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Density, change the density of the medium.
So, well, hold on. You're saying you're taking a specific gas, you're putting it inside of a balloon, creating a unified object out of that balloon and gas system,
You're bringing
allowing buoyancy to behave as it normally and always does, and then you're separating those two things again and saying they behave differently. That doesn't feel to me like a manipulation of buoyancy.
Wait a minute, hold on. So you're saying if I have a piece of rubber on the floor and I only change the volume of this rubber and it goes to the ceiling, and then you wait for a few days and eventually it's at neutral buoyancy, floating in the middle of the room, and then you wait a few more days and then the rubber is on the ground again.
What are you doing to change the volume of the rubber?
Adding helium?
Okay, so you're not just changing the volume, you're also changing the mass properties because you're introducing a mass to it.
Okay, fair enough. But if I were to have the same amount of mass and it was hydrogen, it would have a more buoyant effect. So it's not just about the mass. The mass is not what I was intending to manipulate. I was only intending to manipulate the volume of the object because that's how buoyancy works. So
True, but what you pointed out a really good thing there. You pointed out a really, really good thing there is the gas that you put inside the balloon does change it. But you're not actually changing the mass properties of the balloon rubber. That stays the same. What you're doing is you're creating a system of the rubber and the gas you have put inside of it. You are then containing those together so they cannot move independently. And then you're seeing how that combined object interacts with the surrounding gases.
Okay, how about this? How about I take a fat man and I put him in the pool with no water? Now, he's not just an everyday fat man. He's a 500-pounder, right? And then I fill the pool with water, and he doesn't have to kick his feet, hold his breath, or anything. Fat is more buoyant than water. He can just stand perfectly still and float 12 feet above the surface of the pool.
Yeah, and all of the air that was in the pool also doesn't have to do anything. It is also displaced by the higher density fluid.
Right. So can you manipulate the fat man by manipulating or somehow increasing the mass or attracting mass or whatever you think gravity is? Can you do that? Can you make the fat man go up and down 12 feet by manipulating whatever you think the cause of him going up and down is?
Well, if I were able to bring near to him a significantly large enough mass, perhaps I could. The problem is that mass would have to be on nearly the scale of all of the mass of the ground that he is standing on.
An idiot.
Oh, sorry. You wanted no explanation? Then yes, I won't give any explanation. My answer is yes. I will not explain any further.
Okay, just listen to me, right? Because I'm not here very often. So let's say you had a really big piece of gold and you brought it in with a bunch of cranes, a whole family of cranes, and they brought this really big piece of gold up. You think that it would attract the fat man to the piece of gold?
How big of a piece of gold?
Really fucking big. Like mountains of gold.
Okay, so we're mountains of gold. If you put mountains of gold in close proximity immediately above the fat man, I imagine you would see you probably wouldn't be able to move him with them, but you may actually see his weight as measured would be lower.
Come on, man. Come on.
And do you think it wouldn't have anything to do with electrostatic forces?
I think it's highly unlikely, but if you prefer, we could use a non-conductive material instead.
What you mean, like a material with no protons, electrons, and neutrons?
No, one that doesn't conduct or become charged in a charged environment.
Okay, I'm going to pass the mic because there's a lot of other people here and they probably want to get a word in. So it was nice
No,
talking
you're
to you.
all right, Larry. You can keep going if you want, man.
Well, I don't want to hog. Anybody else want to speak up or hold your
You're
peace?
not hogging, man.
I just didn't appreciate the weaselness.
Who's weaseling?
Just couldn't give a straight yes or no. So no is his answer because he's obviously not going to be able to do that. So no. Answer
Yeah,
to
so
your
no.
question, Larry, is no.
Yeah, he came up with a thought experiment.
And the answer is, if a person's standing on Earth, could I make them attracted to another mass that wasn't Earth while they're still on Earth? Well, no, I need an object similarly sized to Earth to do that.
But you said if you had a mountain of gold above him, that you could probably reduce his weight. So
He said mountains of gold. I'm assuming we're talking about something like millions or tens of millions of pounds of gold. If this is mountains of gold, yes. If I put tens of millions of pounds of gold directly above a person, I imagine it would have an effect on his weight. I would have to actually do some math to calculate out what that would actually turn out to be. I don't know how you'd come up with that much gold, but
that's retarded, man.
you're welcome to think that, but
Taylor, I think
that is
we
my
can
answer.
do this. We just have to eliminate Earth's gravity from the experiment.
Just to find out.
If you take the person off of Earth significantly far away, then yeah, you could run a different kind of experiment there.
No, we could do it on Earth.
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm not a very fat person, but I seem to have a natural attraction to gold.
Yeah, me too. I think what we did here is we demonstrated that he can cross that line between science and pseudoscience and not realize that he did it. Is that a fair assumption, Mr. Taylor?
Well, so we see this weight phenomenon with particularly small objects next to particularly massive objects. Sorry, what was that?
When?
It's typically done with sizable lead balls and very, very, very small test objects that are being measured for movement. I think the best way to do it typically is a torsion bar with a offset mass on it.
You're talking about the Cavendish.
That is the base components of a Cavendish experiment, yes. You're trying to isolate from other interfering factors.
How do you isolate from the? I know everyone says that lead doesn't have a magnetic charge, but everything is electric, yeah.
That's a statement that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, it's like
Everything is electric.
every statement that you say. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Show me an element that doesn't have electrical components built right in.
But what is so having components that have charges? What does that mean to its interaction with other things around it?
Well, if it has a charge, then it's electric in nature, right?
Well, if it's ionized, if an atom is ionized, then yes, it's like missing some subcomponents and it has a inherent charge to it, right? But how about something that's not ionized?
Like
or things that are incredibly, incredibly difficult to ionize, like lead.
So how can you guarantee that charge is actually zero? If it was zero, then it wouldn't have electrons and protons because there wouldn't be no separation to make that distinction. So you can't produce an element
Electrically neutral. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, when they're charged, they react with other oppositely charged elements around them.
And isn't the electrostatic force like way stronger than gravity ever claimed to be?
Yes, it occurs at incredibly small distance between atomic size items,
But he's
yes.
not even included in the standard model.
Well, I asked if you could demonstrate things going up and down by manipulating whatever you think causes gravity, and you came up with a thought experiment, a hypothetical, and I kind of
You came up with a man in a pool on Earth, which is perhaps not where I would want to start.
Okay.
Because I think you have a lot of confounding factors there.
Make the fat man go up and down without using anything but whatever you think is causing gravity. So,
well, I think up and down is actually the wrong direction. We don't really want to go up and down if we're on Earth doing our experiment, because if we're on Earth and we don't want to have to compete with what we see things that make things go down, we might want to see if we can make things go directions that are perpendicular to that using certain effects.
Away from the so-called.
No, because then you're fighting it, but we don't want to fight it. What we want to do is see what a cause might be.
How are you going to do that?
Well, you set up an experiment that runs perpendicular to down.
Experiment would involve manipulation of your presumed cause.
Well, if we set up a experimental space where we can move perpendicular to the gravity direction, or in Larry's case, the electrostatic direction of down, and let's say we can introduce an electrostatic force on the object in a perpendicular direction, then we might be able to say, well, can we use electrostatic forces to move this object? And in some cases, the answer may be yes, and in some cases, the answer may be no. And then we can take that, and then we can say, well, what else can we use? Perhaps we can use the presence of, say, significantly large masses to move it in a different direction.
Hypothetically, thought experiment, just like Albert Einstein. So we got to go back to the beginning, because I kind of think it never really got answered. Can you tell me, like, when we leave the realm of science and go into the realm of philosophy, and if you're claiming that it's still science, wouldn't that be called pseudoscience?
I mean, if you were talking in philosophy and then using that to try to, without any additional work, create practical effects, then perhaps. But I think it is possible in a philosophical sense to talk about some of these ideas so as to create things we can then experiment on.
So kind of like when they tell children that the Earth goes around the sun once every 365.23 days. And there's no way to actually prove that even in your own system, because all motion is relative. Like, that would be pseudoscience if they were teaching that in science class and telling the children that it's science, right?
There's no way to prove it optically, I believe, is the quote you're basing what you said off of.
So it's a philosophical.
No, it's just we just can't do it with optics. That's just not.
Nah, he also
an
said there's no
appropriate way to do that.
terrestrial experiment, which would be anything on the Earth.
Which means if we do it on the surface of the Earth, and if we do it optically, we're not going to get an answer as to what object is moving.
Well, good luck finding somewhere else to do it besides the Earth.
But we can do non-optical experiments.
He said terrestrial as well. So you will need to be off the Earth.
I mean, I can look up the exact quote if you want. We can debate
They're
semantics,
different-
but
they're
I don't think
different
that
quotes.
brings us.
They're different
Oh,
quotes.
sorry. What's the terrestrial quote? Can you give me that
I'll
exact
find it.
quote?
1 second.
Since that's apparently a quote is what we're basing all of our premises off of.
Sure. Well, I mean, he said it, so 1 second.
Sure, people say shit all the time. It may
But
be
then after that,
based in something very important. It may not be.
After that, you can, if you want, attempt to tell us exactly how to prove is the case.
So did I get it straight? Maybe I don't understand Einstein. Maybe you can explain it to me. But I believe that he said, in his theory of general relativity and special relativity, that all motion is relative, right?
He might have. I'm not sure if those are exact words, but we can run with that.
Okay, so if all motion is relative, you would have to be outside of the system to see if one trampoline is circling around the other trampoline, or if they're both circling each other, or the second trampoline is indeed circling the first trampoline in orbit. You couldn't be on the trampoline and figure it out, right? Hypothetically, if you had two trampolines floating in the middle of space with no light whatsoever except for the light coming off the trampolines.
If you're on the trampoline and you don't have external reference of any variety, I think that no, you would not be able to tell.
All right, so how can you say for certain in your worldview, which is based on general relativity, that all motion is not relative? It's indeed true that the Earth goes around the sun once every 365 days.
Well, I think part of it comes from our understanding of masses. Part of it comes with our understanding of gyroscopic motion, and some of it comes with our understanding of the speed of light, because that puts certain limits on possibilities. Einstein, since we're talking a little bit about Einstein, had a very cool chapter in his book talking about it's called
Very cool.
Sorry, I found it exciting. Timbo found
That
it very
would be
boring.
optical.
I apparently deeply offended him by thinking that it was very interesting, a thing that Einstein
Very,
said. But
very cool.
since that's a really important thing for us to get upset over the fact that I found it interesting.
Am I upset?
Wait, that'd
You're
be
the one that's
optical,
upset.
wouldn't it?
Well,
Wouldn't that
you
be
seem to be
optical?
really worked up about the fact that I thought that something that Einstein wrote. in
Yeah,
his
don't
book
worry
was cool.
about that. Yeah, let's not.
You,
Let's
you hear me
not.
getting
So much
worked
so
up?
that you said it like 5 or 6 times.
It's really cool.
So would that not be optical? About light?
I mean, yes. So when you're just
Sagnac
looking
effect,
at
that
another
would be
object,
optics,
you're, oh
right?
my god.
You just make shit up.
Like
I can
optical
just make shit up.
gyroscopes, that's clearly optical, right?
Wait, sorry, what was that last thing you said?
Optical gyroscopes would be optics, right?
I mean, there are gyroscopes that use light as a medium, but there are also mechanical gyroscopes.
Sounds optical. The mechanical ones will be Coriolis, and you'll need 2 reference frames. We need that either way.
Reference. Oh God, I don't believe I have enough time in this room to talk about reference frames into a point at which you guys are
A good
ready
cop
to
out.
talk about it.
Let's do it.
You just wanted to change topic? Is that cool? The last
No,
topic
it's just you said
weren't enjoying
mechanical
that?
gyroscopes, and you'd be invoking Coriolis if you said that they show motion, and then you would need the 2 reference frames, the inertial and non-inertial. You can have the Sagnac effect with the optical gyroscopes, but that would be optics again, which we've been talking about. So
Yeah. So
specific. The challenge was proof that the Earth orbits the sun every 365 days.
yeah, and I didn't remotely come prepared with what all of the experimental history over several hundred years was for every topic that everyone could possibly bring up. What I was originally talking about in here was combustion, but we've changed topic like 5 or 6 times. I mean, one of the I think fun things about talking in flat Earth rooms is that as a group, you expect everyone who disagrees that the Earth is flat to have an expertise in every single possible science.
I think you changed
no, we
the
don't.
subject now.
We don't even say it's
What?
science.
What are you talking about, man?
Okay, sorry. You expect every person who says that the Earth isn't flat to have an expertise in every field,
Support their
which
claim.
typically
To support
is
their
considered to
claim.
be
No,
a
just to support
scientific
their claim.
field.
No,
But you
just
don't want me to support
the
my claim. You want me to support every claim made by every person. That's why every single new
I'm
person who
getting
jumps
mad.
into this conversation asks a different
No, no,
question.
no. If you make a claim, you need to support that claim. If not, you're just believing something, right?
Okay, sorry. Which claim did I make that I'm currently supporting? Anybody have a claim that I made that I'm currently supporting?
Thanks.
There's evidence
Yes,
that
that
the Earth
you-
orbits the sun.
Yeah.
Sorry, T-Dub, say that one more time. You were stepped on?
Evidence that the Earth orbits the sun every 365 days.
Okay, so
Timbo
you
didn't-
just want that there is evidence that the Earth. Okay, I'll. God, did not even remotely want to talk about that, and I didn't bring it up either. But
That's
if
a
you
claim
would
you
like
made.
evidence to be
did.
presented that the Earth orbits
Claim
the
you
sun,
made. You said what claim did I make?
yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't bring up the sun topic at all. I didn't
Sure
bring it
about
up
that?
at all.
But do you
I don't
believe
remember
that
who
Earth
did.
is orbiting or going around the sun, or do you know that it does?
That's oh god. If you're talking about the difference between belief and knowledge, that's a
exactly.
philosophical conversation that we are
But it's
not
an
going to
important
agree on.
distinction if we're talking about pseudoscience, right? Because
Mhm.
the scientific method and just to make scientific claims, you need to back it up, right?
Yes, and if you claim to know a thing, you also believe it.
Okay, so you recognize that you believe in it and don't know it, or
Okay, I don't keep with me on hand every single justification for every single belief I have ever had in my life.
I understand. I
Do
completely
you?
understand. Absolutely not. But
Yeah,
I don't
nobody
make claims
does.
About, I don't claim to know something that I can't know. If you know.
Yeah, but somebody comes in and says, "Hey, do you believe this thing that you haven't thought about for days or weeks or months?" And I go, "Yeah, I believe that thing." "Oh, well, where's your evidence? You don't have it right here, right now, right in your back pocket?"
I mean, I'm not judging you for believing in something. I'm just asking to clarify because I want to know if there's coming scientific claims or claims based on belief.
Yeah,
So I'm
is it
just trying
first-hand
to-
knowledge? Yeah, right.
So
I'm a
again,
dumbass,
none of this were my
so-
claims. Some of these were proposed by other people. And like, yes, do I believe the Earth moves around the sun? It takes approximately 365 and a quarter days to do that process. Yes, I do believe that. Did I come with justifications for that belief? No, I did not come with justifications for that belief. I did not think that that was something that was going to be talked about this evening.
It's okay.
Hey, do you believe that down is in and plumb lines converge into the center of a ball?
I mean, plumb lines are susceptible to deviation due to other factors, but
It's kind of a yes and a no question. But
in aggregate, yes, plumb
you do.
lines
Do you have any
converge towards the
evidence?
center of.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Not with me, but if you'd like to give me some time, I could come up with some.
That'd
Remember
be
when I
great.
said about changing topics constantly? It makes it very difficult to follow a conversation because I may be.
Yeah, just trying to work out because you were saying something about claims and beliefs and stuff like that. So so far you've got a lot of beliefs and nothing else.
Well, I can bring evidence to certain things, or I can discuss certain topics. But what's
can you
happened
bring
in this room?
evidence?
What's
bring
what's
me
happened in this
Can
room,
you-
Timbo?
Can you bring
is
evidence
that
plumb
while
lines
the middle of my
diverge into
sentence,
the center
I
of
know
a
the
ball?
sentence is really hard for you to listen to when you want to ask me another different question, but I really like to
It's the
finish the
same
sentence because I
question.
think it's evidence of the way this conversation is going.
Now you're just
So,
talking just for
again-
the sake of talking.
No, I'm trying to finish my sentence, Timbo, and you're really trying not to let me.
Go.
Okay, great. So, less than 2 minutes ago, we were talking about orbital mechanics. Less than a few minutes before that,
Yeah, but
we
that's
were
something
talking
you
about
can't
the
prove,
passage of
so-
light. Less than a few minutes before that, we were talking about something different.
Also
30
something you
minutes ago,
can't
we were
prove.
talking about combustion. And now you want me to talk about plumb lines. But let's say I'm looking up
Because we should
in
be able
my
to prove this.
let's say I'm looking up in my evidence something about, say, combustion. Maybe I'm in my thermodynamics textbook trying to pull out some numbers. Maybe I'm trying to pull out an old experiment and some evidence about it. And then suddenly it's orbital mechanics. Suddenly it's travel of light. Suddenly it's the Sagnac effect. Suddenly it's gyroscopic precession. Now it's plumb lines. See, these don't all live in the same space. I can't just open up the book that says evidence and I'm on page 2 and you go, oh, well, this totally different topic. Oh, let me just go to page 3. These are wide areas of knowledge. Well, because every time someone says bring up evidence, someone asks a question set in a totally different area of study.
Well, I think it's fair to ask questions if somebody comes with a claim and ask, why do you believe that, or why do you claim that?
Yeah,
yeah.
you claim your claim is
That
you
way I
live on
can
a
learn,
ball.
you know?
Your claim is you live on a ball, and we're just asking you what evidence you've got that you live on a ball. Like, so shouldn't you know these things? That everything is self-evident to you that you live on a ball, yet you don't actually know that you live on a ball.
So, Delulu, to address what you said, sure, I'm on board with that. But do you think, in relation to what you said, if someone says, hey, can you go find some evidence about an orbital path, do you think it's reasonable to less than a minute later ask that, hey, Timbo, I'm sorry, I'm talking to someone other than you, Timbo. If you could be polite for a minute and allow me to finish speaking to Delulu.
Don't you just say you don't know? If you don't know, just say you don't know. Is that hard? Say, oh, I don't know about that. Instead of pretending that you fucking know all the time, just say you don't fucking know. And then we don't have to talk around in circles on stuff that you don't know. How about that? And then we don't waste our time for half an hour. You ever thought of that? Just say, I don't know.
Did you get it all out?
Necessarily a lose for you. It's just, we can just come to some clarity that, okay, this is a pointless line of questioning. We can move on to something else that maybe you do know more about, or whatever.
Okay. Because apparently what I was saying was not what you wanted to hear, I'll talk about this other thing instead, and then I'll try to go back to what I was saying. I don't know everything you could possibly want to know about physics. I'm never going to. I cannot answer every physics question with deep, in-depth knowledge and experimental evidence at the drop of a hat for every question. I can't, I won't, I don't. No one can, no one will.
Yeah.
Does that satisfy you, Timbo, T-Dub? Are you satisfied?
All I'm saying is that...
Okay. There are things that I do know, that I have done work in, that I have studied in, that I have a lot of things. Most of them I need a certain amount of preparation if I'm going to talk about them intelligently with another person. Especially someone who has not done the same work that I have, because I have to do a lot of explanation around that work to bring everybody up to the same page.
Can't you explain something in layman terms? Like, just give us the basic ideas of the functions and the results.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. One of the things I learned, especially in the more difficult things I studied, was the more complicated the idea. I mean, this seems obvious. The more complicated the idea, the more difficult it is to put in layman's terms.
Yeah, I've also heard that. I mean, the better you understand something, the easier it is to explain it simply.
Yeah, and so I
butchered that, but
that's actually probably better than I would have put it. I like that phrasing very well.
Can you give us an example, Taylor? Or?
I'm not an astrophysicist. This is not. I do not work with physics on a daily basis. I would not consider myself an expert in any manner. So my ability to explain any astrophysics concepts to a layman is going to be pretty low.
But you're a layman as well, though.
In astrophysics, perhaps. In physics, no.
But what are you talking about? If you're a layman in astrophysics, why would it be hard to explain it in layman terms? You're a fucking layman.
No, that's okay. You didn't hear what Delulu said. That's exactly the point. The more of an expert you are, the easier it becomes to describe something in layman's terms.
This is why you annoy me, because you talk shit. You just said I'm a layman in astrophysics. So it
I did not say I'm a layman. I said I'm not an expert. I said I'm not an
about
expert.
astrophysics, but you're a layman.
No. Oh God. Okay.
Dude,
Timbo,
a moment
let me
ago,
try
you
this
did
one more time.
clarify and said, "Dude, you did clarify and said, yeah, I'm a layman in astrophysics."
I didn't say I'm a layman in astrophysics. I said I'm not an expert in astrophysics. I'm not a layman because I do have a certain amount of study that I have done.
From China.
Yes, a layman is a person with no knowledge in the area. A layman is a
No,
person with no knowledge in the
a
area.
layman is a person that's not a professional in that field. That's a layman.
Yeah, but I have a certain amount of study in the field. I'm just not an expert in the field.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to
I
figure
don't
out.
work professionally in the field.
So how would you explain what you know about it to your layman self?
It's a big field. There's a lot of things to
No,
explain.
I'm talking specifically about the thing you said you knew about.
What, physics in general?
No, the very thing, astrophysics, you were speaking of. When you
Yes,
were
this is a
telling us back and
sub-branch of
forth that
physics.
you're not an expert, you're not a layman. So what you have an understanding of in your astrophysics mind bank, explain it to your layman self and we'll listen.
So I
A
am.
needle pulling thread.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Born ready.
You sure? When I start talking, you're not going to add any more?
When are you going to start talking?
Cool. I tried a couple times and you just kept butting in. So I just wanted to make sure you were.
How about this time? Do. Don't try. Do.
Okay, I'm just going to continue this time. So my field specifically is mechanical engineering, which requires a great deal of knowledge in physics, but not specifically the subfield of physics that is astrophysics.
Okay, but you said a moment ago, you said there were certain things of astrophysics.
In the field of astrophysics,
you said you had a certain understanding of certain things in astrophysics
that are exactly the same and based on the exact same base principles as all other fields of physics.
Spit it out then.
Like dynamics.
Okay, dynamics. What are these, Jeopardy categories?
Dynamics is the study of the motion of objects. That's dynamics.
Okay, so tell us what you know about how that applies to the outer space mythos.
Well, things in outer space are moving.
That's a claim. That's a story. So you said you have real world evidence that applies directly. So what is that?
So the field of dynamics has a lot of work on how moving objects move, interact.
Okay, not more vague. This is where you hone in on what you told us you have a general amount of expertise in.
Yes, dynamics. Dynamics is a very, very large field, and you're like, give it to me in one sentence.
Other than your ability to vaguely repeat the outer space story, what do you have? Like, what's the evidence that that's actually the paradigm we're living on? Like one of these rocks flying in space.
Yeah, dude, go ahead and repeat the whole field of dynamics to this guy.
Sadly, I don't have my dynamics textbook anymore because I don't really need it, but I have Shigley's machine design.
Cheerleader.
Read it to you
Cheerleader, I'm just asking him, listen, Cheerleader, he brought up something. He goes, well, there are certain things in astrophysics that I do have an understanding of. I asked them what those were, and now he tells us he doesn't have his textbook. So your cheerleader failed.
Why do you need a textbook if you said that this is your profession and this is what you do every day? So you need a textbook?
That's a really good question, Timbo. Yes, actually, because it's a lot of knowledge to do a lot of this work, of which it's very hard to keep all of it in your head. So usually you keep a lot of it written down so you don't have to have it perfectly memorized every day.
So let's go back.
Everyone does it.
This is true
back
to me
to
too.
Hoss's.
This is true of any really complicated field.
Let's go back to Hoss's question. And so what in this that you're talking about specifically relates to astrophysics then?
Dynamics is the study of the motion of bodies, everything moving. It follows basic principles of
Okay,
dynamics.
so what specifically relates to astrophysics that you do in your profession?
I'm sorry, my sentence that I stated was what you just asked. Which part did you not understand? Which part did you not understand?
Another opportunity. I'll give you another opportunity. What part of your job that you do as a profession relates to astrophysics? Please explain.
I mean, we do most recently, probably the best one would be three-dimensional rotation tracking.
On
using
Earth?
optical methods.
On
I mean, yes, I was doing my work on Earth.
And what was it? Was it to do with astrophysics?
No, but the tracking
So what
of
the fuck are
objects
you
using
talking about?
optical methods to determine the
doing it
rotation
again.
of those objects is something that can be done
3D
both terrestrially in
Explain it.
non-astro.
Just explain it. What are you doing? What are the 3D objects, and where are you tracking them?
So I can say create a fiducial that has
The fuck is a
specific.
fiducial? Sounds like a disease, man.
Okay, sorry. How basic do I need to get for you? There's a thing that I look at, and I can see parts of the thing, and I know that when I look at. Hold on, I'm not fucking done. You asked for an explanation. I can see a
fiducial is
part
something you
of the
look at.
thing.
It's so fucking stupid. Just explain it.
Yes, a fiducial is a thing that you look at. That's his. Let's go with that.
Say a thing that you look at.
Because that doesn't mean anything, Timbo.
Because he's sinking and he's in quicksand.
My asshole can be a thing you look at, but it doesn't help the explanation.
You looked at something, you did a
guy's
3D tracking of it, and what?
Yeah,
What'd
so
you
you
do?
take an
What was-
object,
what
you
was the
create
thing that you
reference
did?
points on that object.
What did you do? What was it?
You then track it from multiple
was
observer
the object?
perspectives. It was a fiducial. I created it as an object created specifically to give me
You
easy to track
created an
reference
object
points.
and tracked it. Where? On the computer?
Yeah, did you 3D
Okay, hold
print
on.
this fiducial or what's going on here?
This fiducial, actually, yes, I did 3D print the fiducial.
Oh, he 3D printed the fiducial.
Well, sorry, hold on. I've 3D printed
Can
part
you
of it.
describe the
a suppl-
fiducial? Oh, he printed part of the fiducial. Partial printing of a fiducial.
Yeah, it was made out of a carbon nylon mix that was 3D printed.
Okay.
I then inset
Holy
into this
cow.
object
I would hope.
molded nylon balls that had a highly reflective surface on them.
Oh, brother.
The fiducial consisted of two arms, or excuse me, it technically is
What's
two
this-
non-parallel
What's this got
arms.
to do with What's this got to
So-
do with astronomy?
Yeah, where's
Well,
the link here? Where's the leap of logic?
If I can't get more than 3 words out, maybe I could explain. I don't guarantee you could
believe
follow
me,
because every second word
if
I
had
use,
a
you guys
word
don't
counter,
seem to
it would have
understand.
listen. If I had a word counter, it would have sprung by now. So don't worry about your words. You've said plenty.
Yeah, but then I have to keep going
So
back.
how
Because,
are
I
you
didn't
gonna-
understand this
so-
word you used.
so
I didn't
how are
understand
you
why
going
you
to
said this
link-
thing.
We get it now. You partially printed 3D printed your fiducial. So how are you linking this to the outer space thing?
So, oh my god.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not God.
So when you're looking for rotations, you can generate by tracking points on this fiducial or reference points on
No,
any object.
we're not talking about your 3D printed fiducial anymore. You're told
You
us
wanted
this
to know
is
the
how.
relation between what I did
Yeah,
and the
so
abstract.
let's
So
get
I'm
to the
trying to
outer
explain.
space story.
I'm trying to explain what I did and then explain the relation. But if you want the relation to the outer space thing with what I did, without me talking about what I did, what the relationship is, you should have just said, explain an
Get to
outer
the
space
point.
thing. We don't give a
And then
shit
we-
about what you did.
Okay, so the wishful thinking is starting to creep in. You're going to talk about your
Okay, so
fiducial
you
and then
generate-
point to the
you-
sky, and you said my fiducial is what's happening here. What I looked at the fiducial is what's happening here,
So,
right?
so you generate by tracking the fiducial something called a quaternion. And you can use the quaternions to describe motion
Oh,
and
now we got
specifically
another word.
rotation of the object.
Okay, so what objects in the
so-
sky are you then going to point to and tell us they're rotating? What are the sky fiducials?
So again, this is something that can be used to track
Oh,
objects.
so this isn't something you have done. You said that this was something that
I
applies
have
to
always said I don't work in
confirming
space
the
systems.
outer space mythos. But
I
now
said
it's just
hold on.
you're
hold
in a
on, hold on.
holding
Back
you're in a
up,
holding pattern there.
back the
No,
fuck up.
I'm not
You
going to
said
back the fuck up.
You okay?
You're in a
Fine.
holding pattern right now.
Make up some other story. You're really good at this already. We all know you're really good at just making shit up.
You're the making stories up.
Projection, sir.
Right. You said
And you're
I
not
said
that good
I
at
don't work
it.
in space systems, and you said,
So
"Oh, well, relate something you
I
do
never
work
said
on with
that.
something that could be used in space systems."
Never did I. Never did I use
Sorry,
those
we're not
words.
the only two people
No
in this
need to
room. There's a
spiral.
whole fucking bunch of people, but
Breathe.
because you specifically didn't say it, I had to have a whole
Breathe.
separate conversation with each person in the room.
You're the one who said I was. You said I'm the one who's good at making stuff up, right?
Are we the only two people talking?
Yeah, I'm looking up for Douchel. The fucking
Wondering why
weirdest
you
word
sound
I've
so
ever
much
heard.
like Vsauce.
Oh wow!
Do you need help spelling it?
No, this is a convenient part for
Don't be a retard.
place for for this to sputter out where you. Well, I guess you told us this is just something that can be done. So, wow. So that was the best you had. You said.
I didn't even get through one quarter.
All right, Ozzy.
Okay, fine.
Fuck you, Hoss.
If your best argument for
No,
the
you
flat Earth
said this
is
was your
that you can
best.
cut somebody
You
else
said-
off as
listen,
much as possible,
that was a punt.
misunderstand or misinterpret
That was a
everything that they
punt.
try to say,
Now
and then
you're
try to
coping.
stop them before they ever get anywhere near the point that was attempting to be discussed, then I mean, good for you, I guess. I hope that works in the rest of your life.
I'm glad we cut you off because you didn't even relate it back to outer space.
That's because you couldn't fucking let me finish a sentence.
We got to the conclusion. You said, and I asked, okay, now what's the fiducial in the sky? And you said, well, hey, I just said this is something that could be done, right?
You said, what fiducial did you create in the sky? And I didn't create
No,
one
I
in
didn't
the sky.
say. I said, which one did you point to in the sky? What is your fiducial of the sky, sir? The thing that you look at.
Yeah, but we were talking about how my work relates to space systems,
Yes.
not what did I do in the sky.
Space system? Which space system did your 3D printed fiducial observation relate to?
So, any optical tracking in space systems.
Okay, good.
So
good
I know
God,
a guy who
dude.
works on satellite systems, and if
now
they
we
want to know,
now we're going on the satellites.
if they want to know like the tumble of a satellite,
stop the
for
cap,
instance,
dude. Stop the cap. Are you this gullible?
They use
What's
quaternions
going on here?
because
Are you?
if they use
Let me
spoiler
ask
angles, they get gimbal lock at certain rotations, and gimbal lock is a situation from which there is not a recovery pattern if you want to try to manipulate an object in space.
All right, dude. You're not an imbecile, but does your gullibility apply to all aspects of your life, or is it just when it comes to this outer space mythos?
I don't think I have a gullibility problem, but
okay. So apparently your gullibility.
Apparently, listen to anybody and on board what they're saying, and
not only
try
have
to
I
evaluate
listened,
whether it has any
I've
value.
heard it. I heard you listen, dude. You ran out your own string. You're the one who said, "Well, I haven't done this
In space. I haven't done it.
Okay, from the ground looking upward. The question was, how is it that you're so sure that we live in this outer space paradigm? And you said, well, I have expertise in certain fields. Good on you. I'm sure you do. But even you admitted that your fiduciary story.
That's a different word.
Okay, well, your fiducial story, it kind of comes to an end when I ask, okay, how does your expertise in your 3D fiducial, how does this apply to the outer space story? You said
great.
I don't know.
I have a great way that it could apply to
who is in your DMs?
Nobody's in my DMs.
So a moment ago, you had no clue. The string just ran out.
Specific example. I don't have a specific example, but I have an example of how it might be used, not an example of how it is used.
I would like something more than your wishful thinking.
Well, then I don't. Unfortunately, I didn't
That's
come
all you got?
prepared with an
Okay.
optical tracking evidence
Okay, fine.
and data
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
from
Just
space.
okay. That's fine. I'll shut up then. Just in parting, I would just. Do you have anything? Any evidence?
Do I
to-
have any direct
do you have
evidence
any
of
evidence? Yeah, to
people
give
lock in
us
space?
that we are on a flying ball in space. Yes. Do you
Oh,
have any
so
evidence of
That's a
that?
very different question from what was originally asked of me.
I know we've moved on because that hit a dead end, didn't it? So
Well,
you
you
said,
appear
listen,
to have hit a
time
dead
out.
end.
No, you said you weren't prepared. So I said, do you have anything?
So if I say I'm
Did
not
you or
prepared for
did you
X,
not?
your response is that,
So
oh,
do
you're
you
not
have any?
prepared for anything.
No, I said, are you prepared? I said, do you have anything, sir? You acknowledged it was a different
Sure.
question.
What do you want to talk about?
Any evidence that we are on a water ball flying through space other than your wishful thinking?
Something digestible in layman's terms. Something
Anything.
Barometric data from rocket launches.
Oh, Christ. Okay, go on.
Indicates that atmospheric pressure drops to very near zero as you leave further and further from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, they noticed that at Mount Everest as well.
It's not very near zero at Mount Everest, but if you keep going up quite a bit further, it does get
Okay.
to that point.
And
It's
this
so
is
rarefied
evidence.
that it becomes basically impossible.
And how is this evidence that we're on a water ball?
Well, it appears that the atmosphere can only get. I mean, it stops being coherent at a certain distance away from Earth, and we can continue past that point.
And this is evidence that we're on a water ball. How again?
Well, cool. Once we get outside of the atmosphere, we can accelerate objects very, very fast because there's no longer wind resistance slowing them down. And they start traveling in very interesting paths.
Okay, I got it. I'll leave you, but I get it. You're not prepared. It's funny though. We're in
sorry.
a
Was that what you just didn't like that one? So you're going to reject it?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna point it out to you. We're in a rocket in the sky when you're supposed to be giving us evidence that we're on a 59 mile radius water ball. Funny, huh?
So it's what's really cool is you can get into orbit, which from a physics perspective doesn't really work unless you're moving around.
I can. You said you can.
Largely
I can.
spherical object.
I get into orbit.
You can.
Once again, we're up in the
It's gonna
air.
take a lot of work.
Okay, so once
Not
again,
simple.
now you're up in the air. The Wright brothers got in the air too.
Sure,
right?
not very far, not for very long, but they did.
Long enough.
I mean, long enough for some things.
Flight.
Proving that you can do it with manpower.
Okay, so the evidence that we're on a water ball with a 59 mile radius. You've given us rockets and now things in the sky.
Yeah, orbits. The existence of stable
Orbits. So like satellites that Arthur C. Clarke wrote about.
I'm not very well read on Arthur C. Clarke, so I can't speak specifically to that.
Yeah, he came up with the idea of these satellites orbiting the Earth. Are you well read enough to know that he's a sci-fi writer?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him, but
so what you're doing now is akin to what he does. You're telling stories, but I'll let everyone else just to try to ground you. Evidence that we're on a water ball, not sky stories.
Hello.
That would be nice.
John just rang me. I've just got to go to the sobering center. Said, do you want to do some overtime? Yeah. No, I just got to go and have a look at a leak.
Timbo,
Yeah,
Hot mic King.
Can't get to go get sober.
Gave me a headache too. But yeah, that would be great. Next time you come prepared. You've got the Sky stories, but it would be great if just a little bit of effort into giving evidence that the 39, 59 mile radius space ball they tell us of. I know you provided stories.
I provided a lot of
yeah, I've seen the Ed
survey
Harris
data
film. I've seen the here we go.
From India. But people weren't particularly pleased with that in here, so I didn't really want to bring that one back up. I asked people to check the numbers, and I got a lot of very angry response to that. But I can link
Realize
geodetic survey of the Indian subcontinent if people want to look at the numbers.
We built the sobering center, so I've got to go and do some maintenance.
Yeah, it's funny. You don't point, it's funny
what is that?
Yeah, it's funny you don't point. Talking of India, you don't just bring up their little space story.
You specifically said you didn't want to talk about space.
No, I know, but it's funny that.
So why would I continue to talk about space when you specifically said you didn't want to do that?
No, I know. It just makes me laugh.
I mean, yeah, it is really funny that I listened to what you said and responded to it, as opposed to what you've done towards me pretty much this whole time.
You'll be fine.
Oh, I know I'll be fine. There's nothing you can actually do to me. I find that funny.
Oh, I know. You've done it to yourself. You've painted yourself into the corner. You've exposed the fact that you came in here on this high horse.
I think you'll find that is not what I came in here on.
Yeah, you did.
I came in here talking to Larry quite calmly about combustion.
Yeah,
I thought it was a very
yeah.
interesting conversation about combustion and stability of certain materials.
Yeah, Larry's a better man than I. Yeah,
I have a fun time talking with Larry because he likes to actually exchange ideas instead of just try to shout over the middle of somebody else's sentences.
Oh, is that what I've done? Shouted over? I rained on your
my
parade,
interpretation of your behavior.
No, roughly.
What's up, you guys?
Roughly.
I can give a more specific interpretation of your behavior, but it won't be very polite.
Are you guys flat earthers?
Yeah, there's a bunch in here.
Right, straight.
I'm a globoid.
Tonight, mate.
What's going on?
There's a slightly heated exchange between old Hoss Radborn.
Well, no,
and
I
someone
wouldn't
else.
call it slightly heated. Someone's
What do you guys
someone
think
was
about
asked
gravity?
space time.
Learn how to interact with the
guy-
conversation
the-
normally.
Yeah,
Just
the
wait
guy
for
was
a break.
asked to give evidence of the 3959 water ball, and he told us about rockets in space, satellites,
That's gay as fuck.
and then
so
he
far.
complained that he wasn't prepared.
Right, because he's a bitch. Yeah, okay.
I think, well, you came in the middle, but I think you'll find that in the course of 5 minutes, I was asked about 8 different fields of science.
I heard the whole thing.
Gives galloping, right?
Yeah, well, here's the deal, dude.
Happens.
This guy's an instigator.
Yeah, well,
right. Shush, man.
Actually,
Agent of
Haas,
chaos.
out of a curiosity, don't share if you
Doesn't
don't
make
if you
sense,
feel like this is doxing. What is your field?
I'm a professional.
What is my field?
In which you get paid money for your work.
None of your business, homeboy.
Okay, that's why I said don't tell me if you don't want to dox yourself. I was just curious if you were willing to share. You're not willing to share. Fine. We don't have to.
I know you would love to think that I live under a rock.
No, I don't think that about anybody. I don't talk down about anybody about their profession. I'm just curious about your profession. So perhaps I can create an analogy for you that would be more applicable, that would make sense in your life. But that's fine. You don't want to talk about it. We don't talk about it.
I'll tell you a hobby of mine.
wait.
I detect bullshit artistry.
Wait,
Okay,
I'm curious.
cool.
If you don't live under a
It's
rock,
cool.
do you live on top of a rock?
I live on top of a globe.
If you don't
Just
live
saying.
under a rock, you live on top. Or is there rocks around you? There are no rocks at all.
I actually have pebbles in between my toes right now.
Do you
Yeah, that's
actually?
pretty awesome.
But
That's pretty original.
Do you actually have pebbles in between your toes? I need to know that.
No, I made that up.
Okay. Hey, wait, did you?
Yes, I'm standing in gravel, sir.
I don't know anymore. Sorry, I shouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, who was the guy who was on his high horse and said he wasn't on a high horse and wanted to talk about layman and he had expertise? What was his name?
What's the same guy?
Your mom?
The other,
No,
the other something.
he's got a higher voice.
The
than
other
mine.
Taylor.
The other Taylor. Okay.
Slice.
No, not me.
Yeah. Anyways,
It was Timbo Slice.
yeah, that could have been a little disingenuous of me when I kind of brought up the Indian thing. I know that's probably a sore subject to the outer space and to. Oh, I love curry. Yeah, I love
Wait,
curry.
can I ask? Sorry, Road. How the fuck do I say your name? Old Has Radborn. What do you think of stars?
Well, what do I think of them?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do I think of
Yeah,
them?
like,
I think they're-
what do you
Wait,
think
hold on,
of
let me
stars?
predict. He's going to say they're lights in the sky.
I
think they're
fucking
neat.
hate them.
Yeah.
I wish I
but
was
like,
gonna
what
kill
do you
them
think
all.
makes up a
Guys,
star?
can we just have two people talk to each other? It's
Thanks. I'll
Wait,
take that invite.
now only two people talking? That's a
Hey,
funny new rule, Tempo.
The other Taylor, listen, dude.
Timbo.
You know, dude, you don't have to have this attitude.
Oh, sorry.
You know
I
that,
was
right?
kind of having a laugh with Timbo. He laughed, so I see. He
I
got
know,
it,
but when I'm
sorry.
talking about
wait,
your
hold on.
previous-
I don't want to.
your previous pompous, your
give you any
previous
disillusion.
pompous,
I'm really mad. Mm.
dude, your previous
Anger.
pompous attitude. Like, what good does that do?
Dude,
What
you're
good does
just
it do?
so full of
To keep all
rage.
the word salad, dude, is your passive rage. Yes.
Yeah,
But,
just
like,
because
soy
I'm
rage.
so,
Soy rage.
I'm just so
All the
mad all day
bullshit.
long.
Yeah, all the bullshit you heaped in here tonight.
It's soy.
Can
It's
we-
bullshit. It's
can we
big.
get
that's,
on a-
that's my actual
get on a
job
topic?
is just sitting around
Bullshit heaping. Yeah.
doing stuff.
Apparently.
So
No, I know. What you do apparently is partially 3D print things.
He's a soy producer.
that is just the most accurate description of what I was saying.
That's fine. But you said that was your best example.
No, that was that was
You
an
said
example.
the best thing.
Okay,
no, but you
hold on.
said no. You said it was the
I'll
best
explain
thing that you had
what you
worked
think
on.
it was, and then I'll go. Yeah, you're 100% right.
Well, I'll quote you. You said it was the best example. Sure, okay. You said it was the best example of the things you had worked on currently.
Wait, can I ask what it is? What's it?
Oh, that was close.
Thank
it
you.
was a good example of something that I had worked on very recently that could be applicable in astrophysics.
Oh, so it was like halfway.
Or applied.
It was-
that it was a conceptually the work I was doing is physics that could be used in astrophysics in a very similar way to the way I used it. That
so
was
that's
what I was talking about.
So that is the best you've got. Your wishful thinking that what
wasn't
you're observing,
quote unquote,
on,
the
on
best
your
I've got.
fiducial.
It was quite
That was the
literally
best
the
you've
words
got.
I used
Well, what
were
is?
something I had worked on recently that could be used in astrophysics.
Okay, so great. So that's a what if. So what do you have? What evidence do you have that this outer space water ball exists?
There's
Where
an
it's
outer space
not
water
just Earth 3959 water ball.
Sorry.
It's kind of, I know, man. It sounds shocking, doesn't it? 3959 mile radius water ball that they've got everyone convinced that they live on because they've seen it in a textbook, a TV, and in the movies. This guy's 3D printing things in his 3D.
You're
3D printing
conflating
lab.
things again. We cleared it up, and you're getting confused again.
So do you have any evidence? Any?
I mean, yeah, you didn't like either of my examples.
What's no, dude? Those ran their string.
You
They
didn't like
got
stable
anywhere.
orbits. You didn't even want to address the existence
That's a
of stable
story.
orbits.
That's a
And
story.
You did not like.
What do you mean the existence? What do you mean the existence that could be?
We
How
can
do you
track,
know?
or we can track
Oh,
orbiting
here we
objects.
go. Oh, this should be good.
That's all. That's the whole statement. You can
Okay,
we can track orbiting objects.
what's the last orbiting object that we have tracked?
I mean, I know a lot of people do observations of the ISS because it's huge.
Okay. Now we're at the space lab that you've seen on TV.
A lot of people do in-person observations, not on TV.
Yeah, they see a light in the sky when they say, "Hey, point." They say, "Hey, look up in the sky." Listen, dude.
Okay,
Is this not
tell
what
me
happens?
what I'm saying.
Okay, is this not what happens? They say the ISS is going to pass by. Everyone look. Everyone looks, a light goes over, and everyone goes, "Holy cow, there it was." Is that not what happens?
That is a thing that happens.
Okay. So what good is that?
That's not the only way in which you can track the ISS.
Okay, enlighten me.
On a computer screen. You can do it on a computer screen.
Yeah, here we go.
I mean, there were
Imaginarium.
some really cool observations when it passed between the Earth and the Moon, where a full silhouette was able to be captured by amateur telescopes.
Yeah, we've seen the pictures.
Okay, well, that's not just a light going by
how
at a time.
does that substantiate orbits
And
around a 3959? You see something in the sky. Now, how do you get to Earth as a water ball? Make the connection for me.
Cool. Making observations from multiple locations simultaneously, you can get both an elevation and a speed at which it's traveling.
What do you mean simultaneously?
And as in happening at the same time in both locations.
Well, if it passes over one location and then goes to another location, that's not simultaneous.
Yeah, but if you have two locations that are not the same location that are both able to see it at the same time, you can do an observation simultaneously.
And get us to a water ball from there.
And you can get both an elevation and a speed.
No, you
do
can't.
this. Okay, well, then apparently you can't, because Timbo said so.
But, sorry, how do you
I guess the argument's over then. Timbo said you can't do it.
How do you get the... Well, if you let me try and speak to you, then we can have a conversation. How do you get the distance to the ISS?
So if you have the distance between your two observers, then you can triangulate it.
You can triangulate based on what?
You have a measured leg of your triangle between your two observers, and you have an angle of observation from the two observers.
Is this on a flat surface or on a curved surface?
Well,
it's a triangle, right?
You could try to do it multiple times from both, and perhaps you could determine which one it is.
How do you triangulate without straight lines? That's a good question. Isn't it?
Well, interestingly, if you know the distance between 2 points, no matter how you got that distance, if you know the travel path to determine the distance, you can then create a straight line.
But who did this? Who did this?
I don't remember their names, but I could find them for you if I spent a little bit of time looking.
What were the two locations?
Again, I don't remember that offhand, but I could find it for you. If you're curious and want to look into it, I could get you numbers, people, locations, all that stuff. Would you like that?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Okay, this is going to take me a little while. This has been a few years since I looked at that
It's
particular
all right. You don't have to do it
observation.
now. You can just send
Well,
when you don't have to do it right now. But.
It is getting a little late, and I haven't eaten anything, so I'm going to say I'm probably not going to do it tonight, but I could probably send it to you this weekend.
No worries. Cool.
Yeah, do you have any links on how to do triangulation without straight lines? That would be good. Sorry, Timbo.
No, you're all right. Was this main surveyor?
I don't believe so. I'm familiar with. I've heard that name, but I don't believe this was a person that was involved in this.
I recall this.
This is something I haven't seen for years, but it was a very interesting observation. But I'm sure it's available because the whole point was people were saying, "Oh, nobody's done this amateur," and then they did it amateur.
See the equation they used.
I think he's thinking of Red's rhetoric.
Red's rhetoric. That's it.
Whatever happened to him anyway? He kind of disappeared.
I think he's over the other side of the globe.
I think one of my favorite questions to ask flat earthers is, what do you see as the benefit of the globe conspiracy? Like, who sort of benefits from there being this sort of false perception of a globe?
It's a big answer. There's a big answer.
It's
I
an
don't give a
answer for
shit.
speculation, so it's a waste of time, really.
Well, everybody loves a good story about how the sky works, so they
Around
say
the
that,
campfire, so
yeah, like the ground is a ball. Now I can explain everything in the sky.
So you think
There's
it's
your motivation.
just people, but like that doesn't make any sense because there are people who claim to have gone to space. There's billions of dollars put
Yeah, I
into.
know. Yeah,
How many?
yeah, I know.
How many?
Well, I don't know the exact number of people going to space. I think it's like 50 or something. Probably
Yeah,
more.
Jules Verne. Yeah, Jules Verne wrote of a group going to the center of the earth. If they have everyone convinced that they're meaningless stardust just flying through the galaxy, if they can convince people of that, they can convince them of anything.
Why
So
isn't
you mean
the
like it's
journey
about-
of the why isn't a possible journey to the center of the earth not part of the scientific model?
What I said was, he said there's stories of people going to the moon. I said there's stories of people going to the center of the earth.
Yeah, so why isn't that part of the model?
What
It's
are you
clearly
talking about? It's a
possible to
Jules
create a
it's a
story
Jules
about it.
Verne novel. It's a Jules Verne story.
Yeah, but why don't
sure,
people
why
say that
isn't it
people
part of
have
the
been
model?
to the center of the earth? That's his point.
Because you can't.
Yeah, but why don't
But
they
you're
say
saying
you
you
can?
can't go to the moon either.
Well,
Unless
who's
you think
been
we
to the
can?
moon?
Fantasy. It's entertainment. It sparks wonder in people's minds.
But the point is, like, why would there be a
It has you jelly in their hands. If you listen, if they've got you thinking that you're evolved pond scum and that people have golfed on the moon, they got you right where they want you.
But no scientist
But there are
says that we can travel
countries-
to the
just wait.
center of the earth, and why not? I
Wait,
think that's really interesting.
Can I say
Why
something?
not?
I feel like I'm on
So,
your
like,
team.
can you just
I feel
give
like
the
I
other
wanna-
guy a go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess like my question there is, there are countries that don't believe in this sort of, I guess, like nihilist worldview that you're describing, like Iran, or well, every single country believes in a flat Earth, but you have like Islamist countries, you have fundamentalist nations everywhere that still believe,
They also want control too. Yeah.
but they don't believe that life is meaningless, which is what he was saying.
Well, maybe.
You're asking, dude, what's the reason for the lie? Well, you have to go ask the liars. But if they have people so willingly gullible to hang on to a fantastical story, they have people in a state where they can. People are easily impressionable. If they have their hooks in them that deep, watch out.
Well, think about it. You've got no, you've got no like fight in this at all. Yeah, like to you, you're saying it doesn't really matter, but you're here arguing for the globe when you've got no evidence for the globe, just because you've
Well,
been
I'm not
told a
arguing.
story.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. I know. No, it's kind of a term, like you're here pushing. Well, not pushing the globe either, but you're here. You think you live on a ball, and you're willing to have a discussion with people who think otherwise, just because you've been told a story. Now you got no evidence for it, so these people. Just think about there's so many different reasons. You got NASA taking in all this money and they just give you videos. That's like money laundering, yeah. So it's a way to steal money from the people through the government. Yeah, easy. Oh, you just do a contract. Yeah, you make 1 million nuts and bolts, and we'll give you $10 million for the year. Yeah, they're mates. They help each other's mates out. Like I'm not saying that that's the reason for pushing space, but if you if it worked for the US and then everyone else around the world saw it working so well, oh look at these idiots! They believe they went to the fucking moon. Oh look, now we can tell these people that they're insignificant. They're insignificant. They're the only. No one else exists. They're this little speck of dust in an infinite universe, and there's no point to life. Yeah,
I think it's like basically about control. Is that the point?
I would say so. I don't know. I don't have a definitive answer for you, mate. But I would say it's easier to control people who don't have spirit. Yeah. If you got nothing to fight for, then are you going to fight, or are you just going to go,
I guess
oh, well,
that's.
fuck it. The government's on my side. They're doing the best thing for me, so I'll just do whatever they say, you know? Like, it's...
But that's the part where I don't think that really holds up because you have like that's sort
I
of
didn't say
going
that
into the.
that was the... I didn't say that was it. I said that could be part of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
there are
I guess
many
that's fair enough.
variables. So
Yeah, could be part of it. I'm not actually saying that is it, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
also,
But it
you're
is like you
asking
think
why.
about why. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah, you got to think about why people lie. Yeah, what is the point of lying?
Well, I don't think that they're lying. So
But if your
What do
girlfriend
you mean
cheated
you're
on
not
you,
lying?
would you
Yeah.
ask why, or would you ask another question? Perhaps, how do you
I
know
missed the first
that?
half of the
Or
hypothetical. Sorry, go on.
so if I told you that your girlfriend, I caught her cheating on you, would you
Mhm.
ask me why would she do that, or would you ask me how do you know that?
I
Would you
guess I
care
would
about
ask you
her
both.
motivation, or would you try to find out how I would make that claim?
I mean both, but I can understand that in the first instance that you would ask how you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you can answer why after you look at the variables. That's what my point there. So I don't
Mhm.
really care about answering why before I understand how.
I guess
Yeah,
my
yeah.
biggest thing is there's no flat Earth model that like
You don't need
accurately
a model, man.
I don't
Why do you
need.
need to model
Yeah.
reality? Like
Well,
what are
because
you
it's
what are you gonna model?
I mean the planet, right?
It's not a
Well,
planet.
now you're
Planet.
presupposing planet. Yeah.
I'll just ask you another thing. You said I don't believe they're lying. Well,
Mhm.
why do they put videos on the internet when and they're on harnesses and doing some weird stuff in space, and then the CGI blue screen comes up in the background, and all of this stuff happens, and they're lying about that, but they're not lying about other stuff.
Well, I don't
I
agree with that presupposition, right?
what presupposition?
That there was blue screens and harnesses and that they weren't actually in space and that it was a TV set. Like I don't agree with that.
There's thousands of them. It's not just one or two videos.
So your claim is that there's thousands of videos of them
Yeah.
in harnesses like making TV sets and
Of course there is, man.
but there aren't even thousands of videos of people in space.
Yes, there are.
There haven't been thousands of people in
Go and
space.
look up NASA bloopers, man, on YouTube. Just have a look.
I can
Like
show, I can show you.
even if you don't believe it or whatever, just have a look and see what happens, man. Like these, them up in a zero G plane, and then the plane levels out, and they all smash into the side of the plane, like. But they're videoing it, pretending that they're on the ISS. There's a lot of weird shit going on, man. Whether you believe
Do
it
you
or
want
not,
to
just have a look at it.
want to see it? Do you want to see a video footage of an astronaut supposedly on a spacewalk outside the ISS, and below the Earth is not moving?
Sure, why not?
Because all the other footage, right? And they'll claim that it looks like it's moving, but it's actually because the ISS is traveling at so fast, orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes or whatever.
17,000 miles per hour. Sound about right?
But in this
doesn't it?
footage, you can clearly see the clouds don't appear to be moving.
Are
the
you-
land
are you-
is
did you tag me
not
in something?
moving. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Hang on.
So also, I'm gonna have to take a work call any second, so I might just have to mute. But I'm not leaving. Or I am leaving. I won't be able to hear anyone. But I will have to rudely drop out at any second. Just FYI.
You're all right.
Oppa Gangnam Style. Can you stream to this?
Yeah, you
thing?
can.
Clown.
I'll be back in a sec. I gotta go and fix something.
Oh, good. Okay. Let's have a look here. What's wrong with this clip? Grisp, you sent this. What's wrong with this clip? Unless, yeah, I mean, he's muted, so he can't speak right now. But yeah, I can imagine that in a zero gravity situation that you would want to be fucking connected to shit to make your life a little easier. I don't think that's that hot a take. Because how are you going to pull yourself down if you don't have any connection? Like, you're floating. You can facepalm, but it seems pretty common sense to me. My fucking AI 2K player just fucking fouled on a 3 KMS.
Okay, so you don't think there's a lie that's told. You believe the TV show. So why would you ask why they would lie?
Why are you framing it like that? I believe the TV show.
No, that was a recap. Okay, well, what do you want to call it? The cinema, the film, the so-called
every
documentaries.
scientist, every government in the whole world.
Okay, God help us all. So, okay, you say there's no. You asked. You came in here and you said I can't understand the motivation for such a lie. You've
I
made
didn't
it
say
clear.
that. I asked other people their opinion. You're very bad at giving a
Okay,
summary
but
of what
hold
people
on.
have said.
But you're convinced no lie has been told. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't think that they're lying about the Earth being a globe.
So why would you ask what the motivation for the lie would be?
Because I'm interested in what other people have to say.
So you think it's possible that this TV show is a lie?
No.
Good morning, guys.
I don't think it's possible. No.
Okay,
Because
so
I just in terms of everything.
Why would you ask why a lie would be told that you're convinced hasn't been told?
I just explained that to you. I referred to my previous answer.
No, you didn't. You didn't explain
That I'm
it.
interested in what other people have to say.
So you want to hear the exposure? You want to hear the lie?
I'm interested.
You want to hear the lie explained?
Is my mic muted?
Parsed out? Okay, well, here's the thing. They tell us we're on a water ball with a 3,959 mile radius. They show it on TV. They show it in textbooks, correct?
Yeah, it's widely accepted by probably 95% of the Earth.
Yeah, widely accepted. It's in all of academia. You've seen. They have globe factories, right? So
How do you mean? What do you mean globe factories? Like, as in there's places that sell globes?
Yeah, literal, figure. Yeah, globe. Someone right now is working at a globe factory. Anyways, so if this Earth that we live on is that globe, then should it not show its globishness to us?
But the Earth?
Yeah.
I believe it has.
Well, yes, in textbooks, TV, and cinema. Where, other than that, where?
What's in those textbooks?
All kinds of things.
Like evidence or examples.
Dissected frogs, diagrams of volcanoes.
Yeah, like there's
insects.
Accepted fact, right? And what are they showing on TV?
Well,
They're
hold
showing
on.
footage of people there.
It's you. So it's accepted fact. Okay, good. So this globe is, in your mind, accepted fact. So where do we see evidence of that globe existing? Here in reality. Yeah,
Yeah, there are
outside
many.
of. Okay, one, please.
Well, like when I'll do a tiny little diatribe first. I've noticed that especially with you and some other people do it as well. Like your standard of evidence is very interesting. Like you seem to only really believe something if it's in front of you. Like if you can literally feel it or touch it. So like, what do you believe oxygen exists?
Well, I'm breathing. I mean, so I've gone scuba diving.
Yeah,
I'm alive.
Okay. So, but what's your proof that oxygen exists?
Well, they tell us it's in the air, don't they?
How do you know that's oxygen?
How would I?
So you don't know that there's oxygen?
Well, what does the globe have to do with oxygen?
Sure, it's an analogy.
Is a water ball is a water ball visible?
I guess I feel like you answered my question.
Is oxygen
That's
visible?
not analogous.
Experience air.
So
why is that not analogous? I'm so confused.
It's not analogous because you can verify
I'm
oxygen
standing on the
molecules,
ground.
right? You can actually put oxygen in a tank. You could work with oxygen.
Sure. What about something like a rock that's come from space?
Well, that's the thing. You can't verify. That's why I mean you can't. It's not
Why
analogous.
can't you verify
because you can't verify. Oh my gosh!
Like it's a rock so they found an Earth rock that actually ended up on the moon.
An Earth rock on the moon.
And then brought it back to Earth. Yeah,
You
it's 4
can't
billion years old.
verify what they tell you is it's only within those people that you only have their word for it, right? There's no way for you to actually go there or get a piece of that rock that they claim that they have and do tests on it. It's just based off of their word versus whereas oxygen, it's literally a gazillion people that could do experiments on oxygen.
So, an Earth rock, though, how would you tell the difference between a normal one and one that they say they took from the moon?
Because of its age, because of what it's made of, you can do carbon testing on it. Like there's many, many things.
Because of its age, you can tell that they got it from the moon, even though it's an Earth rock, as you say.
Well, because the conditions on Earth would make something age different to the conditions on the moon.
Okay. So you've tested the conditions on the moon and on the Earth over the ages.
Yeah.
Are there varying conditions on Earth?
Wait, are you asking if there's different conditions on Earth to the moon?
Well, you've never been to the moon, so you can't begin to speculate.
Well, that's why. We just have Matt. I mean, you've probably never tested the contents of oxygen, right?
So how did we get back to this? You said there were many. We crossed out the stories earlier. We covered all these stories, and now we're back to another story in space. The moon.
Happened is,
the point is, like, how do you know Columbia exists?
He wanted to psychoanalyze us instead of just.
I'm not
providing
psychoanalyzing
evidence
you.
for
Why are
the-
you so
you
bad when
kinda
it
are,
comes
because
to
you were
fucking?
talking about him and like what his standard of evidence is and whatever.
Is that
so you wanted to make the
psychoanalyzing?
conversation about us instead of about.
Is that
the globe.
psychoanalyzing? Is me
Yeah,
asking
pretty
what
much.
you're?
You're trying to find out where he's coming from.
All
ties him
that's
up and
happening to
whatever.
me is people are
Cool,
questioning
stop
my
fucking
standard of
talking
evidence.
over me, or you're just
Well,
going on
you
mute,
talked over
fucking
me.
idiot. Yeah, that's right, I am. So we're just looking for your globe proof. That's all.
Yeah,
That's all
so
we need.
let's see what your level of evidence is first, right?
That's all we need. Just the proof.
Yeah, Uni. You said many.
Yeah, he said he's got
I'm not going
rocks
to engage
that-
in a
it's
conversation
Earth
with
rock,
Heretic.
But it came from the moon. Okay, that's a really cool story. Any
course not.
geometric proof of this shape that you think you're on at all? Anything? Oh, fucking crybaby's gonna just sit there in the corner and keep silent now, because he was
You-
asked for proofs of his
only want to
paradigm.
You
talk
hurt
about
his
stories.
feelings, man. Heretic, you're so mean.
Don't go
Well,
evidence
he wants
based.
to talk about us instead of his paradigm. I mean, there must not be much proof of your paradigm if the first thing you want to talk about is us instead of that. You know? Poor guy.
Yeah, he said the standard of evidence is very interesting. Is that what he called it?
Yeah, there is a standard, and that's interesting to him because
Yeah, you have a standard. He doesn't.
he's used to believing that Earth rocks came from the moon, even though, I mean, they're, as he said, Earth rocks, so how would he fucking tell? You have no
Well,
standard. That's what's interesting.
Yeah, I could have swore he got all the TV shows out, and then he went back to a space story. I don't get it, but I was about to compliment him. I was going to say, well, hey, the other Taylor, this is what it sounds like to not come in on a high horse, but I don't know. It's like morphing into a clown car.
With you, Radporn. Like, if we're going to talk about high horses, Heretic muted me and said, yeah, that's right.
I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you that time either. I guess it's not just me who doesn't like you. Sorry. Maybe it's a you problem.
Uni, if you ever become unmuted, you said there were many. So let's not tell another story. We get it. We've heard all these cool stories. Evidence that the Earth is the 3959 mile radius.
Yeah. Don't worry
outer
about him.
space ball.
Just try to find the evidence for that ball, please.
Yeah, don't worry about how interesting I am. That's my own issue.
I'm happy to have a conversation with anyone except a hypocrite. That's all.
That's really nice. Is there any proof for the shape that you think you're on? I'll take that as a no.
Many. He said many.
I mean, yeah, I will happily have a conversation.
Yeah, so I guess this is where it all breaks down. He's just going to be on loop now, repeating that he's very happy to have a conversation that he's not going to have. And who would have thought that asking for globe proof would be this hard?
Your standard of evidence is too high. You're asking for something that that requires more than just blind belief. Come on, unreasonable.
That I didn't know about that moon rock. No, not moon rock. What is it? Earth rock on the moon. So pretty interesting though. Thought they only brought actual moon rock, but how did they even get there?
It sounds like a Sting album.
Well, he knows how old it is, therefore he knows it must have been on the moon.
Carbon dating.
Yeah, it makes no
Carbon
sense
in a
at
rock?
all.
I guess that's how 2023 is going to go. Best globe proof, only globe proof. Outer space is real. Yeah, huh? Rockets. Why do you call it a TV show? Where else can it go in the last month?
I don't know. He found ancient plants and animals that were stored in rocks on the moon. But you can't tell them apart from Earth rocks because they're the same stuff that's on Earth.
You can tell the age of the rock.
Well, a rock that old has to have been on the moon.
Hey, you can tell it's a meteorite because they place it next to the fossilized dinosaur dung at the rock shop.
So carbon dating. So were the animals alive? The plants and animals that formed that rock, were they alive on the moon or on the Earth? Well, you said it was an Earth rock, so.
Don't they say that the Earth is? I'm sorry, the moon was broken off of the Earth. It's like a piece of the Earth.
Oh yeah, the whole moon is an Earth rock. Well, now how do you tell the difference? Is that a carbon-containing Earth rock, the moon? Made out of fossilized plants and stuff. You better try talking to him, Haas, because he's just not going to speak if I'm speaking.
Oh, he's been muted all this time.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Let me unmute him. But he did say he doesn't want to talk to you, so I don't know if he'll talk.
He mad. Why does the conversation always turn this way when it comes to globe proof?
He's back.
I've been here the whole time.
So many, you said. Many evidences. And then we went to space stories again. So let's stick to the ball you're going to give us evidence of. You said many.
Oh, like, I'm happy to have a conversation. 100%. But like,
oh, brother, the preambles.
But like, you know, you said that I was on a high horse, and I just don't accept that. And you
No, I said you weren't. No, time out, sir. I said you were not. I said this is an example as compared to the other Taylor, how you arrived as someone not on a high horse. Now what I said was, I said you're getting a little clown car-ish, but yeah, you did not come in on a high horse. I give you credit for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, in terms of some of the many ways that you can prove or point towards evidence, and the reason I brought up evidence before is because if we're going to talk about proving things, if you want me to prove something, I need to know what your burden of proof is. Like, what do you need from me to get proof?
You're the one who classified my standard of evidence as interesting, so what was so interesting about it?
I thought it was interesting because it showed that you were not really willing to accept and like any institution's opinion on things, which I get.
Any institution's opinion on things, that's rather broad.
Yeah, like you
that's
don't
not
trust.
True. It's not a true statement.
You don't.
I don't trust extraordinary TV shows such as the Alan Shepard stunt, where they showed a gentleman golfing on the surface of the moon.
I've not heard of that before. I would like to say that.
Yeah, I know. Many of you guys have not heard of the past stunts of this outer space travel expose, traveling TV show,
I think
propaganda event. Anyways, when people, so if I were to show you, I think, call me crazy, but I think you too would find it a little extraordinary if I showed you a gentleman golfing on the surface of the moon. And to call me to say that me calling bullshit on that is an interesting standard of evidence, so be it.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, can you send a link? I've never heard of that.
No, I'm not. I don't. Alan Shepard, the astronaut golfer.
Okay.
It was during the era. You've seen the dune buggy, haven't you?
He said it went for miles.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what was wonderful. All these decades, I had it in my mind that Titleist was out floating in space. Well, the USGA in cooperation with NASA did a study on where those balls landed. It turned out that he shanked them 40 yards into a sand trap. But anyways, that's besides the.
Oh, I'm getting my work call. I'll be right back.
Anyways.
And unfortunately, he didn't take his sand wedge.
Yeah, that's an awkward moment. He walks over to see his lie, and he doesn't have the proper club. That's becoming more and more common these days, where they're not aware of the past stunts they showed on TV to the masses. And I really don't think when they showed these things in the 60s and 70s that they thought that today, 50, 60 years later, we'd have access to them. I don't think they
Why to
foresaw.
you is it so extraordinary that an astronaut might do something that they think is a little bit of fun?
Well, as compared to someone golfing at the local Muni, yeah, a guy in a spacesuit taking the soil sampler apart, turning it into a golf club, pulling out his contraband golf ball, and hitting them. I think of the two of those, seeing film of a golf tournament down at the local golf course and seeing Alan Shepard on the moon, one of those two is extraordinary. Would you agree?
Sure. It's
okay. Well, which one is it?
I don't think that
which of the two is it?
I don't think that it's extraordinary.
Which one of the two is extraordinary?
Obviously, the one that's
okay.
On the moon.
So then, if it's obvious to you that it's extraordinary, why ask why I think it's extraordinary?
No,
I think
it's not. It's not
because they're on the moon, not because they're playing golf. The golf bit isn't extraordinary, right?
That why. What I'm wondering is why you think the golf part is so extraordinary.
The golf part is so extraordinary.
Yeah. Why is it important that he hit a couple golf balls?
Well, isn't it very important to account for every part of the weight that's going to go on these rockets?
Yes, and usually the astronauts have certain amounts of personal allowances.
Okay, yeah. Well, that was he told us. He told us in the story, the narrative, that those weren't part of his personal items. Those were contraband that he brought upon.
Well, I'd have to. I mean, I'm not.
You guys all need to learn about the old story.
Also,
you guys want to sweep the old story under the rug.
I mean, do I know every detail of this? No, it was a story you brought up.
Do you know any detail of it? Do you know the astronaut's name?
Oh
I've
God,
said
I
it
knew
4
I'm gonna do this.
times.
Yeah, you did, and I'm.
Oh, you don't know one of the you don't know one of the men who have walked on the moon?
It's a golf
I'm-
ball, bro. Why do you have to
Dude,
like?
I
It's
don't remember the
drugs.
name of my coworker that was introduced to me
Okay,
yesterday.
well,
I'm terrible at
that's
names.
fine. That's fine.
It's seriously new
I-
coworker,
you
just
told us-
hired,
you told us
introduced me
earlier that you
specifically. I
don't
forgot
know-
their name already.
Yeah,
I forget that
you
shit all
told
the
us
time. Names
earlier that
are-
you don't know shit from Shinola. Everything
Alan,
leaves your
it was Alan
brain.
Shepard was the one that did the golf.
Yeah. Who is Alan Shepard? Correct.
One of the I can't remember which missions where he was on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know which Apollo missions he was on?
No, I don't know the numbers. It was after 11.
14.
I think it was like 13 or
14 it was.
okay, 14.
1971.
You know, it's also extraordinary. I find part of the narrative that's extraordinary. Maybe you'll find this extraordinary. When they came back and they had that famous press conference, and the journalists asked them about seeing stars while standing on the surface of the moon. What I find extraordinary about that was who wanted to give the answer to that question when it was directed to Neil. But who was it that wanted to answer that question?
I mean, there's a whole thing, but it wasn't the one who was in the orbiter.
Yeah.
But before you get off
So
the
hold
golf
on.
ball thing,
So isn't that extraordinary that the guy who wouldn't know wanted to answer?
just before you get off the golf ball thing.
No.
Yeah, you can't just skip
We're
ahead.
off the golf thing.
I'm still curious about the golf thing. I'm still very curious about the golf thing.
Yeah, learn about your own narrative. The USGA did you a favor. They wrote an article about it.
I just want to say that, like, if you're going onto the moon, right? This big thing, right? You know,
Yeah,
they
it's
say,
a big
and they say, look,
what is up with you guys in the outer space story? You guys are it's so embedded in your psyche. It's wild.
I just want to say one point, which is why I think you're not being persuasive. Is if you're going to the moon and then they say,
"Oh, I'm not looking to be persuasive,
okay,
sir." He's the one. I'm the one who informed him of the astronaut who golfed on the moon. He's going to go persuade himself with that story. Okay, that's how that works.
I'm just contending this golf ball thing. Which is
You're
just that
fine.
if you know the entire
okay.
world, the entire world's going to be watching you, and you think, look, the whole world's going to watch me up there. I don't want to just walk around and like I'm, doing nothing that interesting.
Yeah, you're going to do something real clever. You're going to take the science. You're going to take the scientific. Listen, you're going to do something real clever. You're going to take the scientific instrument, the soil sampler, rip it apart, and hit some Titleist with it. Yeah, real clever, Britnet. Extraordinary.
After you're done using it, a piece of equipment that you're not bringing back with you. Sure.
Gotta
it's
love
just
it.
not that. It's not as extraordinary as you think it is. I mean, the going to the moon's extraordinary, but golf balls, bro, come on, like they're not in short supply.
No,
you can sneak one in your pocket.
Britnet, do you not? I walked you through this last time. Remember, as compared to a golfer here on Earth and a golfer on the moon, one of those two is extraordinary.
What is extraordinary about those two situations? Is it the golf ball, or is it that they're on the moon?
Only one of them's extraordinary.
But what is extraordinary about that situation? It's not that
because only one guy's done it.
That they're doing it on the moon.
Because only one guy's done it. It's extraordinary. One guy's done it, and millions, maybe a billion people have golfed.
This is just not.
You guys will be fine.
You saying, how could they? If they were going to the moon, they wouldn't play golf. How could they? Like, no, like that's not how it works. It's so strange that it's one of your key things.
Well, you have a bastardized misinterpretation of the
there
point
are better
of me
things you
bringing
can
it
critique
up.
the moon landing on, and that ain't one.
Well, here's the thing. Hey, Britnet, Britnet, you just missed something. One of these highfalutin outer space mythologists, I just enlightened two of them to this moon golf story. So
I don't memorize every detail of the space program. That shouldn't be surprising either.
Yeah, I get it. You told us that everything leaves your brain often.
Have you memorized?
And the other guy, no, I haven't memorized.
U.S. president and what year they were inaugurated?
most of us don't think about the
I
moon
could
landings or
ballpark
the
it
Earth
for
being
you if you want to go to a
You can
side
get
chat.
every
Yeah,
single
I
one
could give
and
it to you.
the
Yeah,
year they were
I could.
inaugurated.
Yeah, it might take me an hour, but we could get there. Yeah.
Hosrod, you got to think. You got to think about the. You got to think about the comparison though. Like if you're like us, right? You don't really think about the shape of the Earth. You don't really think about the moon landings, right? I mean, I was born like 50 years after, right?
No, I've thought about. Listen,
for you, it's
I've
very
thought a lot
important, right?
about.
It's critical.
Listen, I've
right?
thought a lot about the moon landings. That's what got
Yes, of
me.
course. I
That's what.
expect you would have,
That's
right?
what
Because you
woke
think
me
it's
up.
false. Yes, I know, right?
Think
For
they're
you, it's
false.
critical. For you, it's
Think
critical.
they're false. No, to you, it's critical that they're real. To me, it's a joke.
I don't.
I was fooled by the joke.
I don't think even if the moon landing was
you still don't
false,
get it.
it means anything. But like, I don't know. Other than I guess they lied in the Cold War. That's all it would mean to me.
Yeah.
It's whatever. But as it
been
happens,
suggested,
your
Small
incredulity
step
is
for
golf.
man,
Your
a
incredulity
giant
is
leap
golf
for
balls, right?
mankind.
Which is
No
kinda weird.
biggie.
Yeah, I don't know. Like your incredulity is golf balls. I don't
Well, here's the
personally find
problem,
it that
dude.
interesting. But
Britnat, you've missed the last hour. We had two people that said they had all kind of evidence that we live on a 3959 mile radius, spinning, orbiting, hurtling through space water ball. But all anyone wants to talk about are moon rocks and rockets. That's why we're where we're at. So it's the same way we always get here. We ask for evidence that the Earth is a globe. They say, yeah, there's a plenty of it. And then they start talking about black holes. You know the drill.
Orbiters provide the best and most modern evidence, so it's easily the quickest.
Yeah, there
one
we go. Space stories.
You reject them out of
stuff.
hand with.
goodness me, Taylor, you're weird.
That's a shame.
I've heard that it was suggested, right, that after Apollo 12, they realized like their TV ratings were down, right? They needed to do something, the public's attention back to what they were doing, you know, like. So they had the whole Apollo 13, thing, debacle, and so that drew people. There was this suspense. Oh, are they going to make it back? Right? Oh, the poor things didn't get to go to the moon. So after that, if they're going to do any more, they needed to do something. They needed to entertain the average Joe. Average Joe didn't want to sit with his beer watching a bunch of guys collect rock samples. So they thought, hey, let's have one of them play golf. That'll and tear up the dunes with the buggy and like that. That's one speculation. They had to jazz it up because it was getting boring. Viewers.
Well, yeah, the Apollo 13 is pure Hollywood, and then the fact that the movie is supposedly accurate. It's just the whole thing's wide. Yeah, where they they were probably kind of bummed when they realized that, oh shit, no one's watching the Bean mission. Yeah, but in retrospect, it kind of points to their arrogance that they would pull these dune buggy and golf stunts. It's just, at least Neil Armstrong was humble about the lie that he had to tell. I don't know. It blows my mind, though. I mean, I don't know. I've asked these people if they're gullible. They can't be gullible in their day to day as gullible as they are about this story. But there's something about this story. And now they've got the people who sound like, they obviously know what they're talking about. This guy who's printing 3D fiducials. I feel for the guy, but have you ever heard of the sunken cost fallacy? the other Taylor, where you're so deep in something, you've got so much invested in it that you just can't see it any other way, I guess. But do you got who is out there listening? Is Britnat gone? Did he? You still here, Britnat? Silence is deafening.
Yeah.
Oh, got muted. Yeah. You earned it. Yeah, you both earned it.
That's what, muted.
They say they're muted. The uni's back. Anyways,
What was your question? I'm back. Hello.
yeah, I forget.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. The Globers have a memory of the goldfish. They're gonna forget everything today and then wake up brand new tomorrow. And they're gonna do it over again and again. Just like Groundhog's Day. That's what happens here.
No,
Right,
yeah,
Britnat?
Britnat. I guess it was you're here. You're pointing out why I shouldn't be talking about moon golf. Well, I only bring up moon golf when they start talking about. Apparently, you didn't hear the whopper of the story the last guy told about the rock on Earth from the moon.
Yeah, I did miss
rock
that.
on the moon from So, as we do all the time, ask that little question about evidence if they have any. We've heard the stories, we tell them. They tell the stories. We've heard the stories. We go back and forth on the stories. Then we ask for evidence. They say, "Yeah, we've got it. All kinds of examples." And then we go, "Okay, go." And then they start telling the story again. So don't complain to me, Britnat.
Well, I didn't know that people were arguing.
I'm just telling the stories too. I'm telling the stories too, and it's kind of telling that everyone gets real defensive and rallies around these absurd stunts, these TV stunts. Why do you guys rally around those?
They need it to be true.
You got to think, if you're persuaded that they are evidence, right? Because obviously some people say they are, some people say they aren't. You're convinced that they are for I assume for reasons that it's not. This didn't actually happen. But if people think that it is evidence, that they're going to obviously use that in their reasons.
So I don't know, but
why they'd lie. So yeah, it must be real.
Yeah, the reasons though are supposed to be why the Earth is a globe, not all these fantastical stories up in space. You know what I'm saying? It's like people remember the show Firefly with Nathan Fillion.
No, I don't know.
Well, no. Well, name any sci-fi show that's been on TV.
Wow.
No one ever says, "Hey, how could Firefly be?" People just they don't connect it to any sort of. They understand it's pure fantasy, but when you have the scientific engineer astronaut golfing, then the story it becomes something different. Like everyone will say, yeah, Klingons, those are fake. But astronauts turning soil samplers into, irons and hitting contraband golf balls, there's just no give in there's just no give in it. It's like, yes, it's real. It must be real. I don't know. It's wild.
If you're a Glober and you think, okay, look, right, the moon landing.
Yeah, I was a Glober, full blown golf enthusiast of the lunar surface.
Yeah, but
TV shows. Thought they were
you're
great.
going to look at the moon landings and what you can see from the moon is the position where all the sort of inferences made are confirmed when we went there and we could see it, and no matter what things if you just observe a horizontal horizon that's thrown in the bin because now you can see that it obviously isn't, right? To them, right? So, I would acknowledge that that's why they would incorporate that into their mosaic of evidence. But
yeah, I get it, but it's not. It's not only incorporated; it's the prized possession. It's the undefeatable, invincible. What do you mean? You don't. I've never heard of a green screen being used for anything. How? It's just. It's funny that is the best evidence of Earth globe. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
why can't we get some evidence down here on the ground? Why does it always have to be a if story?
You just measure some triangles, join them together. That's it. Polygons and voila.
I guess the most fantastic part of the story is where they're supposed to travel to and from. Somehow men get in rockets and travel to a second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum and return. And meanwhile, we breathe. So why doesn't the gas fuck off?
You've got to also think that when people have that
You don't
position,
tell them what you have to think. See how this guy talks?
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta also think, yo, buddy, watch fucking your mouth, bro.
when you have that position that you think that the
No,
the
you
moon
don't know what
landings,
we think. You're still retarded.
you're meant to be my best friend, Vlad. Stop.
No,
So when you have this position-
no. It's just you gotta see as a Libra, you keep talking shit.
I'm just about
You
to
gotta
wrap
stop
it up.
that.
I'm just about to wrap it up. So
Remember,
if you
this
have the
guy's a
position
Libra,
of
the
the
year of the tiger, numerology number 8. Everybody,
Oh,
that's
right.
what Britnat is. Remember that.
Okay, I'll give
Whoa.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Everybody remember
Don't
that.
say that, please.
Well, you're Uranus. How about that?
Oh yeah.
Nothing like him.
Right, Britnat, number 8, Libra, tiger.
Yep. Apparently.
See, I'm not a fucking Glober. I don't have the memory of a goldfish. Tell me one time, I'll remember forever. You guys seem to have that problem though. You guys keep forgetting everything and starting over fresh the next day. Pretty crazy, I think.
Well, this
I
is
think
what
you
I was
guys are all
going to say.
fucking
I was
crazy.
going to say that if you have the position that the moon landings were true and we have seen the Earth, and then you say, well, they're just pictures, they're images, they're fake. You've got to remember that when you say that, you haven't convinced them that they're fake, because in their mind now they have to just rework it and then say, okay, so they're not going to accept that. So I've just got to use evidence that I think that they might accept or might have some issues with or struggle with. So I'm going to go back onto Earth, try and persuade them that all of this stuff infers the globe, and that was, and in their head it's already been confirmed. But they're going to play your game, right? Which means that when they talk about like curved horizons and gas pressure without a container, in their mind, that's already been confirmed, right? Like just the logic of it, of explaining gas pressure without a container, is just a formality for them, right? Like a mini challenge, like a side quest.
Britnat, you ever seen those videos where the moon lander had to get off the moon?
No.
No? Well, somebody please show him that and tell me that's not real. I mean, that's real.
Yeah, tell me it's not real.
Well, you tell me, because I think it's all fake. They look like fireworks underneath a toy, and they raise it by a
One with
string.
the rainbow sparks. Yeah, all the rainbow
Yeah.
sparks.
Give him that one. That's what they passed off on TV as real, my guy.
See, I'd be interested in hearing why the moon landings were fake, because obviously that's going to be a.
I
Like,
already
for
told you,
that's
watch
very
the
because
video.
the place that they're purported to go to and from cannot exist.
Yeah.
That's
Fuck
one
the
point. That's
pictures
the major
taken
point.
from the place that can't exist. So when you tell me you won't go to Narnia and take pictures, I tell you you're a madman.
So you want the debate arena to be far away from actually talking about the moon landings.
A lot of debate, man.
He's talking
We're
about
telling you. That's it.
Well,
just
if he
keeps
says that
debating.
we can't go to the moon, so automatically it never happened. I would rather like say, look, show me within the realm of the moon landings.
Too bad what you'd rather.
What exposes that it's fake, right? Because obviously someone had to record it, someone had to make it up, right?
We
They
can't
say-
Go to imagination.
we have
You know what
containment.
exposes it? What exposes it is that they claim to have gone to a place they can't go to.
Yeah, but then what would follow would be that it would be evident that there are certain inconsistencies. There would be
The claim
evidence of
is
the
the claim.
actors. You know,
Claim is not evidence of itself, Brett. Claim is not evidence of itself. All the
whose claim
footage,
is
all
this,
the
sorry?
photography, all the stories, all the footage, all the photography, the documentaries is not evidence. That is the claim. It requires the evidence, and now you're asking us something that disproves it, or that sheds some some doubt on that story. No, fuck off.
If people wanted the telemetry data as well, so they could look at how they did it and this and that. They go, oh, we don't have the telemetry data. It's it got recorded over. Even if we had the telemetry data, I don't think we'd have the machine to play it back anyway.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that when someone says that that it's against the laws of physics, or like it's like going into Narnia. If you walked into a wardrobe tomorrow, T-Dub Timbo Slice, and you stepped into Narnia, then you'd have to rethink what you thought you knew, rather than saying, "Well, what I think I know is correct, and therefore Narnia, where I am right now, is certainly not Narnia." Right?
Yeah,
I
but
would say you could
go
think
to the
about it
moon,
both
though.
directions, right? You could stand on the moon and say, "Look, I thought you couldn't get here. Now I've got to rethink why I thought that." Right?
All
rather
right,
than doing it the other way around.
Send me to the moon then. I'll go to the moon.
Or better yet, how about you go there, Britnet, and then take some pictures and send them back. Don't come back though. Just send us pictures. Stay there. Make a home. I don't know that shit.
Don't you think
I'll
it's
come
funny
back.
that they claim to go to a place that, like, the moon? How many people went to the moon? Like 12 people? They claim
Well, it's only
to
5
go
more
to this
years and
place.
we'll all go, right, Timbo?
Yeah, that's right, man. Yeah, future proof.
How many disciples were there of Jesus? The 12?
Oh,
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Is that relevant?
No, I was just thinking. Maybe it's like some sort of coincidence. Maybe it was they were in on it, right? You know.
Would you accept that as evidence? Is that your evidence? What is evidence?
I was making a joke about how it's like, oh, they're in on it. It's all about
you were making a red
666,
herring, and you were called out on it.
Red herring. Isn't a red herring meant to be an argument that's fallacious? Oh. It's weird because I didn't remember making an argument.
Britnet, we agree. You live on the globe. You can leave now.
It's just a deflection.
It's a deflection. It was more of a joke, and I thought everyone would find it funny. But
Hey, Britnet, you win. You live on the globe. You can go now.
Can someone clip
you don't
him
have to
saying
stay
that?
here every day. Britnet, you hear me?
I'm not here every day.
There you are.
Anymore.
Every fucking day. Every fucking day you're here.
No.
I think it's every day now, buddy. It's been every day ever since I've been here.
Yeah, but I definitely wasn't here on
such
Tuesday
a
and
liar,
Monday.
bro.
I definitely wasn't here on Monday and Tuesday, and then for the rest of the week, I've only been coming here after work.
So do you also find it funny that the best conversation that you can get on the internet is with people that believe the Earth is flat?
Best conversation. I think it's currently the most fun conversation. Although I think that the cycle's starting to wear me down a little bit. Where like I don't think anything new's coming up recently.
Nothing. There is nothing new under the sun.
That's right, Britnet.
Ecclesiastes 1:9.
We look at reality, you interpret things. The argument's over. It's not even an argument. What are you arguing about? You're arguing that plumb lines converge into the center of a ball, but no one can show you that. We just go up is up and down is down, man. Like what's you've got this weird idea that you live on a ball and I'm upside down. And my planes are flying upside down compared to you, and it's fucking weird, mate. No one's got any evidence. No one can show me that a different angle is a different angle on a different place of Earth. The same angle is a different angle. Sorry, on different places on Earth. No one can show it. In. That's what you got. You shouldn't say down. You should just say in. That apple fell in from the tree.
Ta.
If you want to, be so scientific about things and why argue about arguing, Britnett, then you should be telling your fellow Globers to use actual proper terms.
Proper terms for what? Sorry.
For down.
Well, with other Globers, I think that they're going to make bad arguments. They're going to make good arguments, but I think at the end of the day, I think they get the gist of the idea that
No,
if we
I'm going
did
to
go
hold
to the
you
moon,
guys to account now. You've got to say, instead of saying down, you have to say in from now on. All right?
no. If if we did go to the moon,
I'm going to jump off this cliff and I'm going to fall in.
Yeah, well, I agree. Well, if all of these things that we observe, like, or we're told to observe, and you think it's more likely to be true than not,
Anti-gravity has anti-gravity properties. Now,
Well, that
gas
sounds
is an
vacuous.
anti-gravity property. You've got to call gas anti-gravicular molecules. You got to call level curve. Got to call flat round. Got to call water level, water curve. Like, start using what you actually believe in your language. Why not do that? That would be fun, wouldn't it? Everyone would be pointing at you, going, listen to this retard. What's wrong with this guy? And they go, but that's apparently what it actually is. And then you might start a
Which way's
trend.
China? Which way's China? Don't point horizontally, point at the ground.
Well, it would be in and up. Because once you go through the center, like, you'd have to start floating. And then all of a sudden you'd magically turn up and start digging up. Wouldn't you, Britnett? How does that happen? What happens there? So you're digging down like 90 degrees down. And then all of a sudden you flip around and start digging up. If you get
Another
past
thing
the
is,
center. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
well, I was going to say, another thing is, the further down you go, the more mass there is behind you. So wouldn't you be getting pulled back from where you started?
The more you think about it, the more ridiculous it is.
Hey, Timbo, are you sick?
Oh yeah, I ate some chili before and it got stuck in my throat.
Wondering why you coughing.
Homeopathic medicine.
I just went in a roof space in a building to go and fix something as well. It was pretty dusty.
Yes, well.
Still not home. Like
How
7
long have
o'clock.
you been flat earthers for then? I mean, Timbo and T-Dub
9
specifically. I want to know that.
9 years.
9 years. So
Mom.
if I'm not mistaken, this new wave flat Earth stuff started about 10 years ago, right?
New wave.
Yeah, as in like there's a, I don't know, like some sort of little.
It's not new, man. Everybody knew it was flat before any of this shit.
Yeah, well, people have been thinking it's flat. There are some people who've been thinking that for millennia. But what I'm saying is that there's a particular brand of flat Earth that came about 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was when the internet was free. When YouTube was free to post. Free to receive anything that you were looking for.
Oh yeah, 2013, when you could make parody videos and it wouldn't get copy striked. That was very.
Yeah. The 90s were the best, probably. Dude, maybe the 80s. You could, 80s and 90s. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted, and everyone just left you alone. There was no Karens around.
You can
No
just say
internet
fuck you to
trolls.
anybody, and everybody's like, "Have a nice day."
Yeah, no one cared.
Yeah, nobody cared, man.
Yeah, see you later, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
No one got butt hurt over anything.
No snowflakes. Less snowflakes. A lot less snowflakes. Oh my god.
I'm a snowflake.
Now it's just we got fucking Britnats everywhere, all over the place. Just melty snowflakes. Jesus Christ.
Ride around on your bike without a helmet. No one gave a fuck. No seatbelts in cars. Jump around in the back of the station wagon. Your dad wouldn't yell at you. Light fires in the backyard. Smokes were $1 a packet.
Oh yeah, the price of food was so different.
You don't smoke
Oh,
it. Make it cancer, are you? Please
Buy
don't.
things for pennies, bro. It's nuts.
I smoke when I drink.
Come on, you're getting old now. You don't want to get cancer. This smoking will catch up with you.
We're getting old. 42 years young.
Dang, dude, Taylor got muted? What happened?
Talk to my shit, maybe. I don't know.
How long have I been gone?
Bring back Taylor. I want content to listen to while I work.
You've been gone for 2 years, man. Where have you been?
2 years?
Did you go to Narnia?
Must have been. I feel like I was gone for like 30 minutes.
And Winkle.
Why did he get muted?
Said he must talk to my shit.
Gotcha.
I think Space Goat said he wanted to move on from the Spaceballs topic, so but he did say anyone could unmute him, and I would like to hear some content while I work. So
Spaceballs like the movie Spaceballs. Is that what you're talking about?
Space golf balls.
Let me guess. Hoss was talking to him.
Last time I heard him, he was talking to Hoss.
I love Hoss. He's one of my favorites.
That's
Ever since he said it sounds like a Sting album, I've had "Walking on the Moon" stuck in my head. Thanks, old horse.
Sorry, sending out an SOS. Yeah, those sting songs, those police sting songs, you can't get them out of your head. If you can remember how they go, once they're in there, whoa.
I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York.
Oh man, you're deep in it. Yeah, I don't know what happened was it sputtered out where everyone who had the elusive evidence for globe Earth immediately went to outer space story time. That was the last hour and a half.
The evidence is coming. Don't worry. They just need to talk to someone nicer than me. It's coming.
Wait, were you the one who muted him, Ross? Was it you, Heretic?
I didn't meet him. But
It
last
was
I heard, we
Space
were going to
Goat.
get some globe proof, but not for me because I'm too mean.
Yeah,
I
would
was
never.
Space Goat,
I
but
would
Space
never.
Goat said you can unmute him if you want. He did say that in the text chat.
Space Goat? Who's this guy?
Yeah, I would
I
never
heard this
unmute
person.
him. I
Do you know
love
who
to watch
Space
them
Goat
tap
is?
dance.
I've never heard Space Goat speak
He's-
once.
He's the group grandpa.
Interesting.
Hey.
Are you there now, Space Goat? He's unmuted. Oh no.
Voices.
Anyways, doesn't matter. I don't care, honestly.
Globers.
Come out to play, yay!
That's right.
I'm right here, big fella.
What's up, Globy? What's up, big guy?
I saw it.
Got any evidence of the globe?
Nope.
That's what I thought.
Oh, we're bonding.
Came out.
See how the flat Earth brings everyone together? The lack of globe.
Oh
Not
man, this
experiencing
flu
it
is
is
so
fucking
fucked up.
bullshit.
Careful, boys. The flu's coming. When I get the flu, everybody else gets the flu after me.
Not experiencing the spinning ball cosmic vacuum is the common denominator. Got Mackie. The Oracle.
Huh. Who likes Soul Calibur? Nobody, eh? That's why nobody's playing this fucking game. And it's 3 in the morning, boys, and it's like 29 people in this channel just perfectly quiet. It's amazing.
Bro, why is your username a link tree? Link.
This is my link tree. Wanna go check it out? Go ahead. That's
What
all my
links you
shit.
got there? Bro, I don't want to look at you
Oh,
jerking off by yourself in a room.
that's exactly what I'll be posting, goddamn shit.
Sheesh.
It's all my shit, like my stream, my music I make, everything.
What kind of music
My
you make?
Rumble link. Oh, whatever I feel like it, you know. You can check out my last music video I made with Call of Duty gameplay. Play Call of Duty Warzone, and I made a music video to it. If you want to go check it out, it's there on my Rumble channel. Hakuna Matata for the rest of your days. This fever is so fucked, man. I mean, I had a crazy fever 2 days ago, and I've been sleeping ever since. And I mean, I feel better, but still, it's fucking rough. Oh, I don't feel like doing anything, man. I try and do something, and I just fucking stop in the middle of it. I just don't want to do anything anymore. It's just fuck. Oh. So many fucking dead games. Like, you try and play a multiplayer game, and it's dead. Nobody's playing it. Isn't that crazy? At least Quake Champions is here. Let's do some Quake.
Hey, bro, you know what game you should play?
What? Please tell me.
RuneScape.
No, that shit's garbage.
How dare you?
Bro, you're talking to a Vanilla WoW player. I've played with Vanilla WoW, bro. I'm a high warlord in that shit. Fucking gladiator. I don't play garbage like RuneScape, bro. I'm a WoW player.
Garbage? Why you
Hey.
say it's garbage?
Yeah, it's not my style of game. I like World of Warcraft. It's so much better.
So it's not your style of game, therefore it's garbage, dude?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think WoW's garbage.
No. WoW's the best. RuneScape, back then, RuneScape was the poor man's WoW. So if you couldn't afford the subscription, you were playing RuneScape. So
You need a subscription for RuneScape too, though.
I don't know, not well, it was now, but back then it was free.
Mm-mm. Well,
Uh-huh.
you can play it free.
Oh, there you go. See,
You can play RuneScape for free, but not if
right?
you
That's what I'm
actually want
saying.
to play the game.
Well, I don't want to play the game. Trust me, that's a horrible
Maybe you
game.
should try it out, dude.
I've seen it
Maybe
played a
you'll
million
like it.
times. No, thank you. I don't like turn-based. It's so shit.
Okay. Fair enough. Turn-based? It's not turn-based, though. I don't know why you say that.
It's on cooldown. Everything's turn-based. You can't. You know what I mean? You're not.
Is your abilities on WoW not on cooldown also?
Well, they're on cooldown, but they're not turn-based. You're free to move. You're free to move. You're free to move. You're free to line of sight. You're free to do all kinds of shit, man.
You are too in RuneScape. I don't know what you're talking about.
And I've seen, buddy. I've seen the RuneScape a million times. You don't have to. You don't have to teach me something.
I'm not trying to. Whatever, dude. It's cool. I like RuneScape. RuneScape's fun.
I mean, if you like RuneScape, you're a Glober too, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Doesn't surprise me.
What the fuck? Is that supposed to be a dig at me or something?
Yeah, I dig at Globers all the time. Yeah.
Alright.
Dig
World
at
of
the
Warcraft?
Globers. Yeah, WoW was the best. See, you never played WoW, so I don't know.
I have actually. I don't
Well,
understand.
how far did you get in WoW?
Very far. If I'm being
How
honest.
far? Well, tell me how far.
I barely made it out of the starting area.
That's what I thought. See, you don't know what you're talking about.
How far did you make it in RuneScape?
I don't touch RuneScape. I don't touch garbage games.
There you go, dude. Then what are you talking about?
Maxed it.
I am listen. I'm a high warlord from Vanilla WoW. That's a crazy achievement. That's in its own
I
because
don't
I
know
had to
what
play
that has to do
fucking.
with RuneScape.
Well, fuck RuneScape. That's what I'm saying. high warlord in Vanilla WoW before the patch, before the cross realm patch. You know how hard that was to achieve? It was one of the hardest things you can do in WoW. That's one. And then number two, I was the first season gladiator for arenas. You know what that is? That was the first season the arenas came out. I was a gladiator that season. And then after that, I pretty much quit because I spent way too much time on that fucking game. One character I have, my undead mage, if I do the slash plate on him, close to a year just on that one character. Right? But then I have so many other characters.
Well, hey, congratulations, man.
I'm just saying I would never waste my time on another MMORPG when I already have invested in WoW so much. You get what I'm saying? Plus RuneScape just looks like shit. and the combat is not exciting. I don't want to be fucking going through a bag trying to fucking swap weapons and casting spells. It's such a shit game.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but yeah, I have
Back
everything
in the day.
hotkeyed in World of Warcraft, bro. Hotkey to the tits, like all my macros, everything. So my mouse, literally, I have a Hex Naga, right? So all the buttons on the side of the mouse, I use it. Like my whole bar, all the bars that fill up, I use them all, and they're all hotkeyed. I don't click anything. I'm not a clicker. Clickers for noobing. That's noobs shit.
In the day, man, there was nothing better than going to, was it Castle Wars? I think it was. You go to the top of the
Yeah.
tower as a mage, and you had I remember I got the highest level freeze spell. I can't remember the name of them now, but I fucking just would stand up in that tower, and they just all rush at me, and I'd be just freezing cunts everywhere. I was like, yeah, this
Yeah,
is fun,
Tim.
eh?
Yeah, Tito, dude. Let's go. He knows what's good.
I'm
Can you tell this Linktree guy is fucking wrong?
Listen, you guys don't know anything about going to Stormwind as a horde player by yourself, fucking flying down on a bunch of motherfuckers and just torturing them. You guys don't know nothing about that. And then people just when they see your nameplate, they just fucking run away. You guys don't know nothing about that. I literally, I remember the battlegrounds when it started Warsong Gulch, I'd be alone on my mount alone, fucking charging at 10 motherfuckers, and they literally would veer off to the next side because they knew what would happen as soon as they fucking came in range of me. It'd explode. How was that crazy? Yeah.
Sounds fucking lame, dude. Sorry, but
What do you mean? That's because it's skill based game, bro. It's fucking really good.
every game is skill based, bro.
Yeah, not like RuneScape. RuneScape's kind of weird.
You know nothing about it. How can you even
I
say
know,
anything?
buddy. I had so many. I just no. I don't. When people talk about RuneScape, I just don't want to talk
Nah,
about it.
dude.
It's just such a shit. Every time I
No,
look at
you know
RuneScape, it
nothing
looks like
about it.
shit.
You know
I
nothing
plenty of it.
about it, my
The new
friend.
boss patches, where now you can go farm those new bosses. Yeah, buddy. I had a buddy playing RuneScape. Had everything top tier with like fire cloaks and shit. You know,
Fire cloaks, he says.
whatever.
Called a
I don't know what
fire
the fuck
cape.
that one. I don't know what the most
So,
expensive cloak there is.
Fucking idiot.
as exciting as this conversation is that you guys are having,
Exciting.
yeah,
Super exciting.
I was wondering who this Cold Heart is, or if you guys have tried talking to this person.
I don't
How
know.
many
I'm
times
playing
did you
Quick
change
Champions
your
right now.
name?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I
Oh
was talking to
shit.
you.
I've only changed my name once.
Who are we talking to? Who are we wondering?
Cold Heart?
Cold Heart. I'm not sure that Cold Heart has spoken up yet.
All right, well, Cold Hearts, don't be shy.
God damn it, man.
Manufact Totem, you're a girl? Cold Heart, open your mic now, please. Don't embarrass me, Cold Heart. Come on.
Quick Champions is such a fucking awesome game. People still play it, eh?
All right, back to games.
Fuck yeah.
I
Man, I just
tried.
can't even get a fucking frag. Holy fuck. Must because I'm sick. I'm sick, man. So I can't fucking concentrate. It's so fucked. Oh, I got a frag. No way. Ah, I got a kill.
What game are you playing now?
Quick Champions.
Quake
Yeah, just like
Champions?
yeah. It's like the old school Quake, but like better graphics and better movement. Like it really is like the old school Quake. Yeah, it's so sick. And it's
Wait,
free.
wasn't that a ripoff of Doom?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't really a ripoff. It was just a better version of Doom. It's ID Software. It's the same company, man.
Right, yeah.
How about Anubis? Anubis, you there?
Guy hit me
Anubis.
right off the sky.
Darn it. All right,
A
back to you.
noob. Another frag, baby. Yeah, got 2 kills. Holy shit.
I think I stopped playing games after Halo.
Yeah, Halo sucks. Every game I don't play sucks.
Got it.
No, I played a lot of Halo back when we had like split screen at my houses. People bring TVs and shit, and I have like 2 Xboxes, 3 Xboxes networked out, and we have like Halo games in my house. Overplayed it. The first and the second one. Yeah,
Good times.
kinda. God damn.
Hey, when that was like before all these computer games were super popular, so that was really good for its day, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. No, I don't deny that. It was fun while it lasted, but when I go play Halo now, it's not the same. It's
Yeah,
not my thing. There's better like that. I'd rather play Warzone, right? Warzone's so good.
Which one?
Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone.
I've never played it.
Oh, that's like the best shooter right now out there. Straight up. Although there's too many hackers now. Way too many
I'm a
hackers.
field freak myself. I could never get into Call of Duty except for World at War Zombies. That was fun as.
Well, they have a new zombies mode, which is like really good. Because it's like open world zombie mode. You're not stuck to a level. You actually have the whole world to explore.
Alright, that
Damn
sounds
it,
pretty cool.
bro.
A larger map.
Huge. It's massive. But you have to drive and shit. It's like, yeah, you have to use cars. Bomba clot. These guys, man. You gonna strafe backwards the whole time? Yeah, he would. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start walking backwards. Fuck you all.
So Ryan, Rhinoceros,
Hey, what's up?
got any new globe proof?
No, he's a RuneScape player. He has nothing.
Nothing.
Oh well. Nothing new? Nothing, something that we haven't heard?
Probably not.
Come on, give it a try. I have faith in you.
Can you give me like a few minutes? Can I come back to you?
Yeah, I
How many
guess.
fucking hits
I'll
can I
be
do on
here.
this guy? Holy fuck.
Listen to this guy commentate his fucking Call of Duty gameplay,
I
okay?
know.
I'll be right back.
Well, I mean, talk about something and I'll stop, man, please. I'm
How
just
about
I'm just
the
filling dead
weather?
air.
Hmm? Wait, who spoke?
Go bank his coal. Or his fish or something. His loot.
Bank his what?
Yeah, it's just RuneScape talk, don't worry.
Oh, okay, like I don't speak Aussie, T-Dub.
Sorry about that, mate.
Okay, so Nostalgia never opens his dang mic. Okay, you guys don't have to keep quiet because I'm speaking. I'll just shut up.
Well, it is 3 in the morning. Most of these people are sleeping.
Who needs sleep though?
Well, people that are sick. I just woke up from a crazy power nap. I've been
Oh,
power
are you
napping 3 days. Yeah, and I was in this channel, but I was sleeping the whole time.
Yeah, I do that too. Oh, Cheetah, were you the one that mentioned or brought up the wait, was it called White Alice communication system?
That was someone else new-ish, and I just looked it up. I just read the wiki article. I don't really know much about it.
Oh, okay. Because I remember you speaking about it, and I like made a little note to look it up. And I was looking it up yesterday or the other day, and I just wanted to know like what the point was. I did see that it said that it helps like with communication up to 50 to 250 kilometers, but that was because they couldn't they couldn't use it past 30 to 45 kilometers line of sight, and that was, I guess, the best that they can do up until the White Alice thing came along.
And for the guy that says the 3-day coma, cold coma, no, my guy, I have a big flu. That's why I've been sleeping 3 days. Some asshole came into my work sick, and I knew I was gonna catch, because as soon as somebody around me is sick and I know it's the season of the flu, I catch it right away, and my body just filters it out real quick, right? And then I don't get sick for the rest of the season. But when I do, man, it's fucking rough. And the 3 days are rough.
You need to.
I drink green tea. Listen, I ate so much lemons that my lips are burning.
Wait. Let me put my mask on. It's science.
Yeah. Put your mask on, science. You're gonna catch it through the internet. Make sure when you're sitting in this channel, you have your mask on, boys. You don't want to catch the flu from me. Not even that. I think like sometimes when I see somebody that's sick, I could catch it right away. It's fucked. You don't have to be in proximity. Or it's just the season, and I walked, and it's the temperature change. It was warm, then it went to really, really cold really fast, and it warmed up again today. Right? So, to be honest, I don't know why people catch the flu. It just happens.
Yeah, well, you should make what's called a flu bomb, and it's
Fuck is
not
that?
really. So this is not medical advice, okay? But it's 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 like you mix lemon, honey, ginger, apple
I've done all
cider.
that. Listen, I've
Hold
done
on,
all that.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go
You mix
ahead.
lemon, honey, ginger, apple cider vinegar, cayenne pepper. Wait, apple cider vinegar, cayenne pepper, lemon, honey, garlic. Did I say garlic? No, garlic.
Yeah,
And
I don't.
I'm missing one more. Hold
I
on.
don't
What
have
the?
cayenne
Oh,
pepper. That's
turmeric.
number one. But listen,
Turmeric.
the
Well, you
worst is
should have
over.
cayenne pepper. You're a chef,
Well,
man. You should have cayenne
yeah,
pepper.
I don't know. Not if you
Yes.
don't like it.
You don't like cayenne pepper?
No. I have seasonings. I got like a package of seasonings, but I don't know. It's not like the one thing I buy like in the store. I have my own seasonings I like. Listen, the worst
Wait,
is
well,
over.
I'm
I
not done.
promise you that.
I'm not done though. You mix them up.
Okay.
You put them in a glass, right? You mix them up. You put them in a glass.
Right.
You put it in a dark area for like a week or two. I've had mine for like almost a year. It gets very it ferments, right? And it gets
Fermented, yeah.
it gets very strong. and the longer it stays, the stronger it gets. And you just take that like a preventative. I wouldn't call it. It's not medicine, nothing, right? Vitamin, quote unquote. And you are protected. It's like a freaking antibiotic natural supplement you can make.
Right.
And I think I haven't had a full, I don't know, in the longest time. So again, this is not medical advice. I'm just saying.
But it all depends. Do
something
you
you can
go? Do you go out a lot?
do. Yeah, it depends.
Uh-huh. I have to be in
Like go
public all the
out where?
goddamn time.
Go
Well,
out
no,
like
like
in a club, in a crowded
no,
area?
no,
No.
crowded area. Like it doesn't matter how much. Are you in crowded areas all day or no? Because I am.
I'm not in crowded areas, but I am in groups of people. So I am, let's just say, in areas where these things are prevalent, where diseases are very prevalent. So
Jesus Christ, where? Now I have questions. Fuck. Uh,
yeah, but I'm telling you, just make that concoction or whatever it's called, and store it up, and just take it you take a spoonful every however many times you need, and you're good, man.
well, so you think?
It won't hurt, for sure.
Well, listen, I have a plant pot of ginger, which I just fucking pull out a fresh root of ginger if I need, right? Which I've done that, right? I had the honey thing, I have the garlic thing, I have the green tea thing going. I have a lot of green tea. That's the one thing that's probably saves me. It's like, cause the first day was crazy, but because I do drink a lot of green tea, my immune system fought this off very fast. I mean, the only problem I'm having right now is I just feel a little bit off right now, but I'm better than what I was like 2 days ago. I promise you that. The fucking when I was at work, I was like, cold sweats, shivering. But I was hot. I was like burning up hot,
Yeah.
But that passed on the first day, right? And now I'm just recovering with lots and lots of sleep. That's pretty much it. You know what's crazy? These games, I have so many fucking games on Steam, and when you try playing multiplayer, nobody's online. What the fuck is going on? They're all dead. I should play some Counter-Strike 2. I haven't played this in so long. Not medical advice by Lulu.
Canola oil. No, dude, stay away from canola oil.
Yeah, never drink
It's
canola. That's
it's not
disgusting.
medical. Yeah.
Who said canola oil? Oh no, canela oil is different.
Canela oil? What the heck is canela oil?
That's not canola oil. That's something else.
Oh shit, I gotta look this up. Hold on. I've only seen and heard of canola oil. I thought
I
that
should
was
have put some clove on me, man. I have clove oil. That's what I have. Clove is sick for the health. It's really good. Clove. You guys know what clove is?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, it's amazing. That's a real antibacterial. I had like a ear infection or like some thing on my ear, and I just kept rubbing fucking clove oil on it, and it just went away. It wasn't going away before I bought the clove oil. I tried so many different things, but then as soon as you used the clove oil, it just receded. It was crazy good.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't see
So, yeah.
canela oil. There's only cinnamon. Wait, it says Espiritu de
I
Canela
spelled it wrong. I
Cinnamon.
edited the freaking thing. I spelled it wrong.
Okay, is it an O?
Canola. Yeah, he put canola back.
Yeah.
Canola
no.
oil? No, stay away from canola oil, man. What's wrong with you? It's poison.
Well, I said it wasn't medical advice.
It no advice at all.
Yeah, that's terrible. Like canola oil is really bad for you, like straight up.
Was that a like sarcastic, or I don't get it?
I was trying to be punny. I wish I was punny.
Okay. Punny? You are punny though. But the second advice is pretty good. That should be medical advice.
You know, I can't tell you how much times I'm playing Call of Duty Warzone, right? And then you got the beep in the background from some dude. Oh man. And I have to tell him, yo, you might want to change the battery in your fire alarm. Beep. Every fucking like whatever.
Yeah, I don't know
And
how they
hey,
can stand it.
let's not go into the demographics of who keeps their fire alarm at that point. Oh, that's funny. Oh, it's so funny. It's a 4 gigabyte update on this thing. What the hell?
Are you taking the stuff by itself, or are you mixing them?
What stuff?
Like your ginger, your green tea, or whatever
Oh, my
other
green tea
supplement.
straight. I'm drinking the green tea straight right now.
What about the other stuff? Are you mixing or
Well, I mean, you have
separate?
to mix the honey with the milk. I did the milk and honey thing. That helped me out a bit. That was during like the real fucking crazy phase. I was at work. I literally sitting on my station, just sitting beside my fridge, just chilling until an order came, right? And then I told the lady that works with us, I'm like, Mel, warm up some milk for me and give me the honey. And Mel would do it because Mel's awesome. So Mel gives me the honey and milk. I was like, thank you, Mel. And she made such a good milk and honey. That helped me out. Mel's an older lady. Mel is a Polish older lady. She's pretty cool.
Is she a flat earther or a?
She's I don't really give a fuck about anything person type.
Okay, she
Well, I
sounds.
told her the earth is flat. Yeah, I tell everybody around me the earth is flat. Nobody argues, especially in real life. Nobody even fucking debates me. I tell them and they're like, okay, buddy. Okay, I'm not even gonna argue with this guy. Especially the liberal snowflakes. They just fucking melt as soon as they see me and they talk and then as soon as they hear flat earth, you see their faces change. You know what I mean? That's the
Mhm.
best. And then when I make jokes about the I don't even want to say it. It's gonna go to
Yeah,
fucking
no.
terms of
Yeah.
service. But I do this in real life in front of fucking idiot liberals. It's fucking
Oh
awesome.
man, where are
Oh,
you
I
at?
fucking
Oh, you're in
crushed them.
Canada, though.
I'm in Toronto, yeah, full of fucking liberal snowflakes. What the
Yeah, I was
fuck?
gonna say.
Oh man, that's all they have is this fucking liberal snowflake city, man.
You got to be careful up there, though. You guys have actual laws
Yeah, cool.
against
Yeah,
certain
well,
language.
how you gonna fucking tell a guy that already has a criminal record that he can't say shit? You know what I mean? See, the thing is, when cops ever fucking talk to me or pull me over or whatever, they run my number and whatever, right? Guess what? They start talking to me a little differently. You know why? Because they know I have a criminal record. I went through their bullshit, right? So when I talk to them, I talk at them. I don't talk with them. You know, so last time these cocksuckers that try to fucking put a mask on me, these cops, right? I have the video. I should actually make a nice little edit of it, right? How I destroyed this girl to the point where I told her coronavirus is fake to her face and her
Oh, wait,
eyes
wait.
rolled back.
TOS. Let's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, I know, my bad. But I'm saying it's just
Yeah,
these
yeah, no,
cops
I
try to
get you.
do it, and I just crushed them, crushed the shit out of them. So I'm saying, once you have a criminal record, you're free. You're free from the
Oh, wow.
confines of their bullshit. Yeah, because you don't care no more. Because I live my life the way I live my life now, right? I adapted. I adapted to it. It's been years now, very, very long time.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
gonna, they're gonna charge me fucking for hate crime. Okay, go ahead, do it. Let's see how that happens. What happens there?
I love scary freedom. I love awkward silences too.
Yeah, those are the best. Scary freedom and awkward silence. Yeah. I am my own person. We should play some Vampire Blood. I'm serious. I'm just sitting here in like a haze and I just don't know what to do. I would love to make some music, but I can't focus on the music because I'm still sick. It's listening to drums and I don't want to listen to that shit, you know? Not
Dude,
feeling it.
can you make jazz or blues or something
I'm
soft?
making I got no listen, I'm trying to practice the audio, you know. I'm practicing making it sound good, leveled out, balanced mixing. That's what I'm trying to do right now, right? Making sure I get that really good down packed before I start getting creative, right? With anything else. Jazz is easy, blues is easy. I can jam out on the piano no problem or on the guitar. On my Ableton though, like I can set it in key and I can make which I'm already in the blues minor key, which my next song is blues minor. You won't really notice it because it's probably more of a hip hop song or more like a big banger, right? So, but it's still in blues minor key and it has blues elements in it if you know what you're listening to, right? It's
I
all about
don't know.
scale at that point. Well, yeah, it's
I'm
all
just good
scale.
at listening to music. I'm not good at making.
I get you. No, not a lot of people are good at making it. It's really hard to make music. You have to know a lot of music theory. A lot of music theory. And a lot of people that even know music theory don't really know all of it because how are you going to learn every scale? It's almost impossible. There's so many different scales. Jesus Christ. People usually stick to one scale and off they go. See ya, Bill, man. Bow, 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 bow. Bang, 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 bang. I can listen to Pink Floyd all day, every day. Like, if you want to listen to some good music, just turn on a Pink Floyd album. Dark Side of the Moon, I recommend Dark Side of the Moon. Wish You Were Here is awesome. Fuck, Wish You Were Here is like one of my favorites. Just the song Wish You Were Here is so good. Time is also a great song. A fantastic song, Time. I love that song. I pretty much memorized all of it. The lyrics. And it took me not too long to memorize it too. I just was walking to work one day and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna memorize these lyrics. Right? So I started reading them. Or was I on the bus? Yeah, it took me one day. Not even. I just kept rereading them, and boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you really like a song, it's not that difficult to memorize them. Especially if you listen to them every day.
That's what I'm saying. Pink Floyd is a beast of its own. Some of those lyrics are really hard to repeat. There's still a few lines I still mess up on pretty much every time I hear them. Even though I'm singing with them, right? There's still that fucking line. Thoughts that fucking see. I can't even remember it. So shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These guys, Pink Floyd, they sold their soul and then they were given the key. That's where the music started sounding really good.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hold on. Well, Interstellar Overdrive.
What the hell?
That sounded pretty good.
What is Interstellar Overdrive?
That's Pink Floyd. But I have to. I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up in the era of the radio station where every third song was Pink Floyd. Yeah, my Pink Floyd appreciations. I'm not an aficionado, but I love that song. I think that might even be a whole album. But Interstellar Overdrive. The Sid Barrett.
What album? Yeah, but which album is that from?
I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's called Interstellar Overdrive.
Hold on,
Here, I'll look real quick. Yeah, just that song. I love that song. But I don't know. I'm sort of like I only appreciate. Well, my favorite Rolling Stones line.
Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That's the older album, 1967.
Yeah, I love that song. But yeah, like even like Rolling Stones, I need Brian Jones in the lineup to really, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I like the Sid Barrett. The whole Pink Floyd thing's kind of amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
I couldn't listen.
the
older shit is just so brutal to listen to, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like in the era I grew up, the radio played, it's AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Metallica, play 2 more Pink Floyd songs, and
I
maybe
listened to all that.
some Leonard Skinner. Yeah, I listened to it too. I loved it. But you know how you go. Well, at least for myself, I like OD'd on music. I think of all
Nah, it's
those songs in that
impossible.
era. You know what I'm. Well,
Yeah, I get you, bro. But
and
here's the
it's
thing. See,
slow.
Piper's at
What
the
I'm
Gates of
saying is,
Dawn.
it's slowly wearing off. You know what I'm saying? But in this era of seeing, you get all these things in your feed too of all these old songs. It's real interesting to. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just like I like Interstellar Overdrive just because it's like, I don't
It's
know.
not.
It's just
It's not.
they're
It's
just
not like
so
the
young,
next.
It sounds like a garage
Yeah,
band kind of thing.
exactly. See, I couldn't listen to that. I had all the Pink Floyd out, and I still have all the Pink Floyd albums, but I don't listen to their old shit. Like before Obscured by Clouds, I don't listen. I don't like any of this stuff before. I think there's only one song at the Piper at the Gate of Dawn. There's only one song in that album that I like. The rest of it is just like I always skip them. I was like, yo, what the fuck is this mess? It's like they couldn't find the tune. They couldn't find the key to their track. It's all fucking all over the place, you know. I just listened to it. I remember like I always skip that song. I don't really like that. It's too much for. I like the cool like mellow stuff, you know, when you're like just relaxed, you know. More psychedelic stuff. Like the whole like for example, the whole Dark Side of the Moon album, I can listen to it from the beginning to end. The whole Wall album from beginning to end, right? I can listen to Wish You Were Here, right, from beginning to end. The Final Cut is all right. It's not the best. The Animals is great. It's a really underrated album, but like you can really listen to it like in the background. It's really good.
Yeah. The way
And
they lay the way that all those songs, the sounds are layered and they echo and they go from one. It is pretty. It's amazing. You just got to take it in the. It always blows my mind that there are people who went to the record store the day these albums were released and took them home. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's like an era before my generation prior to me. So it's everyone gets to hear these songs, and it's just strange to me how it's interesting to me that the whole Pink Floyd thing is still like I guess I don't know.
They're gonna be there forever, man. Music's just good like that. That music's just that good.
I do remember when Pulse came out because at Blockbuster they had stacks of them. It was the album that had that red light flashing. But Pulse was like in the late 90s. But yeah, these albums that came out in the 70s, it's just amazing to me. Like the first time I had heard these songs, they had already been out for 15, 20 years, and I'm just hearing the tracks on the radio. It's just kind of, but yeah, they used to play that at the, like the laser light shows at the planetarium. That was that whole Dark Side of the Moon, and all those songs.
Yeah, if you even pay attention to some of their lyrics, they're hinting at the Earth being flat too, eh?
Well, that's like I said, I'm not like a Pink Floyd aficionado, but yeah, maybe this will get me re-listening to them.
Well, yeah, you run and you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking, racing around to come up behind you again. Right, so what's moving? You or the sun, right? So right in their lyrics, the sun is moving around. Right?
The moments that make up the all day, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's time. One of the best songs ever, bro.
Yeah, well, that's one of those songs. That's just, what's the song that begins with the clock ticking? I guess that would be Time.
That's time, yeah. Ticking away.
Yeah, but
the moments that make
all
up
the sounds, whatever the song is prior to that, all that sound, it's just wild.
Anyways, I still don't believe, the guys in the band and whatever they say that the Wizard of Oz thing is just not has no validity to it. But it is strange, some of the lineups of things that happen. The cash registers.
Coincidence.
Yeah, coincidence, I guess.
When you're high as fuck, coincidence is just crazy, especially when people took too much acid and they're watching Wizard of Oz with Pink Floyd in the background and they just started tripping balls, man. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. But hey, listen, speaking of that, bro, I've listened to every album high as fuck on LSD. It was great. Fucking awesome. I probably did the whole 70s thing by myself, without being in the 70s. That's why I like music a lot now, because I appreciate everything about it. Music is great. That's why I like making my own. Soon, when I get a guitar, I start fucking jamming out. It's so hard, the guitars, though. Oh my god. Like, just hand positions are just really hard with the guitar. Holding the chord and then making those extra fucking move off. But yeah, I have a friend that's a good guitar player. He tried to teach me. It was just fucking. I'm like, yo, bro, I have to sit down for like ever to do this. Play some Dust 2 on Counter Strike 2, and I haven't even played this yet. They updated it so much, and I haven't played it for so long. All right, boys, doing some Counter Strike 2. Yo, guys, stop tripping balls, okay? Okay. Yo, these motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. Some nostalgia going on with this Counter Strike shit. Hello.
In the house. AJ. Bunny. Batman. Yes. Oscar. Mic check. Anyone here?
I have something to say.
Mic check. Mic check. Check. 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scored 38 kills in Call of Duty. I mean, Counter Strike. It's not bad. I'm still kind of got it. Globers. Globers. I guess we're going to sleep. All right.
Earth is round, spinning on an axis. Rotation around. Yola should be taken account. Let's talk about declination. If the Earth's got several accelerations, how can the stars fall generate the same trails now and the mate? That's helium devastation, which facts no estimate. Depth to the topic, no information, and these nations.
Good morning, guys.
Hello.
I feel like I just want to talk about it here. Whether or not you listen, it's fine. I have seasonal depression. I did not think that that was a thing. I just thought once in a while I got depressed, and I realized I'm actually not depressed for most of the year. Yesterday was just a bad morning, like everything was frustrating. And then today I was just in bed, and I went to bed at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and I didn't wake up until afternoon. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to get up. I'm okay with yesterday being the last time I get up. And my cat is having the zoomies. But like once you finally get up, you force yourself to get up, you kick your own ass to get out of bed, and you're just like, man, what is wrong with me? What was wrong with me? I'm okay now. But until I got out of bed, I wasn't. What do you do about that? I know I'm not the only one, but what do you do about it?
There's nothing you can do about it, dude. Like, seriously. Life sucks, and you just got to get used to it, man. That's all there is to it. How old are you?
I don't know what to do with that information.
Well, how
I
old
don't even
are
know
you?
what that
Like,
means for me. I know what it means for
what?
other people, who are like women and transition to women, people like that. And they like
Yeah.
women, lesbians. Yeah, what does that mean for me? I don't know. What do I do with this information?
Well, all I said was that life sucks, and you're gonna have to get used to it. And then I asked how old you were. I'm starting to get the impression that you're trolling.
This is an
Is that
unpopular
your?
topic, but I had to put in my 2 cents. I see a lot of TikToks nowadays asking, why are you an
Yeah.
atheist? Why are you, what
Okay.
drove you?
Jesus Christ! What a dick.